What's that, dude?
What's up? What's up?
That trivia night was a fresh breath of air.
Were you doing the sentences thing?
Yeah, that was some crazy work. They were not wrong.
Yo, that was funny, bro. That was
Fucking, what was it? When you add the sum of the two previous number to get the next one, the
it's
fucking
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah,
I
that
thought it was
was
something different.
obvious. Nah, bro, that was obvious.
Nah, I haven't heard of these math words since high school, dude.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? What's up?
Looks like I got here just in time.
Huh?
No.
You just go live?
I just went live. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. So is there a God?
Hello.
Hello.
No.
Is there a God? Is the question.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's
Yes.
literally the question on the screen. Are you
Oh
blind?
no. Hold on. He's not. He's just answering the question. We're asking you. Is there a God?
No, I asked whether it's the question, and he said no.
I know. I'm asking you.
No, I'm saying no, there is not a God.
Is there a God though?
Oh, okay. So you answered the question already.
And I did it.
Prematurely, I would say.
Hey. Is there a God?
I don't
No.
know. Do you?
You don't know. So you're agnostic?
Do you know? Do you know for sure?
Don't know for sure. If there's a God?
Do you know for sure if there's a God?
Yeah, I'm an Eastern Baptist, bro.
Do you know for sure? How do you know for sure?
Because I'm an Eastern Baptist.
So how do you know for sure? What
You know what an
convinces?
Eastern
What's
Baptist
the
is?
one top argument that convinces you for sure?
Do you know what an Eastern Baptist is?
I don't care. What is the one top argument that convinces you for sure? Your one top. I don't care. People have different religions. People believe in unicorns, all types of stuff. I don't need to deep dive a religion to have a conversation with you about basic stuff. So, what is your one top argument that convinces you for sure that there is God? Can you answer one simple question, or just ridicule me for no reason to show your stupidity?
Oh, man. Come on.
Yo, relax, man. Relax. It's
No,
over.
relax. Just answer the second question.
I'm not. Hold up. Look
Maybe
up
you're
what
too
Eastern-
relaxed.
I'm an Eastern Baptist, bro.
I don't care who you are. You can be a guinea pig for what I know. Just answer the question.
Here we go.
Funny, yo.
How do I care who you are? How is it relevant for me who you
I
are?
got a guinea pig.
Tell me.
Because I was a
How is it
Western
relevant for
Orthodox.
me?
Because I was a Western Orthodox and I'm an Eastern Baptist.
You can be whoever you want. We are having a conversation about a simple question. Can we address the point that
what's the
we
point?
want
What's
to
the
address
question?
instead of you telling me, you know what? I like movies. How is it relevant? It's
I
not.
was the same man.
So
But if I
instead
was-
of answering in an irrelevant manner, can you address my question?
What's your point of contention? What's the problem? Hold on, everybody, mute up.
What's your opinion about politics? Oh, I like animals. Well, sure, okay, good for you, buddy, but can you answer my question?
Okay, all right. What's your question?
How do you know that there is God? Or how do you know that there isn't? How can you be 100% sure?
Yo, what the hell, bro? Damn. Yo,
Damn what?
no, this other guy with the noisy ass background.
The Bojack, the simple answer to that is it depends on the model of God.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what model of God do you believe in? Tell me.
Okay, all right.
Pantheist model.
I believe in a blank God.
What does it mean, blank God?
Blank, like it's like a God with no properties, has no properties.
And what makes you
It doesn't have a location. It doesn't have a mind. It doesn't have.
okay, but what makes you believe that it's real? Okay, that's fine.
What?
No, that's okay. I understand that. But what makes you believe that it's true?
What do I believe is true?
It's
Okay,
tautologically true.
it doesn't have ontology.
How so? How so?
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna try to explain it. It doesn't have an ontology. It doesn't have a mind. It doesn't have.
So that's an argument against. If it doesn't have an ontology, it's an argument against your belief, right?
Sorry, no, I believe in a God that doesn't have an ontology.
So your argument against yourself.
How am I arguing against myself?
Why having no ontology is an argument for
How?
your belief?
He's saying he
What?
believes
How?
in
Yeah,
some.
I'm asking you how. How is it for, not against?
He doesn't. He's not
Do you
saying.
know what ontology is? Can you define it for me?
Hey, Bojack, listen. AR's not saying that the God exists. He's saying he believes it. That's different than the God.
Okay, that's fine. So define what ontology is.
The study of what exists.
Study of your.
Yeah, exactly. And you see, and we are defining what exists and what doesn't exist, and you are doing what?
Look,
Bring
you
up
said it's
ontology.
fine that you just
I believe in a
lied.
God with no ontology.
So you're saying you're not sure whether something exists and define the term for existence itself.
He said he doesn't believe this God exists. He believes in it, but not that it exists. For example, I believe in love, but love doesn't exist.
What do you mean love doesn't exist? Of course
I
it does.
disagree. I think love exists.
Oh my God, this guy.
So, do you mean God is a feeling rather than an actual being?
Yeah,
believe
you can
in
say
love?
that.
Okay.
I'm not saying.
So,
I'm not saying. Wait. Hold
Okay.
on, Bojack.
so it's made up, just like
You're very
love.
excited. You're very
That's the
excited.
point, dumbass.
Okay, that's the point. So
That is
God
the
is not
point
a
AR
guy in the
saying,
sky
bro.
saying, hey, you masturbate, you're a bad person, right? God is what then?
But AR, I wanted to finish yesterday's convo, AR.
We could do that. We could do that.
Yesterday's convo with me. I wasn't here yesterday, buddy. I don't know if you realized that.
That's okay, bro. But me and AR.
Okay, but we are talking to me right now. So do you want me to drop or?
All right, fine. Bojack, let's just do this efficiently. AR does not believe in God. He's somebody that is a agnostic or agnostic.
You should say who. He's a person.
What?
Somebody who.
Okay.
I don't want to correct you on your English. I'm not a native English speaker, but from what I learned, you say who when you talk.
Okay,
about
but
a
I'm
person,
speaking
not that.
AAVE, so I'm not speaking standard English. I'm speaking African American vernacular English. You should read up on that, brother.
So that allows you to make grammatical mistakes.
It's not a grammatical mistake in the form in the context of the vernacular.
Well, how? Okay, well, okay.
Just Google it, bro. I'm not gonna
We can
do a
discuss
lesson
that
on it.
actually. Let's discuss that.
Let's not
So-
discuss.
Oh,
language.
I'm not gonna explain language.
I'm
to
not
you,
gonna.
bro.
Yo, we don't
No,
have to
that's
discuss
an interesting topic. I would love to discuss that.
Yeah, but
No,
this is
no,
not that
no.
topic. We're not a linguist.
topic. We're not talking about grammar right now.
Yeah, we're not talking about grammar.
But
Let's
it's
talk
nice
about
how you
it.
make a mistake and you make yourself an excuse for
It's
making
not
a
a
mistake.
mistake. It's something that's true.
It's not a mistake, of course.
Look, you're not an American, so you don't know. It's fine. I'm not expecting you to know. Just don't assume things next time.
Okay.
Please assume. It's fun.
Look, Bojack.
Apparently, you can say whatever you want, make whatever mistake you want, and just explain it by saying
Oh, it's
that
almost
you
like
are
language
part
is
of
made
a
up.
narrow group of people that used to make this mistake in the past, and now you are allowed to make it as well. For some reason, you didn't learn from your ancestors. You didn't grow.
Let's go, Bojack, Bojack, please. Yo,
No.
Somehow, the fact that your ancestor made this mistake allow you to
Bojack.
make this, keep continuing making this mistake just because you what?
Bojack, please.
So you're
man.
making this mistake to keep in touch with your ancestors.
Yo. Relax.
This guy likes to steamroll. Holy.
Yeah, yo, relax, man.
You know what the rule is. So what is the logic
Hold on.
here?
Let's talk about God.
Hello.
Talk about God.
I
Fuck.
created the word for
Oh,
Let's talk about God, Bojack. Okay.
It doesn't
Bojack,
make
you
sense
believe
what
in
you're
God?
saying.
Yo, relax. Listen, okay. Let's talk about God, and then
oh, he left.
whatever. All right.
Or did somebody
I'm
come?
going to talk
There's
about.
no God.
Yeah,
Let's
let's
talk
talk
about what
about
we were talking
yesterday.
about before.
After
Yes,
I left,
about-
because my
I
phone
created
died.
the word
Yeah.
for
Let's go.
My phone died yesterday, so I couldn't.
Yeah,
finish
no,
it.
it's fine. It's okay. All right,
But
let's go.
after I left, did Just Jim talk to you about it more?
No.
Damn, nobody finished it. Fuck.
No.
Okay, so we left off where
The
You're trying
inference
to
is the
make
best explanation.
you're trying to make an inductive case by
No,
saying
no,
that's all we've seen. Therefore,
Abductive.
well, isn't abductive a subset of inductive?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Are you not making a probability case in abductive?
What do you think inductive is?
A probability case.
So you think that they're both saying the same thing?
I think abductive is just a weaker inductive.
So because we're dealing with probabilities, they are the same thing?
I'm saying one is a subset of the other.
Okay, how?
Inductive claims usually have strong parameters. You can make a Bayesian analysis, and an abductive case is just like a best guess, which is still a probability case without the strong parameters.
Yes, what's the difference?
I just gave you the distinctions.
Did
Yeah,
you?
I don't see how inductive is a subcategory of abductive. There's just
I
separate.
said the opposite. Abductive is subcategory of inductive.
What do you think I said?
You said inductive was a subcategory of abductive.
No, I said I don't see an abductive being something abductive being the subcategory of inductive.
Okay. Is inductive a probability case?
Inductive is just has to do with the specific to the general.
Is that something different? What I just said?
Yes. You see how it
Okay.
is, and so therefore this would follow out of that.
That's what probability is.
But that's not no probability would be like if you have 5 balls in a bag.
That's what we see
And
this
put it up.
is.
No. You're not. We're not doing a probability. You actually use percentages, right? You're actually doing like a Bayesian analysis. You don't have to
Just
do a
because
Bayesian.
you don't state the percentages doesn't mean you don't use them.
Then it's not a probability,
No,
bro.
no. Just because
A,
you don't
a
state it.
statistical analysis. A statistical
Look,
analysis.
when I
is a
say, hey, this
probability.
is probably unlikely, this is probably true.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
yeah. That's
using.
not,
Look, I'm not stating the percentages. Doesn't mean I'm not
all
using
you're
it.
saying is that all you're saying then is that there's uncertainty. No shit, bro. There's uncertainty even with deduction.
That's that. What? Are you stupid?
Yes. I'm gonna explain why there's uncertainty, right? It's
No,
because
it's
even though
deduction is necessarily true if the premises are true and valid structure.
when you say truth, right? We're talking about something that we think. There are some analytical ways that you can get to
Right?
deductively say that.
And then
Not
also
by definition,
deduction.
analytically. Okay, fine. Synthetically, how about that?
Look, synthetic truth and deduction doesn't even make any sense.
Synthetic truth and deduction doesn't make sense.
No, because
So,
synthetic
all
truths
right.
are
Let's put it this way.
synthetic truths are
Right?
empirical.
All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Socrates is mortal.
That's an
Is that
analytic
not,
truth.
that's a deduction, right?
Yeah, that's analytical.
That's not analytical.
Yes, it is.
That's synthetic.
That's analytic.
That's synthetic, bro. That's not by definition the case.
Wait, it is
So
literally by definition the case.
that's not by definition. You think that somebody being mortal? Imagine one day there's gonna be a cure, not a cure. There's gonna be medicine that's gonna make us live forever. Are we
Then
then
the
immortal? Are
definition
we
of
then
man
mortal?
changes.
Huh?
The definition of
Then
man
that's
changes.
not that's not the definition. No, that's
Look,
not the
look.
definition didn't change. That's not what happened. It's just like you have to discover whether or not something could live forever or not. Like for example, if I say jellyfish are immortal, right?
So
That's a synthetic
you're just
truth.
saying that the
Hold on, wait,
argument is
no.
not
Listen,
sound.
listen.
You,
That's synthetic.
you're just saying the argument isn't sound.
No, it's called no. You're not listening, bro. It is sound
No, it's
because
begging a
by our
question.
definition.
Is it not begging a
Listen.
question then?
Oh my God, bro.
If
We're
you-
talking
if-
about the fact.
Look,
Yo, hold on,
yeah,
listen.
let me
Oh
explain
my
to you how
God.
it's begging a question.
This is crazy.
It
This
could
is
be the
crazy.
case right now that somebody is immortal without our knowledge, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so
exactly.
to say
Exactly.
that
There's
all
not
men are
100%
mortal,
certainty there.
to say that all men are mortal is begging a
Yes.
question, is it not?
No. Why is that begging the question?
There's
How is
no
that
way
begging
you
the
just
question?
said that.
How is that begging the question?
How do you
That one
know?
premise. That one premise is a begging the question.
The one premise is begging a question. Why? Because
How can one premise be begging the question?
the premise is demonstrating the argument is begging a question. That's because
No.
it's assuming that men are mortal when men being mortal is the very thing we're trying to investigate.
That's presupposing. That's not begging the question.
Hey, so
Are you
can
stupid?
Can I
Hey,
ask you?
No.
Hey,
you've been saying
can I ask-
stupid
can I
stuff
ask you a
recently.
question?
Yo, this is crazy. So when we're talking about begging the question, you necessarily it's the that means all you're saying when you're saying the begging the question is that the conclusion is baked into the premises.
Yeah, the conclusion that
Yeah, that's
Socrates is
not.
mortal is
You
based
didn't
in
say
the
that. How can
premises.
one premise? If I didn't state the conclusion, how can one premise be begging the question?
What?
One premise. You say the premise alone is begging the question. How is the premise one premise alone begging the question? You have to include the
Hey,
conclusion.
AR. The
You're not listening, bro.
one premise can be the reason why an argument is begging a question, correct?
No, you cannot, right?
Why not?
Yes, one premise will be the reason if the conclusion is if the premise is baked into the conclusion, right? Like
You
if
mean the
you assume the
conclusion is baked
conclusion of
in
the
the
premises.
premise?
If you assume the conclusion of the premises, then yeah,
Yeah,
that's begging the question.
that's what I'm saying. Look,
Did I assume the conclusion of the premises?
yes. Can I tell you why?
All right, let's hear it.
Okay, so Socrates is mortal,
Uh-huh.
right? All men are mortal. Is whether or not Socrates is mortal is baked into the question because we know Socrates is a man, and so the very thing we're trying to investigate is whether or not Socrates is mortal. And if you just assume from the
Bro, that's
beginning
not what we're
that
trying
men
to
are mortal,
investigate.
and we already
No.
know Socrates is a man, then it's begging a question that Socrates
Stop begging
is
the
mortal.
question. Yo, you are so no. Begging the question is an invalid argument, right? It makes the argument invalid.
No,
But
no.
this
Begging a
is talking
question
about
is actually a
soundness.
sound. No. Begging a question is a sound thing. But I looked it
Bro,
up
it doesn't
and
make any
verified it.
senning sense, right? Begging the question. Let's look it up. Like, begging the
Begging a
question.
question is a soundness.
Can I ask you a
Informal
question?
argument.
The
The
dream.
It's
fallacy.
not. It has nothing to do with the soundness, right? It has to do with. It has to do
No,
with
it's soundness.
Okay.
Hey, the dream. Can
But-
I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm not like necessarily like disagreeing with your philosophy on this, but like, what like in your eyes makes somebody immortal?
No, hold on. Before
Immortal
you do
just
that, no,
means
wait. I want
somebody's
to. No, I want
able
to continue this
die,
argument.
to
I want to
unalive.
continue this argument with Hatim real quick, though. No, because no,
Mortal
we're
just
not
means you're able
escaping.
to unalive.
We're not
That's it.
escaping. No, we're not escaping this, right? Right. So it's begging the question. You said it's begging the question. What?
It's a sound. It's a soundness and formal fallacy.
It's an invalid or unsound, right? Like it's invalid. It's invalid, not unsound,
Well,
right? Because
so
look, I can say this. I can tell you, right? You have to like when something is like this is gonna be begging the question, but it's not gonna be unsound. Like for example, if I say that if I say in the premises that the snow is white, and then I say in the conclusion, therefore snow is white, that's begging the question, but that's not unsound.
well, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like
Wait,
there's.
Wait.
AR, say
Snow is
that one
white.
more time.
Okay. If I say premise one, snow is white. Premise two, things that are white, right?
But
And then
yeah,
and
but
my conclusion,
that's
is
that's
snow
what
is
I'm
white.
saying. Like from a scientific
My
conclusion,
conclusion,
right?
snow is white. That's begging the
No.
question.
Hold on,
That's
hold
begging
on.
the question, but that's not unsound argument.
You're begging a question.
No,
because
it's not. It's not.
You're begging
but-
a
It's not
question.
unsound.
I'm
but
about
I'm
to tell
saying,
you how
okay,
you're begging a
I'm
question.
saying
And it
from a
is unsound.
scientific perspective.
Are you not listening, bro?
Hold on.
I listen to you.
Can I?
I'm
can I finish?
I'm
real
going
quick?
to respond to you.
Can I finish like real quick? I promise I'll be quick. So like in like science, right? There's a thing called like correlation is not causation. So like just because like ice cream sales go up in the summer doesn't mean like there's certain like if it correlates to murder, it doesn't mean that like ice cream sales are causing murder, right?
Yeah,
Bro,
ice cream sales are up.
that's causation correlation fallacy.
Mhm.
But, so
Look
what
at
we
the comments,
say,
AR.
so are you saying so now, High Team? All you're saying is that when you're using the word unsound, you're just saying that it's that it fails to like support like some sort of like argument.
No, it
It
assumes the
fails to support the
truth.
conclusion.
The premise assumes the truth of the thing trying to be investigated. When you say snow is white, how do we know the snow is white? Unless you're defining snow to be white, and but that's the very thing you're trying to say that you're not
Yeah.
doing. You're trying to
That's
say
what I'm saying. So that would that be
so
an
it's begging
invalid
a question when
argument?
you
Would that be an
say
invalid
snow is
argument or
white.
unsound argument? Would that be invalid or unsound?
That's
I think
it's not invalid. It's
It's not
unsound.
invalid, but
It's not. Is it unsound?
It's begging the question.
I think it is unsound. Yes.
Why are you laughing?
Yo, hold on.
Because
Is begging the question, is that an invalid argument?
Look
No, no,
at
no.
the
Is it
comments. Have you
unsound?
read the
Sorry.
comments?
Is it unsound? Is it unsound? And that by that definition is unsound.
Yes.
Unsound.
If you're saying Snow is White is a synthetic truth instead of an analytic premise,
Yeah.
right? Then by definition is going to be begging a question unsound.
well, so hey, let me ask you this question.
then if it's-
Okay, so
But
like
we're saying
hold
we're
on.
just saying all we're saying that by unsound is it doesn't support the conclusion. That the
Yeah.
premises doesn't support the conclusion.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You haven't
Hey,
because
so
you have not.
Yeah, but
demonst-
that's not the same. Okay, but when there's two ways to cash out unsound though, right? There's that's the one way that you could cash it out. You could also cash out unsound as a premise being false.
okay, so can I say
no.
this?
It's not
So if
necessary.
you're using
that the
unsound
premise
as
is-
that, then I agree.
No.
yeah.
AR. I mean, it's not necessary that the premise is false. It's unsound in the sense that the premise is not supported. There's
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You could cash out two ways, right? You could cash out unsound as the premise being false. Yeah, if you're saying the premise is not false, but you're saying that the premise doesn't lead to the conclusion, then yeah, I agree.
Okay, perfect. So begging a question is an unsound fallacy, not a valid structure fallacy.
If you're using it that way, yeah, of course.
I think Hatim likes to use fancy words when I'm literally right about this. What
I mean, it's
fancy
kinda-
word
it's
did I
kinda
use?
What are
like-
you talking about? I'm saying like when I was cashing out unsound,
Wait, AR.
I
this
was, I
nigga
was
said
saying I was saying that the
fancy
premises
words.
are false. I was saying
What
that the
fancy
premise-
word did I use, AR?
What fancy words? No, you didn't use any fancy words. But
Uh,
so when we're talking about the premises are unsound, you could cash out unsound in two ways. You could cash out unsound as the premises being false. But I was thinking that you were saying that they were false. So that was a confusion.
It could be false for all we
It
know. if
could
you're
be
saying-
because they're not supported. I understand.
exactly. But
Yeah,
but
I
that's-
understand. But just because it's unsupported, see, that's what I'm saying. Like when I say the premises are true, see, that's why I can't use the word sound because sound could mean two things. Sound could either-
Sound includes truth.
Yeah. Sound could be that it's true. I mean, yeah, it has to be true, right? But it also means that the conclusion is supported.
Hey,
Look,
so
all I'm saying is this, right? If you're trying to deductively make the argument that Socrates is mortal, you'd have to say something like Socrates is probably mortal because most men are mortal. But you cannot say all men are mortal because that's not something you've investigated and know about. If you're saying it's a synthetic case.
But the problem with that is that and that
How
this
can
is
you say most?
yeah, but it's like saying like
Because we've seen most of human people unalive.
yeah, but that's why when you use that type of like notion, you could just go into like non-monotonal logic.
I got
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you could just apply some non-monotonal logic there.
You gotta use a non-fancy word for me, bro.
All right, cool. So when it comes to non-monotonal logic, we're talking about if we say like birds fly, a chicken is a bird, right? And then now because you introduced the actual substance, which is a chicken, right? Now you had to rework your premises because again, in general birds do fly. But because you introduced
You're
a
just saying
chicken-
people make hasty generalizations, right?
yeah, that we use hasty generalizations, which is
Yeah,
why
but
non-monotonal.
But
by
when
non-monotonal
we
logic,
discuss
we use-
philosophy, we probably shouldn't.
Don't chickens have limited?
No. This is why it's non-monotonal logic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Non-monotonal logic tells us that there's a tentative. Hold on. Non-monotonal logic, we accept that there's a tentative for it to be wrong, but we use it in a general case because it's still something sound. By
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
When you say birds fly,
Yeah.
what you're really saying is most birds fly, or
Yes,
in general
exactly.
birds
So
fly.
it's non-monotonal logic, right?
Yeah. So when you say all men are mortals, that's not non-monotonal because you're not.
That
saying
still falls in the category of
No,
non-monotonal.
let me tell you why it's not non-monotonal.
It is non-monotonal logic. That's what I tell you it is, right? Because you can still switch out the premises. You
No,
can
no,
still
you said-
rework.
Are you saying
can
it
still
is
rework-
non-monotonal or isn't?
Yes, it's non-monotonal logic.
Okay, and can I explain to you how it's not based on what you told me?
I'm saying it is, but go ahead.
Okay, so based on what you told me, you're saying things like birds fly. Not
Yeah.
all birds fly. Birds fly. So when you say all men are mortal, it's not going to be something like birds fly. If you said men are mortal, then it would be monotonal.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that when we use non-monotone logic, we have to rework the premises so that we could actually make it sound again, or we could make the argument valid and sound again, right? So
Why
when
does
it
that
comes to
hold
non-monotone
on?
logic,
Why
we
does
could
that
have
change?
the sensitive.
Why
Hold
does
on, when
that
it comes
change
to
the why does that
when it
change
comes
the definition of a man? That,
when it
or
comes to oh my god, bro, why you guys just like talking over me? When it comes to non-monotone logic, we have that sensitive thing there because for what we know, it's true. For what we know, okay.
Uh-oh.
So
Cage
so
just came.
all so all
You're
men.
about
What?
to be done, bro. It's
What?
GG's
Cage
for
came.
you.
Cage came.
Yeah, he hopped in.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. When it comes to non-monotone logic, right? And we say like all men are mortal, okay? Then we could say that because for all we know, all men are mortal. For what we
Oh
know,
my god. How's that not begging
but
a question?
this
all
is
we know,
literally
that's begging a question.
non-monotone. It's non-monotone logic because until there's new information that's
Okay,
given,
that's compatible with begging a question.
that's not. No. This is a tentative.
right?
This is a tentative logical. This is a tentative logical argument because it's non-monotonal logic. We
Okay,
give
then.
room. We
But
give
how's
room
it
for
okay?
the
But how's
error.
it not the case that
We give room.
could
We
somebody
give
not
room
say
for
that
the
the
error.
strong PSR is non-monotone? Could someone not say that then?
No, it's not. That has nothing to do with. That has nothing to do with non-monotonal logic.
No, what I'm saying is somebody could say all things come from something, and that would be a monotonal thing, right?
Yes, it's non-monotonal logic. Yes.
Okay,
Actually, according to
but
the
that
laws of physics, nothing comes from something.
I'm
what?
guessing,
No,
I'm
but you have
guessing
to be very
you
accurate,
really
right?
like
You have to
the
be
word
very accurate,
monotonic
right?
logic.
Because you have to be very accurate, right? Because if we say like for example, life comes from life, right? You have to use parameters that make it make sense, right? Like for example, when we discuss what life is, right? We have to discuss that we're talking about biological life.
Let's Abe Zoots wanted to talk about atheism, I think.
Well, I just wanted to see about if I'm understanding it when you say all men are mortal, and like when
I
you said
just want to
all
say
men are
monotonological one more time.
Hold on, Abe. Hold on,
Non-monotonal
bro. Let him
logic.
talk, bro. Go ahead, Abe.
so if all men are mortal, and until I meet a superhuman being, then all men are mortal. Basically, is that the concept?
Yeah, that's non-monotonal logic. Correct. The premises have tended
Don't use
it
it,
could be
Abe.
tentatively false.
Abe, don't
Non-monotonal
use
logic.
AR's logic.
So who would you consider like monotonological?
Wait, Flencer, are you here?
Yeah.
Would you say that AR's quote unquote monotonal logic is begging a question?
That's not what that means. You know?
I'm
Yeah.
asking.
What is monotonal
Yeah,
logic?
that's the
He
thing is
said
that you don't
he said
understand.
assume it true until proven otherwise. That's what he thinks monotonal logic is.
Superhuman.
No, it's not assumed it's
superhuman,
true. It's based on the. Oh my god, bro.
Okay,
until I
inductively
meet somebody-
think it's true until proven otherwise.
Right. Until
Huh?
I meet somebody that has telekinesis, I'm not. Everybody's mortal.
So who would you consider monotonological then?
Wait,
I don't understand
I
that
don't
question.
understand the view.
Hold on.
I don't
Wait,
understand.
Flencer.
That's
AR
not-
says monotonal logic, like all men are mortal. That is non-monotonal logic because
No,
for
not
all
not
we know, men
specifically
are
that.
mortal.
Wait,
No,
can,
no, no,
can
not
you
monotonal
spell
logic.
this word for me?
It's
Monotonal.
No, and
Tonal.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
that is not.
What?
Non-monotonal.
Monotonal?
It's non-monotone, bro.
Or non-monotonic? Like
It's not
monotonic
monotonic,
means
not
like the
monotonic.
same as or
You said monotonal, bro.
ascending
Yeah,
or
monotonic.
descending.
Non-monotonic logic.
JC then with that
It's
statement.
not
How
monotonic.
is
It's not
everybody?
Monotonic logic.
Yeah,
Okay.
non-monotonic logic. Yeah.
All men are if all men are regular people, then JC, how do you prove that JC was superhuman? Is that the concept that
No, we're not even talking like that right now.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is like if you're talking about like monotonic.
Yeah, I got you up.
Non-monotonic.
all men are mortal?
Okay,
right?
so like who would be like the prime example? I guess like is what I'm asking.
I don't even
Oh,
understand
like
the question.
the person that's credited for it. You talking about that or?
No. Like
There's no person that's non-monotonic, bro. I'm not understanding your question.
What?
He's saying who's the
I guess
person
that
that
was
would
my
example.
question.
That would be an
Like
example.
I didn't
So
know.
is there a God or what?
Yeah.
Well, that was my question. Like, I wasn't sure if there's like
Basically.
if there's a person that like defines like what you're talking about.
So look, personally, I
So
do
what, like
think there's a God, bro,
non-monotonic?
and the God lives in all of us, bro. Like there is a God, bro.
Shut up.
Damn.
We're in the middle of something. You just interrupted.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, no, I would. Okay, so I was trying to figure out like who, like, if you were to pick a person that was the definition of what you're talking about, like, who would it be?
Everybody.
Okay.
Like,
Oh, you
The
talking about?
definition of
Okay,
who?
not,
The
he
definition
wants,
of
he wants a
what?
per,
It's
he
not
wants, he
even
wants,
clear what
you
he's
want a
asking,
person?
AR.
Do you want a person that like talks about this? Is that what you want? Like a person that writes about it?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Huh?
I'm just asking like when you say this definition, like if like you have like a certain person in mind or like
The
Wait, what
definition is about all
definition of
people.
what? What
Oh,
What are we
definition?
talking about?
non-monopene.
For real? Is there a God or what?
Onomatopoeia.
Can I
Yeah.
try to explain it
No,
to you guys?
hold on, wait, hold on. Let me just figure this out. What definition are you talking about?
Well, I'm saying, okay, so who is the person that like fits the best description of like this definition that you're
Okay,
talking about?
okay. So just to make it clear,
Wait,
like I'm gonna
what?
give.
Wait, well, hold on, wait,
I'm gonna
wait,
give you.
wait. What No, hold on,
For
hold on. What
monotonic
definition?
versus non-monotonic logic.
Yeah.
And you're asking
So
What are you
which.
asking?
So
classical is
I'm
going to
just
be
trying to make.
monotonic.
I'm just trying to make sure the question makes sense. You're saying which person best fits the definition?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, is there a person that best fits like this like definition
It's
or
not a
like?
person. It doesn't.
But it's not a
You're not
property
defining
of a person.
Yeah. Hey, shut up.
Okay. That's
All right.
property
So
of
what we're
the
talking
logic.
about. I'm gonna try to explain. Like what we mean by non-monotonic logic. Right.
No, he's not
It's
gonna
it's just
understand.
it's just thing.
He's not gonna understand if he thinks it's a
I,
property
I'm
of a
gonna I'm gonna
person.
try.
He's not
I'm
gonna.
gonna.
No, well, he said he said
No, I'm gonna
Socrates
try.
earlier. So
Hold on. Let me just hold on. I'm gonna give you a better. I'm gonna give you a better. Right? Let's say we could, like for example, like we say like birds can fly, right? And then I say like for example, Tweety's a bird, right? Therefore, Tweety can fly, right? That is a sound and valid argument. But new information could be added. Like for example, there's a new premise which states that Tweety is a penguin. Okay, and then that's gonna make that you could do that non-monotonic logic. You could add new information into it, and then now that additional knowledge is gonna revise the conclusion, and the conclusion is gonna be that Tweety can fly.
Call it assuming.
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're assigning like
We're
non.
assuming if it's that if birds can fly, we're assuming if birds fly, we're assuming all birds fly until you see one that doesn't fly.
Yeah,
penguin?
exactly.
Wait,
Not in
no,
non-monotonic
guy,
logic.
I feel like this is too vague.
Conclusions are
Look, here,
tentative. That's what non-monotonic logic.
look. Here's what it is. It's like there's like a structural rule that says like if A entails B, then adding anything additional to A, it's still going to entail B. So in other words, if A entails B, then A and C will also entail B, and A and C and D will also entail B. And that's called
not true.
monotonicity. And a non-monotonic logic is a logic that just doesn't have that structural rule. Like I feel like you guys are just saying like stuff that's like
Okay,
vague.
but just because
Yeah,
something
that's
follows
basically what it is.
just
Yeah,
because something follows a structure doesn't mean it's like absolutely true.
That's such a good point. How
Wait,
can you
what is? I
respond to
don't
that,
understand.
Mason?
Why did this come up? Why are you saying any of this?
Oh, because I was
I'm
talking
just
to
saying, like you
I was talking to
can't say
Hakeem
like
about
No, I'm talking to him. No, I'm asking about him. Like, what is he doing? Like, what's his point?
well, I was trying to add like my initial question was like I'm trying to figure out like because he brought up Socrates earlier.
Oh, because I was using like we were seeing whether or not this was synthetic or analytical. When we say like all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal.
So
Is that synthetic or analytically true?
maybe okay. I apologize. Like maybe I went off topic, but like I thought you were assigning like Socrates to
No. Basically, what would you think? Is that synthetic or is that analytically true?
Like the
What's that?
statement all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal.
Yeah, is that
Yeah,
analytic? Is that analytically? Is that analytically
Yeah,
true?
it seems
I
I
absolutely
would
agree.
I would be inclined to say that it's analytic because it's like it's like once you because it's true in virtue of what you know
I mean,
it's
the
true in
meaning of the
virtue of
words.
like the meaning of like the logical constants and the meaning of like
Right. Well,
therefore
like
like the
so,
logical consequence symbols. So.
yeah, like so Socrates said like all I know
Wait,
is
but isn't that only the case?
all I know
Yeah,
is I
yeah.
know nothing, right?
Wait, sorry, were
Yeah.
you asking if hold on, were you asking if all men are mortal? You're asking if that's analytic or like the whole
Yeah. All
or
men are mortal. Yeah, specifically.
oh, I thought you were asking me if like if
The
like
formal
if it's
structure, yeah.
analytic that
No,
if it's analytic that if all men are mortal and
The first
Socrates is a
premise. The
man
first
that
premise of the
All men are
argument.
okay.
mortal would
The
be
Yeah,
first
the
premise
first
of the
premise is
argument.
definitely not analytic.
That's
Yeah,
synthetic, right?
yeah, it's
Yeah,
synthetic.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, Hatim. I told you it's fucking synthetic, bro.
AR, a good example would just be like all bachelors are unmarried. That's like the most.
That is analytically true.
Yeah.
That is analytically true.
And then a synthetic one would just be like a good synthetic
Socrates is a
example.
bachelor.
It's
That would
not
be
mortal.
his
Isn't a
Synthetic
definition of
compar
man? No, it's not, Hatim. Oh my God, Hatim is so confused.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
well
Look at
if
what
you
Hatim is saying.
define
Look at what Hatim is saying. How are you defining mortal as men? Like, how is that the
I
definition
mean
of man?
clearly
That's not.
clearly it's not an analytic truth of a man that like clearly like a man could be immortal. It's not like it's not how we
Yeah,
use the
it's
word.
logically
Hakeem,
possible.
bro. It's not. It's
Yeah,
synthetic because
this
you
is
have to access the world in order to like make it
exactly.
true.
It's synthetic. Exactly, yo. Oh my God, yo. You cannot define man as being mortal. No, you cannot.
Yeah, but all
Yo,
bachelors are
Well, hold on,
unmarried
you
is
could
analytic.
you could define the
that's
word that way, but it just wouldn't
idiosyncratic.
capture how we usually use it.
Exactly, it's
It would just be like a
idiosyncratic.
different concept at that point.
Yeah. You're
Like you
just
can
doing it.
define words however you want, but like I just meant like the ordinary way.
Yeah, like
Hakeem,
you
like you
could
can
say
define anything
I could say
anyway.
like, I could say the moon is made of cheese, and what I mean by cheese, I'm gonna define it as rocks. Then yeah, I'll be right in saying that the moon is made of cheese, but
If the
that's not.
moon were made of spare ribs, would you eat it?
Now I'm a vegan.
You could do that, Hatim, right? But then we're not making anything like
We're not interested in that, Hatim.
how is saying all men are mortal not begging the question?
Well, it's like an
What?
empirical discovery, right? It's
A
like
logical
how
conclusion.
would we? Well, we have. I mean, all of the men we've observed are
How is that begging the
mortal.
question?
We have
Hold
like
on,
good.
Mason. I'm trying to understand how Hatim is using begging the question.
I
Can you
don't
explain
know.
that shit to me? Do you think it's begging
Are
the
you
question
asking
if
me
I
or
say
asking
that all men are
Hatim?
immortal? Huh?
Well, it depends how you. I mean, generally, no. Like, if you defend that premise by saying something like, all men are mortal because all men are mortal, that would be begging the question. But like, presumably, you'd have like evidence for that. So I don't see how it'd be begging the question at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering how he's saying. Like, yeah,
Mortal wouldn't be man. If they are immortal, they're not man.
Here, like,
No,
I
that's
assume the
not.
argument would be
that's
like,
not.
we have all this knowledge of biology, and we know that these
You can have
organisms
human
don't live.
beings.
They have a certain average range of life. Also, we've never observed an immortal man. Also, like all this stuff would go into it, and then so it wouldn't be begging the question in any way. Like you'd have.
Hatim would say that's begging the question still
Well, I think he might be
I
saying
don't
something
understand what
like,
begging the question would mean then.
Yeah, but
because
Hatim,
he's
like
saying that
Hatim,
he's
listen,
saying that
analytic.
just because you see a certain pattern that doesn't mean
Yeah,
that it doesn't
he
case
might
that
be saying that at like a structural level,
because you haven't investigated all men.
deduction
He's
assumes what it sets out to
yeah,
be.
but
he's
I mean,
saying
it
that
doesn't
because you haven't
matter.
investigated all men. This is what Hatim is saying. This is what's frustrating me about Hatim right now because he's saying we haven't investigated all men to be mortal. That therefore there could be a man that's immortal that we
Hey,
haven't investigated.
let
And
me
therefore,
ask
it's
let me
Yeah,
begging the
ask
like
you
question.
okay,
this.
so
Let
maybe
me
he's
ask you
saying that
this.
like there
Do you
could.
think
Hold on,
Moses like
shut the
lived to be?
fuck up.
Bro, relax, bro. I'm trying to figure
What
this
is
out
wrong
right
with
now.
this guy?
Yo, okay, go ahead.
He could be saying like maybe there's a man somewhere in the universe that's like a lot like the life is like completely
Immortal.
different from the one we're aware of, and that man happens to be immortal. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, but like the odds of there being something like that seem pretty low. But I mean,
Check this out.
so
Here's
I
the
Yeah,
would
but
say
like
it's
argument.
he
probably
doesn't realize
true.
when we say facts. But he doesn't realize when we say facts, right? Like we're not trying to do like 100% certainty case, right? Even in deduction. That's what I'm trying to tell him. He said deduction is 100% the case, and I'm like, no, that's not always the case.
I'm so confused at what's the argument here. What is the team saying? Is he just saying like
Hatim
analytic?
is saying that by deduction you could get to 100% certainty. That
That's
the
just
premise
not true,
Seems
bro.
like
Wait, how?
it just seems like whatever, if there's anything that's the man, we're gonna have good reason to think that like they're made up of atoms, like at least their body is, and so the entropy in their body is going to increase over time, and so it just seems really implausible that there's like an immortal man given our understanding of the universe. You know, if there's like some supernatural thing, like I don't know, maybe, but like
Can I say?
Yeah, so Slurm's gonna clarify. What I'm
Yeah,
saying
sounds
though,
better
right?
for me.
But Mason, right? Like, it doesn't have to be the case that that deduction is gonna lead to 100% certainty.
Thank you, Slimes.
well, no, I mean, you can have, I mean, it's not like we're 100% certain. You can have like a deductive argument where you're not like certain in any one of the premises.
Yes,
And
that's
you
what I'm
can
trying
have
to
an
tell you.
argument where
Exactly.
like you have like inductive support for one of the premises.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. And I was telling that to that team, but I need her team to come up so that we could get this right.
I mean, just saying that you can use deduction to come to like any truth would just mean
Now,
that anything you could think that anything that's logically possible would be the case, which I don't know.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you never disputed that. Hatim, you did dispute, and then also we say like we also were talking about whether or not abduction is a subcategory of induction. Is that the case? I never looked at a subcategory.
You say you're going to work.
I guess like
I
it
don't know if
depends.
it's a
I think
subcategory.
I would say I would say it is, but like
Mhm.
I guess it depends how you
Yeah, that's
want
what I
to
was telling
define
you
induction.
yesterday.
You were saying that
If
it
you
is
want
a
to define
subcategory.
induction, and yeah, I mean I would say so, but if you want to define induction differently where it's not, I don't really care. It just seems like a cement, like it's not really all that interesting. But
Yeah,
it
yeah,
seems
I
like
was
under
telling you
how
that
I want to use
yesterday.
the word induction, it would be.
I'm just saying, like for me, like when we're talking about abduction, like I think of like the inference to the best explanation. But all right.
Yeah, but I mean, so yesterday I think you were saying, what were you saying? You were speaking about how like in like determinism was the inference to the best explanation, right? But then you were using induction to justify it being the best explanation.
I was using abduction.
Yeah. But like, you can't just say something's the best explanation, right? But you're using some other form of reasoning to come to that conclusion. You
I was
understand?
not. What are you talking about? Like for
What,
example,
so like,
for example, if I say hold on. So if I say, for example, that what were we talking about yesterday? Oh, something could come from something, or I forget what the hell it was, man. I remember that
Nothing
being
can
the
come
case.
from
But
something.
I don't even. But that also has to be parsed out because when you say something could come from something, what do you mean by that? Like, do you mean that something that didn't exist?
I don't even remember that. I'm just talking about
Oh,
determinism.
Hatim was going live on your panel.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what it was like for me, like if I have a bag and I keep pulling out a blue marble out of a bag and I pulled out
No,
a
he
thousand
said blue ball.
That'd be
blue ball,
induction.
blue marble, whatever. If I keep pulling out a blue marble out of a bag and I pulled out 1,000 blue marbles out of this bag and I've never pulled out a red one, right? I don't have any reason to believe that the next one that I'm gonna pull is gonna be red.
Right?
Yeah,
Is that inductive? Is that
Yeah.
inductive or abductive?
yeah. The
It's
problem with
induction.
induction.
That's
That's
induction,
induction,
bro.
right? That's
Hatim,
induction. Now,
Yeah, but if you want to argue like why that's the case, right, you could appeal to some form of abduction, right? Like
right.
usually
Yeah, but they go
abduction
hand in
goes
hand. I don't
from
know how
observing,
you.
well, it goes from like observing some effect to like positing a cause, right? That's usually what abduction is used. And induction is more like
Yeah, for sure.
finding a
For sure.
pattern.
Yeah. With abduction is like finding the explanation for what it is that's
Right.
occurring.
Can
Yeah,
I
yeah. For
can I
sure.
respond to Hatim in the chat real quick?
Go ahead.
Hatim, you're talking about like the structure of it. So like yeah, obviously, if we accept, and I was gonna, Mason pretty much said this like a minute before I came up. I don't know if you caught it. Like obviously, if we accept the premises as true, then it's gonna be necessarily true, whatever you conclude. But that doesn't mean just
That you're
because
certain.
like
Well, no,
it
no,
boils
well,
down.
no.
No, I was just gonna say it boils down to whether or not we accept the premises. Like it doesn't. which is still going to rely on, how we demonstrate those being true. To just, I'm trying to make Hatim understand that just because something is in a deductive,
It's weird because you're saying like the next ball is probably going to be blue, right? But you're also, it's weird to then say, I'm certain that the next ball is probably going to be blue.
Yeah, that's
Right.
induction.
It's hold on. It's not like if the premises are true, then the conclusion is necessarily true, but it's necessarily the case that if the premises are true, then the conclusion is true.
okay, I misspoke there. What I'm trying to say to Hatim is it isn't, they're not, because he's implying that a deductive syllogism is necessarily going to be objectively true, which is what we're trying to explain.
I don't
Yeah,
even
Hatim. So like, listen, like some deductive syllogism could just be true in virtue of the words being used. It could be true. Like, I guess that's what you guys were saying in the beginning, right? That's why you guys are making
There's
like
a bunch of
a synthetic and
this discussion is so vague. What does deductive syllogism being true? Like, what are we even doing?
I don't know. I think he's just saying. I don't know if he's saying that like if you make a deductive syllogism and it's complete and sound, then the inference is true no matter what it is you're saying.
But what do you mean inference is true? What does that even mean?
As to say like, well, like if the premises are valid and the the structure is valid.
Premises are valid.
Like the premises are true. Premises are true.
Okay.
Like premise 1, premise 2,
Yeah,
premise
premise P1, P2,
I
they're
just don't
both
understand
true.
what the dispute. Like, I understand how this is like. What's the interesting dispute going on here? That's what I'm trying to fill.
I was trying to help clarify for Hatim. I don't know what I could say to make it interesting to you. I was just trying to help
Yeah, but
him.
what are you
use that now.
disagreeing? Or like, what are you disagreeing on?
I'm not disagreeing with anything. I'm trying to help make Hatim understand from what he's been saying in chat.
Yeah, Hatim's trying to understand how he lost to a street preacher yesterday.
And Hatim, didn't you say you were going to work?
Oh, AR thinks hard well, by hard determinism, do we mean I take hard determinism to be the view that determinism is true and we have no free will? Is that what we mean by hard
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about determinism being true. I think we have free will, so I don't know.
But not, it depends how you define free will.
No.
Well, yeah, I mean, because like obviously I'm not using some weird supernatural idea of free will.
Here we go again.
Okay.
AR, you said you're a Baptist?
AR's a Baptist?
Well, that was
What I heard.
Eastern Baptist, Eastern.
Yeah,
Eastern.
I always thought you were atheist or something.
First Eastern Baptist.
I feel like most of the time I come on here, the big things like atheist, like it's mostly,
Wait,
He's
AR
kidding.
is not an atheist? What?
No, he's an
No.
Eastern Baptist, Evan. You didn't know
You
that?
guys don't know what an Eastern Baptist is?
I do.
I don't know.
Yeah, I do.
No, what is that, like a porn star?
No,
That's
no.
not a thing, guys. It's only Southern Baptists. No such thing as
Damn it, ER, you should have kept the joke going.
Oh my god, yo.
They brought on, dude. They brought on some Italian guy. Like, never mind.
We.
No, I'm sorry.
Or is it a kid?
I thought you were Northeastern Baptist.
Have you ever spoke to Lucian?
Oh, that guy's like highly regarded in the community, right?
Lucian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How though?
Right.
I don't think he means
Are y'all
regarded.
being sarcastic?
I'm not being sarcastic.
I think
So,
we're
like, just take
confusing
the
two
word.
people.
Yeah, I
like
think
instead
you
of
have
saying
to
foreign.
bro. I don't know, because if it's the guy I was talking to yesterday, there's no.
Listen. Take the word regarded and replace G with T.
Oh, okay. Think. I was about to be like, there's no fucking way this guy is like respected, because I was.
Oh,
Pretty
Oh, you're
retarded.
asking AR. Okay, so Hatim wants you to justify
then
that
I
hard
just woke
determinism
up
is
from a
true.
nap.
Hard determinism is true.
Good
Wait,
morning.
It's not a
AR to-
justification.
Yeah, thanks for that, man. Hey, justify that God exists. Oh, well, God does
Oh,
exist.
God does exist.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
Sir,
So
why are you so
I guess
black?
like with hard determinism, it's gonna be like, okay, so if the claim is like determinism is true and there's no free will, if we like, you might have a definition of free will where I'll agree that there's no free will, but then the determinism part's
Yes.
gonna be.
I agree with that.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. I define free will as making a choice free from antecedent causes.
But how
Okay,
do you
well,
do
clearly
that?
there's no free will in that sense.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But why would you define free will that way? That's just so lame.
Well, that's
Well,
how
that's
most
how I define free
Christians
will.
define it.
Like, I don't see how it's free will.
Yeah.
I don't see how you could define free will any other way.
You could just say free will is like acting according to your desires or some shit.
Yes, that's literally what I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you can
but
act according
theists
to your
don't.
desires.
Wait,
and
that's
still
what you
be
mean?
no,
No,
sir.
no.
They are.
Sorry. No. Antecedent causes, not
Yeah. That's so you can act
your
according
desire.
to
Your
your
desire
desires.
is gonna be like a result of either antecedent causes or
Like,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say your understanding of free will seems like my understanding of it would be like this would be incompatible free will if like you make a decision because like your home there was like water damage from your home in a storm and like you make a decision to repair it like that because there's like antecedent
Antecedent
causal
condition,
influence,
yeah.
it wouldn't be a free decision. Like would that follow from your counter?
That wouldn't be free will, right? Like you're responding to something that's literally
Okay.
that's an antecedent cause. So
Yeah,
therefore,
so we can agree that there's no free will then I think, but then what about the determinism part?
say it again.
Agree there's no free will, but then what about the determinism part?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say like it's either the case that if we have free will or if we don't have free will, then we only have determinism, right?
So
No, you could still have.
You're saying if we have
I'm saying
no
if free will is false, then determinism is true, right?
Well, no, okay. Wait, do you just define determinism as the view that there's no free will, or?
Yes.
Oh, but that's not.
You
but
could
that's
also
not-
define it as
okay. So
you could
then
also
this might
define
be
it
the
as
source
having
of.
choices, making choices because of antecedent causes.
Yeah,
right?
but they are like free
Okay,
If
will
you're
might
making
be the
choices
source
based
of
on
the
antecedent
determinism have
causes,
nothing to do with each other, dude.
It's that the
determinism is
antecedent
making choices
causes
based on antecedent causes.
determine.
Well, real quick, this might be the issue then, because like that's not what Hatim doesn't think. Well, Hatim's saying that's not what you said earlier, but whether that is true or not, like that's.
Yes, it is. I did say that making
They are,
choices
but
based on
determinism,
antecedent.
free will is not entailed in determinism at all. There's no like, it's just like a
Okay,
certain.
hold on,
it's
just
plain and
No.
simple.
Oh my god.
Okay, so then all you're saying is like, so when you say, so by determinism, you just mean there's no free will, but then, yeah, so then I agree with what you're saying then, because I don't think there's free will under that definition.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
I
just. It
think
just. I'm
Hatim
just saying.
sees it differently, because it seems like
He
Hatim is
probably.
thinking of determinism as like the metaphysical hypothesis that like the present is sufficiently and fully explained by the past in such a way where if you hold fixed the facts about the past, there's only one possible future or something.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question real quick for AR.
That's hot.
Go ahead.
God, shut up.
Did you take the video
I take the video. Of what?
of Hatim?
Oh yeah. I have it. I should upload it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do
That
that.
team was too aggressive.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I kind of want to hear
I know, I was
hear
there. I
Hatim
was
talk
like,
about this because
I
it
was
seems
like,
like
yeah,
Hatim is
I'm
kind
with
of it seems like Hatim is objecting to the way you're characterizing discussion.
He was talking about like this idea that that was the trichotomy thing was about something coming from something coming from nothing, or something always existing. That was that.
I
Hatim.
was
That had
making
nothing to do with
I was like,
determinism.
okay, I'm out. Goodbye. I love y'all.
Oh, thank God. Anyway, like I can't.
Hatim, that was another argument that we were having. Hatim, that has nothing to do with the determinism stuff.
I can't really say anything because I wasn't there, but like, if by determinism we just mean no free will under that definition, I don't disagree with that. But of course, that's not what I usually mean by free will. But under that definition, fine, you know.
Once you watch the video, you'll find out.
Yeah, that's how I cash out free will. Like I don't.
That's lame.
But it's not lame, right? Like it's
It is.
how
I
do
mean,
you cash out? How do you cash out free will?
I just say free will is acting according to your desires. Okay, and then you have some agency in choosing which desire you follow.
Yeah,
Even
but like,
if that.
are we not going to consider the fact that you have antecedent causes?
Wait,
Yes,
what do you
bro,
mean
but
you have some
that's just
agency?
true. Like there's
Yeah,
nothing.
exactly. And you can control his antecedent causes, right?
Can I try to
Okay.
share a crazy conspiracy theory?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said your name says Sphere, so I'm
It's
considering you a flat earther.
yo.
bot.
What if Hitler never
You can't say
I
that.
would just say like I would just say it seems like that notion of free will is going to fail to. It's almost going to be like talking past a lot of, probably the majority of people. I would think.
Dingo.
This is
Like I would
probably
say
why.
most people would,
Who's trying to get cooked?
because like most
I'm
people
worried
don't really
it's
think that.
Dingo.
Sorry, Evan.
No, most people don't really think what?
in that situation. In that situation where like the storm damages my house to some degree, most people don't think like your decisions in response to that are going to be like non-free for that reason. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with it. I agree with them.
Yeah, like when you're thinking of like this idea of choice, right? And you're considering the factors in that choice. Those factors aren't your choice, right? Like I don't see how you get past that.
I mean, yeah, what you're
Like
saying
on
is
the
true. I
topic
sound like
of
Whitney.
notion of freedom,
Huh?
I think it's not really like, so there are going to be things that are outside of your control that like influence your decisions, but I think people don't really care. So I think on the ordinary notion, you don't need to be control of everything that led to your decision to be free, right? It's like, there's a sense in which you can be in control of your decision, and you don't need to be in control of the factors that led to it to be in control of the
Just like
decision.
Frankfurt cases.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of get what Whit was saying now, where it's like the things. I feel like, look, listen. So if I take the notion of free will that I took, right, but what you're saying is just truly true in the sense that, like, yeah, of course, everything would have some antecedent cause, but I mean,
Yeah, but does it determine the choice?
yeah, but that's why I'm a compatibilist. I just think that you can have free will under some deterministic worldview.
That's
You're an atheist.
incompatibilism.
Is he not an
No,
atheist?
no. Incompatibilism is saying that you can't have free will. I'm
Exactly.
a compatible. Yeah, I'm a
Exactly.
compatibilist.
Yeah, but how are you defining a free will choice? You're just saying
It's just
acting in
according. It's
accordance
just
with.
like acting according to your desires, even if your desires are just the sum of some antecedent cause.
Uh-huh. And those desires are going to entail your choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, I mean, there's like I have to
I don't get how that's wait.
read
Hold
more
on.
up on it because I've seen some way of dishing out like free choice by like saying that, oh well, every time you make a choice, you make like you make a cognitive decision to like see your desires, see which one you want to pick which one you want to follow. But then it's like it's get into case of the fact that your desire to choose the specific desire you want is also just the sum of antecedent causes. So it's like inescapable. But
So then, how are you getting to? I don't see how you're getting to choice that's free.
yeah, I'm not talking about choice. I'm talking about free will, though.
No, I'm saying a free choice.
I'd probably agree that doesn't exist.
But by free choice, do you mean like some
The
alternate
ability to choose
possibility?
No, what I'm saying is like when we're talking about free choice, we're talking about something that's like that doesn't have that restraint from like the antecedent factors, right?
Wait, is this guy atheist? Because I'm reading this thing
Yeah, I
and
know.
it's like there doesn't exist G. Or Mr. G is God.
Yeah, he's an atheist.
Dingo, you
Oh.
you've spoken to me, but I'm just gonna let you guess who I am.
We've spoken before?
Yes.
It's
On
like
Discord or TikTok?
look if
On Discord, on TikTok.
Oh fuck, so we're like familiar.
I just changed my name.
Shit, oh, we're fucking mutuals.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Fuck are you? No, we're not mutuals. We're not mutuals. Am I-
Oh, you're not? Wait, hold on. Unless we become mutuals.
We become mutuals, but I'm also
Dingo
a
just wants to
compatibilist.
attack someone.
No, I actually agree with him. I'm a compatibilist too.
Yeah. What's your notion of free will, though, Dingo? Like, how do you define it?
Well, it's the capacity to choose, just like literally just the capacity to choose. That's why I wouldn't just say the capacity to act upon desire, because that would like you get like reductio it with like a kidnapped individual has a desire to do something but they can't act on it. I'd say just the capacity to choose between things.
Yeah, but again, like the capacity
Dingo,
to
do you believe in
choose-
free will?
I do. Yeah, I believe the individuals have free will. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm a compatibilist, just like there doesn't exist God.
Why is everybody a compatibilist? I don't get it.
Because honestly, listen, I'm gonna be real. Look, listen. I think everyone's sort of agnostic on it, but like compatibilism just works, right? Because it's like to make it the case that free will doesn't exist would just be odd. But I don't know.
Why is it odd?
The reason I think most philosophers are compatible, or at least like compatibilism is the most popular view, is because I think the arguments for incompatibilism are just really, really bad, right? So the idea is that like, so here's the idea. Here's how you reason, right? Most people will start off saying like there's like some sense of free will, and once you're already like pretty confident in there being free will, you'll realize that the arguments for incompatibilism are horrible. So like, at best, the best arguments that are against free will, they're like arguments against free will as a whole, and that they don't uniquely target incompatibilism or compatibilism, right? So those are I think like are the best arguments. But and then any argument you see that's like strictly speaking against compatibilism, it turns out to not be very good. So like there are examples like the consequence argument, right? Or the basic argument, the basic argument is just against free will generally. I shouldn't even add that. I think the most popular is the consequence argument. The most kind of popular incompatibilist sort of argument. And I think that's a pretty bad argument. It's made by a guy. It's made by a guy named Indwagen, and the idea is basically supposed to be that so if determinism were true, then the antecedent conditions and the laws of nature would provide like a explanation for whatever events are sort of whatever events are follow from your actions or whatnot, and so that to be responsible.
I don't agree with that.
So to be responsible for whatever happens as a result of your actions, you would have been responsible for either the antecedent conditions or the laws of nature, and you wouldn't. You arguably couldn't have been responsible for either.
That does seem like a very poor argument. Oh Lord. I'll have to search it up to get like a real gist of it, but that seems like a very poorly formulated argument.
Jingo, are you actually listening?
And AR, the way you argue.
It's in the what, sorry?
For compatibilism, I think.
ICP, okay.
Yeah, but AR, the way you argue for like incompatibilism and determinism, you like entail. It's like you are begging the question. I agree with the team yesterday. You just sort of like when we ask you what makes it the case, you're like, well, it makes it the case that it is the case. That's what you say, basically. I don't know if he's here anymore, but that's like all you were saying yesterday.
I just think for free will to be the case, at least under my definition, like it has to be entailed, the individual can be held responsible for their action.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to be hard determinist, because I feel like it would fuck with moral agency and responsibility and all these things that I think are important. But
I don't really think that's true. Like I think like because I kind of have a conception of, well, not real. It's sort of my view. I don't really buy into desert as strongly as a lot of people do. So like my conception of like justice is kind of like rehabilitative anyway. And if hard determinism were true, it's not like it'd really change much about like if there were no free will, I don't think my conception of justice and my justification for punishment would really change all that much. So
that's fair, I guess. I mean, I think that makes sense. That's all.
The question is just going to be like, if some individual is like predisposed to act in a certain manner, how do you hold them? You can punish them for what they've done, but how do you hold them responsible for their crime? At least in like some volitional sense. How do we say they act on their own agency there to choose otherwise?
That's what he was explaining.
Like, that's what I'm kind of lost there.
Yeah, I mean, well, when I punish somebody,
yes,
the purpose of punishing that person is there are several reasons for doing it. One, it's because it produces good optimal consequences to have social rules that have those consequences generally. Two, it also is there's a rehabilitation concern for the individual, right? And if it turned out that it actually didn't produce good consequences, if it turned out that like punishing people made everything worse, then it wouldn't even be a good idea to punish people anymore, whether there's free will or not. It just wouldn't matter.
Interesting.
Having prison made everything worse, then why would you have prison anymore? Because at that point, just like let everyone do whatever.
Well, wouldn't you argue prisons do make it worse because the
prisons,
readmittance is like 50+%?
I think
Yeah, that's what he was
prisons,
saying.
no, prisons compared to the hypothetical where, like currently, our current prison system now, although it's like horrible, as Aladdin Dennett, the late great, says, but like compared to the hypothetical world where we don't have any alternative, I think the hypothetical world would be much worse compared to like the current situation. But I think there's still a better situation than the current situation.
Yeah, that makes sense. But Kildima, you'd agree that like some like rehabilitative punishment was a lot better than the the capital punishment we have now, where it's like you just suffer. They don't even try to rehabilitate you, and that's what causes like that's the fact that's the reason criminals constantly fall back into crime when they're not really being rehabilitated; they're just being punished.
Was that for me?
It's like,
Because I agree.
Yeah, for you.
I don't think that like a lot of people, the other kind of view here is like the justification for punitive action is on the basis of revenge. So this is the idea that there are certain people who are genuinely deserving of bad things being happened to them. No, like it's like a deontic thing. There's no consequential consideration. No, just some people deserve bad things to happen to them for what they've done. I find that to be like a
I'd
pretty
agree with that
plausible view.
I'd agree with that statement.
You said a plausible view or implausible?
I said
Probable.
implausible.
Probable.
I said implausible.
Did you agree with it or not? I have to say implausible. I'd agree with the statement that some people just don't deserve.
Yeah, I mean, I think it gets. Listen, I think no matter what your moral framework is, it just gets to a point, bro, where it's like, you know what?
Meat eaters. No, okay.
That's just. I mean, I guess that's just
Like
fine.
when you're kind of like a consequentialist like me, although I'm not fully a consequentialist, but like a lot of my values are oriented that way. When you kind of adopt that position, it kind of seems like the desert view, like the view that like some people are just deserving of bad things happening to them. It just doesn't really make sense anymore. Like even if people do moral things that are morally wrong, right? If punishing them doesn't actually change their behavior in any way, right? Then it becomes strange to say, like it becomes weird. What would ground that deservingness of bad things to happen? It just doesn't. It seems really, kind of strange to me.
Yeah, but you would agree that like limiting their access to society may be better by the the consequence of them not being able to harm
limiting
people.
their access to
Yeah, I already said it's gonna. I already said it produces. I already said it produces good consequences. But if it didn't, then I wouldn't. I wouldn't see any good reason to punish them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that we should have rehabilitative, prison systems. But I guess like the thing is, we live in a plural society, like a secular, like pluralist society. At least if you live in the United States. So I mean, it's never gonna be like a general agreement. But there will be a point where people won't want to rehabilitate somebody; they'll just want to kill them, or just make.
I'm gonna drop down so her team can come up.
Oh Lord, we're about to start arguing about indeterminism and determinism. No.
I was just gonna say, there's like probably not a worse day to try.
Mason, come back. I wanted to talk with you.
I'm so tired. I'm not.
Wait, we should talk about how you lost to Street Preacher at the end.
Exactly.
I was.
But hold on.
He
Just to be
bent you
clear,
over and gave you rhetorical backshots, bro.
I left as soon as you were yelling, and I was like,
You're
were
rhetorically
you serious,
outpaced.
Winston, when you were saying I was being too emotional?
I think you came out of the gate hot.
I was nervous.
Yeah,
I think I was high
Yeah.
on
very,
emotions for sure.
very, very warm.
It
And
made
to
it.
have that charm, bro, because then he's gonna think all atheists are like, out here
I think
fucking
I
like-
should have. I think I should have. You're right, but for me, when somebody's so dishonest, it really boils me, bro. It's
Yeah, but like, listen, we're in this space. We constantly hear arguments. We know how to ditch out good arguments, bad arguments. But like, some people are just like, especially street preachers. It's not like they fucking
Yeah.
you know. It's
Honestly,
making shit
I
up.
was just shocked.
You got to be
with the
gentle
dishonesty.
with them.
Well, Hatim,
I
what was the
was
topic?
genuinely just shocked at how dishonest he
What
was.
was the topic?
Why? Why were you shocked?
I
You
mean,
should
he
have
was worse
expected
than
that.
damn near every atheist. I mean, every atheist on this app.
What
Wait,
was the
Hatim, where
topic?
did you grow up?
What the
Hatim,
fuck
Where
where
did
did
I
you
are
grow
grow
up?
up?
I grew up in San Francisco.
That's
I'm so
why, because
lost.
you live in California, bro. I live in listen, I live in the Bible Belt, right? So like it's swayed the other way. The only arguments I ever hear from theists are bad. Like it's not like that's the norm. Like if you go out in real life, that is the norm. They use silly arguments. They say, "Look at the trees." They say, "How did anything come from nothing?" Like they say bullshit like that. That's the way they preach. That's the way they like spread the word, bro.
Hatim, what topic did you lose on? I'm lost.
All
I
of
didn't
them.
lose, bro. He's joking.
No, I reckon I trust Clancy.
I think
No,
the
he really didn't lose. He
I,
just got very passionate.
yeah, I think if you just the layperson looking at it would have an emotional reaction to like
You guys
not
weren't seeing
agree
everybody.
with your arguments.
There was a lot of people that was
What the
like,
fuck was the topic? Why is no
there was
one
a lot
answering?
of people that was looking at it and
He
seeing,
just
and
bulldogged up onto this poor little street preacher.
no, there was a lot of people
What was the
looking.
prompt?
here's
There was a
what
lot of people looking at me,
Hatim, what were
and they
you
were,
debating about?
bro, it's a street preacher. Can you just guess?
Fuck if I know. I don't talk to street preachers. It's the last
It
person
was
I wanna
about
engage.
he asked him
Does God
what's the
exist,
reason to
bro?
believe that God
Oh,
exists.
so like the most just baseline
Yes.
statement. Oh,
Not the
And
pro-
he's
I could have ran the problem of evil, but I don't think he would. That would.
ask him to name the trait. No, I'm kidding.
Hatim, if it makes you feel better, I won against the street preacher. Tried. And I was like, oh, doesn't it say in the Bible to love each other as you want to be loved? The man actually slammed his Bible on the ground.
Hatim, what's Hatim? Flancer, good looking dude.
Why am I so big?
I don't know.
We need to put
Hey,
Dingo up there.
yo.
Hold on.
I think
see me on cam. I wanted to get a good look.
you eat too
Oh,
much.
There we go.
Oh,
Now we're
fuck
gonna get.
off!
Hey.
Log off.
I don't know what we're doing that. I don't know
I
what we're doing that.
I can't have three people up there. I definitely put you up there, Mina, but I can't have three people up there at the same time.
Dingo, kiss to your left.
Mwah.
Well, you need more tongue, guys.
Clipped. Gang confirmed. Send this to your wife, Spencer.
She made me gay.
Oh god.
What a handsome fella.
If it makes you feel better, I've never been considered a man in my life, so you don't think you're okay.
Dingo,
That
please
actually
be
makes
my
Spencer
wife.
worse.
Is that Billie Eilish in the background?
It is.
Oh.
I will work 3 jobs for you to give you the life you deserve.
Can you get
Anyways,
me off
yeah,
big
so
screen? I'm not fucking with this.
I wanted to yesterday, right? If Fletcher,
Let's
you
go,
were there
Mina.
listening to AR.
Yeah, to some of it. Some of it.
No,
Oh,
no,
to
to
AR?
AR. Were you there for AR's part?
What part?
Look, I got AR to define hard determinism as if when you have a state of affairs that there's one possible next state of affairs that is necessary and is true in all possible worlds.
Yeah.
And I said that indeterminism would be that if you have a state of affairs, there isn't one possible next state of affairs. And
Okay.
there could be a range and they would be different amongst all possible worlds.
Yeah, yeah.
So under that view, it's not the case that he would be a hard determinist or justified in being a hard determinist. Because he just changed it up just now when he said, oh, hard determinism is just the view that, the opposite of free will or something.
Well, if he accepts the second view, then he wouldn't be a hard determinist. The one where there's multiple possible next states of the universe.
No, I'm saying under those definitions, he's not justified in being a hard determinist. He hasn't accepted either, because I haven't accepted either. I'm agnostic to it.
Well, I mean, he could appeal to some like hidden variable.
We got someone new.
Well, when you say he could apply, he could appeal to it, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, that would be the justification. You say like there's some solution to like Bell's inequality or whatever that explains non-locality. And that would be his justification.
Yeah, but
Right?
when we
There's some
say
hidden variable that like it's just an epistemic question for us. Like we just don't know which one will be next, but there is one that will be next. We
I
just
know,
don't
but
have access to that variable.
that would should be begging a question.
Well, I think that would just be his view.
I know it could be his view, but it would be his view that would be begging a question, no?
That team, we have
Well,
someone.
but there are like valid hidden variable views in physics.
We have someone new.
I
I
don't know.
mean,
Maybe Dingo knows more about it than I do.
You aren't Azrael for all that. I study cosmology.
But Flincher, isn't it underdetermined?
Just Daniel.
Isn't it underdetermined whether or not there is a hidden variable?
It's not underdetermined. The hidden variable hypothesis is long gone.
You know what I mean, Flincher? Like, it could be the case there is no hidden variable and then there is indeterminism, or that there is a hidden variable and then there is
Google the aspect.
I'm saying it's
experiment.
underdetermined, so why pick one over the other?
Google the aspect experiment.
Yeah, you're saying it's not responsible to pick one in the absence of compelling evidence.
Yeah.
Right. Sure, I'm fine with that.
Which is why I think he's unjustified. Just like saying that.
I mean,
the
I think we
universe
actually
had a
have
beginning
more
versus
reason
the
to
universe didn't
believe
have a
that
beginning.
I think we have more reason to believe that there isn't a hidden variable.
True.
The only
Does that
one.
mean, wait. Is
Way
that
more
saying
evidence.
that the view is more leaning towards indeterminism?
I think there are indeterministic features of the universe, yeah.
Okay, then.
I think we're justified in believing that, yeah.
Wait, to clarify,
Like
following
which-
Bell's inequality
Like
doesn't entail indeterminism. I gotta clarify that much.
Indeterminism means like from a set of affairs, there isn't one necessary next state of affairs. That there's a varying state of affairs that could come from one set.
Well, that's probably not what indeterminism means, but
I
there's a
was
bunch of ways
thinking
you could
it's
spell it
been
out in the philosophical literature, but it's not one
Say
of them.
that again.
There's a lot of ways you could spell out indeterminism in the literature. You could have a thesis about powers. You could have a thesis about probabilistic laws. You could have a bunch of these theses. I'm not familiar with that one.
Probabilistic laws is just what I explained in different words, bro.
Well, you could think that with this for determinism, right? You really want to think what all that matters in regards to determining future state of events are just going to be whatever the laws are currently in conjunction with some past proposition pertaining to the state of the universe at some given point. So you could say, well, look, if our laws were to magically change, given the past is the same, then like some new outcome will occur. Well, that's consistent under determinism as well.
That's no okay. Well, maybe I didn't understand what you
Okay.
meant by probabilistic laws. Probabilistic laws, what I meant when I said it, at least, is that there is a law which of the universe. It's a feature of the universe in the way it works, that there is a random occurrence going on rather than a
Well,
necessary.
but
You
if
don't
it's
think- you don't think
probabilistic, it's
probabilistic
not
laws,
random.
Probabilistic laws don't entail randomness.
Right.
You
By
could have
probabil-
probabilistic laws without there being randomness.
Yeah, well, that's
And
why.
so
I
you
said-
wanna-
This is
you
why I
wanna
said the way I
include-
used it, and what I mean by in probabilistically, for example, let's say you have 4 options, and each of those 4 options have a 25% chance
Sure.
of occurring. So it's probabilistic and random in that sense of which option occurs.
Yeah. But that's not a necessary condition for indeterminism, nor is that a necessary condition
I'm
for
not
probabilistic.
saying it's necessary. No, I don't think any definition is necessary.
Well, presumably all definitions just are going to capture necessary and sufficient conditions for something. So in
No,
all
What I'm
respects,
saying
all
is
definitions
obviously
are
you
going
could
to
just define
be necessary
indeterminism differently.
What about a woman?
Sure, I'm just saying that you could define it that way. I'm just saying that's not how the literature typically defines it.
Okay, that's fine.
Matt Walsh, that's something.
How does it? How is the literature define it differently? What is the
Hudson, but
difference?
can I say
It
goodbye?
doesn't mention
before we
anything about
keep going?
randomness. That's
Daniel,
for sure.
Hudson, can I say goodbye?
Go.
Because I have to go.
No!
You just
So
got
Storm-
here.
Dingo, no.
Storm, so I want to clarify. I don't think you're gonna
love-
hold your. I don't think you're gonna hold your rules to the T of them. Or
Oh,
their end.
ignore those rules.
I'm gonna say Sky Daddy right now. I'm not getting banned. No one's gonna
I just
ban
saw the background.
me. Bro, I actually had to fucking. I cannot read. But all I see is the word Sky Daddy equals
Yeah,
something banned.
Instant.
But yeah.
Wait, Slurms, I saw a Darman video today with a racist white guy that sounded like you. I tagged you in the video.
Oh, you learned about my acting gig.
Yeah,
It's
no,
fucking
it's
whiteface.
actually you. He was yelling at a black man for saying that black man's going to leave his future child that he
Well-
had with his daughter.
I
am
love you guys.
always yelling
I'm outta
at
here.
black men, so it might have been me.
Love you, Dingo. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye, Dingo.
So,
Dingo
what's the
Bye,
lore
Dingo.
behind the street preacher?
Our viewership's gonna drop by like 30 now that Dingo left.
Yes, he's a twink.
Twink.
Slurms, you're a twink. Get on camera.
I'm not. I'm no longer. I'm Twink Death. I'm a demonstration of that.
Oh.
You're twink.
Where's Danny?
You're what Cason's gonna become in the next.
I'm
few
too
months.
old to be a twink.
Wait, Daniel. So can you explain how the literature defines indeterminism? Are you saying in the literature, indeterminism isn't the opposite of determinism?
I don't even believe by the opposite of determinism.
Are we staying
Like
on
they're
the same
incompatible.
page?
Yeah, that's true. If determinism is true, indeterminism is false, and if indeterminism is true, determinism is false.
Okay. Okay, cool. So in the way that I explained it and you heard, how does the literature vary?
You don't have to be committed. If I'm understanding you right, you don't have to be committed to such a strong thesis of like, well, indeterminism is just the view that like certain things, like causes, or there can't be any causes that necessitate their effect.
What is that, bro? That's my
That's,
last. That's like one of my
That's
latest
Slurm's
videos.
POV.
It's one of my. It's one of my favorite reaction images.
What expression is that? What reaction is that?
It's very
It's
very,
right before.
portable. I
Was
feel.
was the photo taken when the person was on their knees?
What me and Hatim do is our business, and no one else's. Thank you.
Me next. Me next.
So go ahead, Daniel.
Sorry, this is stupid. Indeterminism, the way that I understood you were expressing it was just that causes don't necessitate their effects. But you could hold a view in where, yes, some causes will do that, but as long as you have certain causes to which don't necessitate their effects. And so, in other words, certain causes
there's at least
which
one.
aren't sufficient for, so
you're
some you have
saying,
some
yes.
effect and or you have some type of cause, and that cause isn't sufficient for what's it called, some preceding effect or something, right? And that's sufficient,
I see
right?
what
It
you're
doesn't
saying.
necessitate the effect. Then what you have is a case of indeterminism.
Well, it seems like what you're saying is some things are determined, some things aren't, and that's what indeterminism is.
Thank you.
All things could be indetermined, but as long as at least one thing is, then yeah, you have a case of indeterminism. Because the bigger way you could construe determinism is just that the universe or a description of the universe at some prior state, in conjunction with the laws, is going to entail all future states. So if that's the case, so if those two things are held fixed, and you have two, let's say, transpossible worlds where
Transpossible worlds?
there are worlds identical up until
Were there trans
up until
people?
some point.
Are there trans people in this world?
Well,
Yeah.
they would be because they're identical up until some
It's
point.
possible that there
Look,
are.
if you talk to who this and use that term, he's gonna crash out.
So there are worlds up until let's say T1 is like the present, right? So there are worlds that are identical up until the present, but to which the future there's different state of affairs, or at least the state of affairs in the future at T2.
See,
differ among these
Hatim, I
worlds.
told you temporal modality was a thing used in modal logic.
Yeah,
But-
but did you see my response to you?
Yeah, did you not see like the operators are the things that give the restrictions, bro? Like that's
I know,
the
but did you see my response to you?
yeah. You asked me what makes it like what gives the restrictions or something like that. That's what you
No,
asked.
there was a response after that response to my response,
And then someone else responded to you though, didn't they?
and I responded to that response
A lot of responses, bro.
just this morning.
Once.
Listen, it's just new operators, bro. That's like every modality in modal logic has new operators.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, from my understanding of modal operators in terms of the language impossibility, that there's going to be a law that's being broken, and it seems to be the case that
Wait, that
when
sounds
something
good.
is
Don't break laws.
That's not true.
hold on,
I
wait,
don't
wait, wait.
condone that. I don't condone
There's
breaking
so many
laws.
laws.
Hold on, wait. It is true that if something to be physically impossible, it has to break a physical law, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it is true for something to be logically impossible, it has to break a logical law, correct?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
the
sure.
temporal-
I'm not sure
temporal
what it means
logic
for
just
something.
doesn't.
What I'm saying
Temporal
is,
modality is just like it
I
gives new
understand.
operators to
I
make the
understand.
restriction for you though. Like it would be impossible for this to be the case in this world due to like the operator that's put next to it. So like if you have, I can't remember off the top of my head, but
Look,
there's
I
like
didn't even
F.
finish. Wait.
Oh.
What I'm saying is, we can understand physical modality as something that if something is physically physically impossible, it could be the case that it's logically impossible, right? But I don't know of anything that is temporally impossible but logically possible. Do you?
Yeah. Okay, listen. So it's just again. I mean, I don't know how to say it other than just like the operators themselves, like the new operators that they put, are the things that make the restrictions in every possible world. So like, if you have like if you that's all literally that's
Well,
all.
can
I
you
can
just
say.
answer my question instead of dodging?
I don't know. No, there's nothing that would be temporally like. I don't know how that would correlate. I'm
Okay, so there's
confused.
nothing that's temporally possible that or temporally impossible that is logically impossible, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, there's things
Which if that's true, then what I'm saying is the way temporal modality is used is not like physical modality or logical modality or whatever. What I'm saying is it seems like temporal modality is like an extension or language parameter around logical modality. So like I came up with a term called tempological modality.
I guess, bro. I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm a layman. I'm modal logic. I just know
The
that that
team
exists.
guy is terribly confused. He doesn't know modal logic.
Is this
There's
guy
no such
Clark?
thing as a temporal modality.
This
Makes
is
no
Clark, right?
sense. I think what he means to say is that like the modal operators are going to be like temporally intrinsic, but he's terribly confused because he's never read like any literature surrounding modal logic.
This guy's Clark, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I wouldn't take what he says seriously. No one takes him seriously.
Boom. Don't ever bring up Clark.
Can we just get a street preacher up here to yell at?
I'll find him today. He's there every day.
Actually, I can look for the one.
Imagine I find him today, bro.
Don't get it by me, Mom.
Yeah, I swear. You know what's funny, Hatim? He thinks you are possessed by a demon.
Who? Yeah, did he say that? Did he say
No,
that?
he said that old white guy with the face ass pose was possessed.
Yeah, Hatim, listen, you haven't been exposed to like the true insanity of like Christians. If you're not trust me, if I argued with someone on the street here in like fucking Tennessee, they would say, "Oh, that's the demon in you, boy. That's the demon in you. You got corrupted or some shit." Like they'd say that like I don't know, like they start blaming fucking Biden or some shit. Like,
Jesus Christ.
Blaming Biden.
No, I'm not lying, bro. Like that's what would happen.
Damn.
Just tell them that.
Fuck, dude, my ADHD is killing me, bro. Late to work again.
Haha, loser.
Drink.
Con.
Hi, Doc.
Yeah, so I was speaking to Lucian yesterday. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I was there the entire time.
Conveniently, AR's not here to get dog walked.
Kason's gonna debate Slurms.
Really?
Fletcher, you got a debate, bro. I haven't heard you debate yet. On
He's gonna
Coco.
debate someone, right? 24th.
Let's get it scheduled.
You need to debate. What's that guy? The guy that you fought with.
I want to debate you.
That you had the knife fight with. What was his name? Sacred Cruelty. That guy. Oh, why'd he go? Did he get kicked?
I'm gonna pick him. I think he just left. Clark just joins lives for like 30 seconds, says some bullshit, and then leaves. Maybe.
Why'd you get
No,
kicked?
her team keeps kicking me. He's a
The
weirdo.
team quit kicking him.
Tim, don't do that.
This guy can't say what he said. He's like banned from the live, bro.
What
do
did
you
he
mean?
say?
What did you
What
say?
did he say?
He's like calling. He called me a PDF file, bro.
Well, listen, to team. It looks more suspicious that you keep on kicking him. Is it true that you?
You can't say that, bro.
Hi, Tim. Just.
Hey,
He's banned, bro. That's why you think he's on different. He's on different accounts, bro. He's
Yeah,
trying to evade the ban.
He did worse than that. I mean,
Let it slide, bro. Team, just let it slide.
I mean,
he's
yeah,
accused
done worse than
multiple.
that.
He's accused multiple people of that, and he threatened to grape several people too.
Oh shit!
Damn.
Alright, never
Clark,
mind.
what the
Sorry,
fuck,
Clark,
man?
bad.
Okay,
Like,
don't listen to
there's
me.
people
Don't
that
listen to
don't.
me say give that man benefit of doubt. No.
There's people that literally feel uncomfortable being on the panel.
Shut up, Cheese. You made grape threats.
Hey, sir, I have a question for you. How has your view changed now that you've conceded that Matthew wrote Matthew?
Bro, I don't even want to. That's so ridiculous.
Yeah, bro. You can't talk. You can't just move on from a point that you conceded, bro, and then try to talk
He
again
was.
about it.
I didn't even move on from the point he thought I moved on from.
I know, bro.
He was so lost.
Bro, that's what he does. I spoke to Link myself, bro. That's what he does.
I was really glad that Zach posted the video because I didn't catch the first part of your discussion with him because you just body slammed him. It was horrible.
Yeah,
He
I
was
saw a
just
little bit.
grasping for any straw to get out.
I saw a little bit of your discussion too, Hatim. Not all of it, but I saw that like you said you needed a minute to look at something, and they were playing like the Jeopardy music, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, is everything about meta with these folks?
Dude,
Oh, he's a
bro,
pure anime debater.
he was telling me why should I why do your values matter to me? Why do they motivate me? I said, what?
Yeah.
That's not something that my values wouldn't motivate you unless you shared them. So I then asked him, do you share these values? And then he said, I'm not going to answer that.
Yeah, you made a good point though. That even if someone, like the little bit of the discussion I heard, now it was probably like 5 minutes out of probably way longer discussion you had, but one point I heard you make was that look, if you and him don't share the same values, there's still principles that you might share where you could create an argument or something that might
Yeah,
win
exactly.
you over to your values.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't. So the conversation isn't pointless.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you
Like
might not be aware that you've got some value that's entailed by some other values that you have.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
other people, we may value that.
But all they do is just and then Kay came up and he was being esoteric as hell. I'm like, what the hell does this word mean? What are you saying? Is that different than what I just said? Bro, I'm like, come on, bro. I feel like Kay, his strategy is to be so
Kay.
deep in the rhetoric that you just like give up and he's like, oh, you're running.
That's what it feels like to be rhetorically outpaced, Hatim.
Yeah,
Damn.
but listen, I think what you're trying to say is that Kay bent you over and gave you back shots rhetorically, and you just couldn't handle
I'm
it.
sure. I'm sure that's what I said.
This is why you lose to street preachers, Hatim.
Exactly.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Hey, you know what?
I win.
I would have a lot of anxiety walking up to a guy on the street like that.
I had anxiety, bro. Dude, my legs were shaking the whole time.
Dude, I see those like Jehovah's Witnesses on the side with their watchtower things that they're passing out, and I always want to talk to them,
Really?
but I never do.
Coward.
Yes, bro.
I
listen,
do. I am.
Hang
When I
on.
walk down the
I did
street
it. I took a selfie with them. Hang on. I gotta find a picture.
Really?
I let them in my house once, and they came every day for like a week until they figured out I was an atheist, and then they
That's what they
freaked
do,
out
bro.
and
Like,
left.
look, listen. Every time I walk down Gallenberg, right? Like that's just a city near me, but it's really popular. But there's a lot of
Well,
street
every
people.
day for
I
a week.
love
Were they pretty
Gallenberg.
or something, Flintzer?
Wait, Slurms, do you know where that is?
I used to go there on vacations. Yeah.
Deadass?
Yeah.
Next time you go, bro.
That was so sad. It like fucking burned down a few years ago.
Yeah, that was like 7 years ago though. It's rebuilt now. It's pretty, but yeah, like Gallenberg, it's like Tennessee, so there's just a shitload of street preachers. But like I'm always scared to like confront them at any time because I feel like one of all I'm like black, second of all I'm Hispanic, third of all I'm an atheist. Like they're gonna fucking stab me in the neck or something. Like,
Black,
Wait a
Hispanic,
minute.
and
Is this
atheist?
he
That's
is
the
sus?
trifecta.
Are you he is sus?
Yeah, he's
yeah,
Jesus.
I changed my name again.
How many accounts are you fucking? How many accounts do you have?
Flinter, did you
This
say you're
is the same
debating
account.
on the 24th? Is that what you said, Flinter?
That what?
Did someone say you're debating on the 24th? Did I hear that?
No.
I'm so annoyed by you.
Why?
Listen, bro, I just changed my
I
name.
thought I
heard that. That's why.
I don't know. Why are you playing these
Oh.
fucking mind games with me?
Coco asked me if I wanted to debate something, but it wasn't an interesting topic.
Oh, imagine that.
Dude, that's it.
Dude, I'm upset. I was gonna
That
debate
was
this
so
guy.
quick.
I was gonna debate this young Earth creationist, and then he just never responded, dude. I like gave him a prompt and everything. I was gonna probably like whether or not naturalism better explains the things we see. And he's like, yeah, and he was talking all this shit, and then he never replied, bro.
Bro, me too, bro. Same shit happened to me, bro. For a month, I'm like in the DMs with this guy that wants to debate problem of evil. He wanted to define evil in I was like, where's the debate there? And I'm like, bro, we could just have the definition as part of the debate, bro. We could just go on the debate and say, according to this definition, this is true, and then discuss with each other's definition. And he said, no, we have to agree on the definition before we get up there. I'm like, come on.
Human
Like
being.
definitions are part of debate sometimes. Like if we can't agree on just debate anyway.
Does anyone
Yeah.
know that guy, Joe Sings?
No, I don't. What is that?
Here.
He's a guy on TikTok. I'm going to be debating him on the 30th about the resurrection.
Check it
I
out.
need
Check it out.
to study under you, sir. I want to know more about the resurrection.
I talked to these guys for like an hour.
What did you say?
What?
Fear God or die. Holy shit.
Yeah, they were like hardcore ones, like wannabe like Westboro types.
Wait, is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Damn,
You
you're
look
cute.
in that photo for some
Why are they
reason.
saying fear God or die? Are they gonna kill? Are they? No, are
Yeah,
they?
they're gonna do it.
Yeah, are they gonna stab you in the neck if you're an atheist or
Bible, so
something?
it's not to.
It just means spiritual death.
Yeah.
They're actually the rhetoric wasn't too bad, but I mean it was bad. But you would think it'd be worse based on what
Is
you're
it
looking at.
present bad? Is
It's
it
a rage.
Russell bad?
It's a rage bait background.
Mm.
Yeah, this was yeah, but this was years ago.
But you made it. You're still alive.
You didn't die.
Well, I'm so mad at you. I'm so fucking mad at you.
Dude,
I'm
all
gonna
I
bring
did
a
was
I'm gonna
change my
bring a
name
giant green
in my
poster
profile
downtown.
picture.
I'm gonna bring a giant green poster downtown with the background. Why should I return to Christianity?
What? The,
That's
you
a
know
good
what?
one.
Man.
We should have that for real. I have a question for you, sir. How come the Immaculate Conception doesn't get talked about? I feel like that's even more unlikely than resurrection.
By immaculate conception, do you mean Jesus
He
or
means virgin
Mary
birth.
being? Okay, virgin birth.
Of Jesus.
But that's not what immaculate conception means.
Yeah,
then my bad.
I figured he meant virgin birth. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So I don't. What do you mean? Why doesn't it get talked about?
Like, if we're talking about the improbability of the mythical, or not mythical, but like the mystic Jesus existing, or Jesus existing at all, wouldn't that be a counter to it?
I don't think it'd be a counter to him existing because we have examples of like real historical figures that their dad was a god and they were born in
Jesus.
So I don't think that would lend probability to him not existing. In terms of it being like about him not being God or like being deified, I mean, perhaps there would be something to discuss there, but I'm not even sure.
I mean,
if that would be more or less expected with him being a god.
Yeah, but
you could maybe go a route that's like that's just objecting it to any part of the gospel accounts, right? To the reliability of the gospels, like our prior probabilities of a virgin birth are
Yeah, they could do
precluded,
that.
so at least some part of it is wrong. So it's not
You could also-
reliable. It's not 100% reliable.
You could also point out that like it's not even there's no virgin birth in Mark, and Paul doesn't talk about a virgin birth. All Jesus was born of a woman.
It's just a different perspective, sir.
Well,
but
kind of a
then,
weird
sir-
thing for Mark to leave out.
Didn't you know interpretations were objective? That's just what happened. It's
And
not my interpretation.
you know, he didn't want to bring up the raising people from the dead.
why?
It wasn't important to his perspective.
What about?
Oh yeah.
Did you ever ask him who wrote Genesis?
Moses wrote Genesis, obviously. He wrote the
Tennessee.
first 5 books all by himself.
Now the people that say I'm curious because I've never actually gotten the discussion about this, but the people that say Moses wrote Genesis, what do they say to the fact that Moses like records his own death? Like, how do they respond to that?
They say that's the only part he didn't write.
Oh, is that really what they say?
Yeah, I think they say like Joshua wrote it or something.
But there's a lot of people who say different people wrote Genesis. So
Yeah, but they're
I know.
But they're
Yeah,
wrong and they're heretics, so we don't listen.
I'm talking about the people that say Moses wrote Genesis, like, because those people generally think Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Old Testament. So I'm just
Yeah,
wondering.
some of them do say it's prophecy. It's like him. I know, dude. Is there ever a contradiction a motivated apologist couldn't reconcile?
Oh, you could. That's why I tell them, like, when they're like, "Are you saying there's a contradiction?" I try to be careful not to use that word because you can reconcile
Harmonization.
You could, like, even with like I've even kind of brought this up as a joke, even with the crucifixion, like how there's different days Jesus was crucified. You could just say there were 2 crucifixions if you wanted to.
Right. You can always say both things happened at different times.
Yeah.
I have heard them eventually retreat to something like scribal error.
Yeah. But the originals were inerrant.
Right.
then why was it an error and put in the Bible?
That's something they would have to account for. I don't know.
I don't really like debating the scripture though, because it's like you can just interpret it to be compatible in any way.
Yeah, team, I agree with you, dude. Like, theology in general, I don't ever debate it. It's just boring to me. I mean, like, listen, you're gonna interpret it the way you want to, especially with apologists. Like, there's nothing they can't harmonize. They'll make anything up. It's like that's just.
Yeah, but you can make them sound ridiculous.
Yeah, you can, but they think they're right though.
Yeah, and on top of that, this is kind of like the same with like the meta-ethical stuff. Like, you could still find, or even normative stuff, you could still find principles that they would agree with that you would also agree with, where you can point out something that might motivate them to change their mind on something.
Or at least to learn a little more about it, right?
Yep.
Than just their Apologetics 101 YouTube playlist.
Yeah, but it's kind of talking like a flat earther. If like you're not really well versed in theology, it's kind of talking to a flat earther, and they, like in a way that like they'll have like a script ready. And they just,
Yeah, I love when they go to well, why would the apostles die for something that they knew was a lie?
Yeah, but I mean that's easy. You can just say they thought it was true, but it wasn't true.
Well, I mean, it's not historically accurate. Yeah. Like, we have no reason to believe that anyone.
Yeah, but I mean, even in like
maybe
even
2 at the most. Even
martyrs
a
exist
martyr.
across all types of shit.
There's so many responses to that.
Well, I think that, okay, so with that, I think a lot of, and I don't think I'm not talking about you, Flintzer,
Yeah,
but I
you
think
are.
a lot of people misunderstand the point that they're trying to make.
Oh, I thought
Because the point the apologist is trying to make, like you said it, Flintzer, they want to die for something they know to be a lie. So they're trying to get kind of 2 prongs on the table here. They're trying to get, one, that they had like direct access to the
truth.
resurrection of Jesus,
Yeah.
that it couldn't be something they could be mistaken about. And
And
2,
they died for that belief.
right, and 2, the fact that they were willing to die for it means they didn't make it up. They weren't just lying. Like, they sincerely believed it. So they sincerely believed something they would have direct access to. That's kind of the idea.
something I have to agree with, sir, is
And
oh, go ahead, Fonso.
well, no, you started first. Go ahead.
Wait, is people saying, "Oh, we have all these details of the Bible, the original Bible." I'm like, no, we don't. We don't have the first original Bible. Stop saying that.
Yeah.
I may be a Christian, but I'm one
Well, when
that's-
you,
we
I mean,
have
when
the-
you actually ask them, like, where do you get this information that, like, the apostles were even martyred for this belief, that they had the opportunity to recant, that, like, all of this is just based on, church legends.
A lot of it's really late, too. It's interesting because
Really late, yeah.
a lot of it's like 9th century or later. Like, they don't even know how late it is, the stuff that they're talking about.
Yeah.
very late.
I mean, the
What
best
would
one
be
to
the
have,
fast track?
the only one I think they maybe have an argument for is Peter.
Mhm.
But it's like, was Peter given a chance to recant? Did he
We
know
have
he
no
was going to
idea.
die?
Yeah.
Like, what happened with Peter? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're just assuming.
What's his own death?
And all it means, like, Peter's whole belief structure is based on a vision.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't witness the resurrection. he had a
question.
vision of the resurrected Christ.
None of them did because they were in a little hut all together. And it
Quick
says,
question.
oh, hey, Hakeem.
Hey, Hatim
Sir,
Speared.
like, so like when you, like for me, like I don't even know if I want to say that the mythical claims in the Bible, not mythical, but mystic claims in the Bible are figurative. And then I remember you saying something like, so you were saying like the motivations for the writers back then, like they were just trying to like get a story, or I forgot what it was. Like they would write write for like notoriety.
Yeah, kind of.
So
So, yes, the idea kind of is so the people that generally wrote these kind of things that the genre is generally classified in as these things called lives. They're kind of like biographies. And the people that wrote these lives generally wrote them about people they admired, and it was specifically for the purpose of elevating their own social status. It was kind of like an achievement, like, hey, I wrote this book about this guy, and then they would pass the story on to other people that were part of that sort of social class. And that's kind of the idea. That's at least that's why I think these were originally composed.
is that the inductive case, or is that like still debated?
Oh, it's definitely
Well,
still
everything's
debated. There's
debated.
people,
Yeah.
yeah, there's people that think that like there's some tradition that goes back to like oral like tradition that goes back to the eyewitnesses. There's people who think all kinds of things, but to me the case that they were written by social elites makes the most sense to me.
I mean,
What would be the fast track way to say something like the Bible is written figuratively? Like, how would one demonstrate it?
Well, you could point to like examples in the Gospels and show where they borrow from like common literary motifs.
that is
Like even the empty tomb,
Yeah, that was everywhere.
was a common literary motif. Or you could point to things like Mark 14, like the kind of like lead up to the Passion, seems to be a direct copy from I think it's First Samuel, like almost like step by step. There's also examples where a lot of Mark seems to borrow from the Odyssey. There's stuff you could point to like that shows they weren't necessarily concerned with telling history; they were concerned with telling a good story. And also, like look at some of the stuff that like Mark says, right? Like he'll point to an event like the empty tomb, right? He'll point to the empty tomb, and the people that discovered it notice they don't tell anybody, right? He's not saying I got this from an eyewitness. He's saying here's a cool story, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with like he'll point to stuff where Jesus was alone by himself and write narratives about what happened. How the hell would Mark know that? Right?
Right.
He's just creating a story around the guy. He's not concerned with like retelling history.
I think one of the most illuminating things is in Mark is understanding the reversal of expectations and how that plays a role throughout his whole narrative. Like even with the empty, like the ending of Mark is a reversal of expectations at the very beginning of Mark. You know, where you have John the Baptist proclaiming, you know, to everyone that he's coming and all this stuff, and it ends with the women running away in fear and nobody saying anything.
Yeah.
And you just see that all throughout, and it's obvious. It's like this is what a good writer does.
Yeah.
And just the idea that Matthew, a tax collector, could fucking write Matthew is just preposterous.
Wait, hold on. I thought Paul was the tax collector.
No, it's Matthew. Matthew's supposed to be the tax collector. Paul's the guy that wrote the letters. Paul's the guy that spread the letters around Asia Minor. So, like, when you look at the New Testament, like Romans, 1 Corinthians, Galatians, those books, those letters were supposed to be written by Paul. Those are letters to the church. That guy got converted later.
Makes more sense now.
There was some lady on a Myth Vision podcast recently who was arguing that the Pauline epistles were created by a group of people and that there wasn't one particular person named Paul.
Talking about Nina Livesey?
How do you spell the last name?
It's like LIV.
Yes, 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 yes,
Yep,
yes.
yep. Yeah, so she's basically a Dutch radical. Okay, so and this is kind of having a little bit of rise in popularity.
Rise and fall.
And she thinks that Paul was her theory, which is different than other Dutch radicals, but her theory is that Paul was created in the Book of Acts as like a literary character, and that the letters were written after that by the Marcion schools, and that those letters were written based on the character in Acts.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
The Bible isn't in order with the books.
What did you say?
The Bible isn't in order.
No,
Isn't
there's
in
letters.
order?
There's letters in the Bible. Some of the books in the Bible in the New Testament, they're letters that Paul wrote to the different churches.
Oh.
Yeah. I think she has I think there are some interesting points to think about. And AR's kind of been looking into this a lot recently too, so I know he's interested. But one thing about the Pauline letters is that we don't have any examples where we have like a fragment of First Corinthians, right? All the examples we have the letter, it's always in a collection with other letters. It's never by itself. And you think, okay, if this guy was circulating letters throughout all these churches, why is that the case? Why don't we have half of First Corinthians, or why don't we have First Corinthians by itself? Why is it always in a collection with other letters? That's something to think about. It's like, why is that the case? There's also the length of the letters. The length of the letters are very, very odd for common letters that were written at the time. They're much, much longer. I can't. AR might know the specific example, but I think they're like 5 to 6 times longer than like the longest letters we have examples of. Most of them, anyway. Like Romans, like the big ones, like Romans or First Corinthians and stuff.
Romans is real big.
So that's interesting. Then it's like another thing, and I don't think this point's as strong, but if there's this guy traveling all over Asia Minor, why aren't there people talking about him? But I don't know if that case is all that strong, because there's a lot of people that aren't really that talked about. So,
I mean,
What do you mean
maybe
by other people? Do you mean like?
yeah, like why doesn't Josephus mention Paul, for example? That's kind of the idea.
Yeah.
Are you here?
When is it?
Have you have you looked into arguments against using stylometry on these?
I'm having trouble finding people that even use it. I mean,
Yeah.
the few examples I can find of published examples, they seem to mostly, with some caveats, but they seem to mostly agree with kind of what scholars have kind of deemed that Paul wrote. The big one though there's a big one, I can't remember his name, but he published a stylometry thing where he said that Paul only wrote 4 letters, which is kind of like the original like F.C. Bauer conclusion that Paul only wrote. I believe it's Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and Galatians, I think.
Hey, Sage.
But
I'm sleeping.
I'm having trouble finding anyone that's like published serious stuff about this, like academically. About and the people I've reached out to that have relevant experience with stylometry or data science and with New Testament studies. Like James Libby's one example. He seems to tell me that he doesn't think that just running stylometry on the letters would be a good way to indicate authorship, because things like genre differences could account for like the stylistic differences.
Yeah.
Genre differences between the letters, or within?
No,
any
like
particular-
like genre so like one example is, because I know you're asking because of the Christ before Jesus, right? So
Yeah.
like in his book, he kind of argues that I can't remember the specific example because it was a couple months ago when I read it, but he says that he thinks that one of the letters of Paul was written by the same guy that wrote the letters of Ignatius, or some of the letters of Ignatius, because of the stylometric similarities, right? But those kind of similarities, according to Libby anyway, could be accounted for with genre similarities.
Oh, I
And
see.
it's not really enough to denote authorship.
Hmm. That there's a
But
subset of features, stylometric features that would indicate individual authorship, but
To
that's
add
not what's
a
being
little
used.
flavor to this, stylometry indicated that the famous book by James Joyce, Ulysses, was written by 5 different authors.
is that not the case? Is that why you're bringing it up?
It's
He
written.
means
We know
the
it's written
James
by James
Joyce
Joyce.
Ulysses, not
Okay.
the original.
Now, I know there's a lot to like that I don't know about this because I'm not a data scientist, but I know there's different like formula you can run with stylometry as well.
Yeah, and different sensitivities you can run within a particular formula.
He does. I think the name is Eater's Delta, if I remember. He does Eater's Delta, and he does most frequent words. So what that's supposed to do is take the 100 most frequent words used by the author, and when there's a big enough difference in word usage, then that's supposed to denote a new author. I don't know if either of those things are rooted in like some kind of like standard in the field, but that's the method that I've heard from him. Is that I think it's 30. If it's a 30% difference, I think is what it is in
Yeah.
word usage.
Yeah, it's just rhetorically, it's a powerful argument when you say something like, I have this magic technology that can tell, and it says this, and it sounds very convincing until you ask to like look under the hood,
Yeah,
right, and see, well, what is it actually saying, right?
I think it'll be interesting to see if there's more stuff published academically doing this kind of
Mhm.
method over the next, like, let's say 5 to 10 years. As of right now, I don't think there really is anything. So I don't know what I'm supposed to take from it.
Right. Yeah, and I don't, it's kind of like a mythicist argument, right? Like it's in terms of how appealing it is to atheists or people who like want to argue against this.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a tool in the bag. I mean, if you can say Paul and Jesus didn't exist, that kind of ruins
Mhm.
Christianity, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't, it's almost, it's almost like tag is to apologetics what like mythicism is to New Testament studies or something, right?
I think that's
Like,
the way. I think that's the way Christians view it. Yeah.
yeah. It's
Yep.
like they want to have some bazooka that just like blows the whole thing up. But
Yeah.
it's actually not, it's not what you think it is, right?
I've even okay. So even if I thought there's a good question about whether or not Jesus existed, and I don't really think there is.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm the person that would say it's like a settled issue, but if I put my credence at a percentage level, it'd be somewhere around 80%. It should be enough to convince anyone he existed. That's my opinion on it.
Mhm.
But I found that when I talk to Christians, usually most Christians, I can have much better productive conversations about issues with the New Testament
Absolutely. Yeah.
if I just accept Jesus existed
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like even if there was like, let's say I was like 40% sure he existed and 60% sure he didn't.
Right.
My
It's
conversation
not
would
worth
be
it.
much better if I just accepted he existed for the sake of the
Yeah.
argument. Not that that should be reason for you to believe it, but just that
No,
I
just
don't.
rhetorically, if you want to get anywhere in a discussion with them, like it's something trivial to grant. You know, it doesn't
Yeah.
entail anything. Right? It
Right.
doesn't mean that he did miracles. It doesn't mean that he resurrected. It doesn't mean any of that stuff.
What's interesting is that they think it does until you point out to them that it doesn't mean anything. Like
Right. Right.
because that's what they always say. That's the first thing they always say. He existed, and then when you're
Right.
like, yeah, so
Like that's a
what?
high bar.
Then you're like, yeah, so what? Then they're like caught in quicksand. They don't know what to say next.
So are you having a debate on the resurrection? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, with this Joe Sings guy.
What take does he use?
I'm not really sure. I've only heard a little bit of him. I get the sense that he's gonna bring up a lot of weird esoteric stuff that a lot of people don't know about. One thing I think he's gonna spend time on is the Shroud, which I hate the Shroud.
God.
I don't know.
Is he gonna borrow from Oakdale?
He has
Probably.
Oakdale on his live a lot, so I think probably so. Now, I've been looking into the Shroud a little bit.
There he is.
I've been looking into the Shroud a little bit lately,
Mhm.
but I don't know. It's so stupid and boring that it's like, who the fuck cares about the Shroud? Like, it's so. Why are we still talking about this? Like,
Well,
I
because
just
they want to say, look, if it's scientific, go to some supernatural explanation.
Yeah, but it's just like clearly a relic created in the Middle Ages. I don't know why we're talking about it. I mean,
Because they will find any hole to squeeze through, right? Right? They'll point to that Italian guy who ran something that showed that maybe the burn marks or whatever could be created by like a really high energy,
yeah,
infinitesimally small amount
yeah.
of time to burn it onto there. So there's like a hole I can squeeze the resurrection through.
That's the kind of aspect of the Shroud I've been trying to find a lot of literature on to focus on,
Mhm.
and I can't find a lot that actually responds to that because I believe that guy's not published on that. He's just kind of stating his opinion.
Yeah, I think they also didn't allow peer review of it. That's why it wasn't published. I don't. There was some issue with it, but then I saw another guy who said, "Look, that these
Google,
the
will you
same
send me
kind
that
of
video?
burning, that the same kind of marking on the shroud on these fibers could be done with an acid, that like a weak acid that's painted over a body, and then the
Yeah, that's
shroud
what I
is
was.
wrapped over them."
I got a paper. It's like 40 pages long. That I was. Well, I actually
No,
heard.
they have an argument for that.
Yeah, I've heard a response to that. Something to do with different kinds of cloths that were being used.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is this this paper goes through like the Shroud that were available in medieval times. That's all you need right there.
That's all you need.
If we have the carbon dating, why are we even still discussing it?
Yeah, it's the whole possible is not probable, right? You're saying, yeah, it could have been created by some high intensity beam, right? But we also have all of these other things
We expect the resurrection to present this high
to leave
density.
anything, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like what the
I
hell?
mean, that's the point to press on, right? What is it about a resurrection that allows you to conclude that high energy beams are shot out? Like you've been watching too much sci-fi.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard him say some things in regards to biblical studies that's, I mean, he's just really, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So that's going to be easy. I even got on his live. This is, he was talking about accurate, and I'm like, no, that's autism is just a subgenre or a method within biblical criticism. It's one of many methods to determine things about text and what textual what text is most likely in the original most likely read. That's all textual criticism does, and it does things like look at. I'm like, and then I said that, and I'm like, can you name some other method in biblical study? He said paprology. I'm like, that's not a biblical critical, that kind of thing. Those are biblical critical methods.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't know any of them. All he knew was textual criticism, and everyone knows that one because of Ehrman.
Yeah, because of Ehrman. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what he's known for. And it's again, it does. Its goal isn't even to prove if the text is historically accurate. Method, textual criticism, something. Nobody thinks it's historical. It's just they're trying to figure out.
I heard someone saying that Shakespeare didn't write Shakespeare.
I've heard that too. I think one of his books we know he didn't write or something. Google, we're talking about the guy I'm debating on the 30th or the 31st, whenever that Friday is. the Friday after this Friday, and it's this guy named Joe Sings. He has a live where it's like a black background, and it has like some kind of facsimile in the back, and it says,
I mean, what's the strongest case that can even be made for the resurrection? I mean, you have to assume so many things.
"Yeah,
I'm not-
I think the best case that I hear made is something like what Than does, like historical reporters model or like maximal data. But I think the easiest to present quickly is minimal facts. But this, like, because I think the one thing, the leg up that maximal data has over things like minimal facts is maximal data gets, if you can get it through, you've gotten the person to accept that the eyewitnesses were claiming the stuff that's in Luke, the Jerusalem appearances. And if you get that through, you have a better case to make. Even a better case to make. If eyewitnesses are reporting that this guy hung out with them for 40 days and 40 nights, had dinner with them, and they were willing to die for that belief, right? If you have a case for that, then you know that's it can kind of springboard into, well, is this more expected under the resurrection, and how much more expected is it? That kind of thing. But if I ran the resurrection, like if I was a Christian, I would just do minimal facts because it's quick and easy. It gets to the point, and I think most people don't even have a good response to it, honestly.
Well, the empty tomb isn't included in minimal facts, right?
No, but if I was running a minimal facts argument, I would just include the empty tomb. I would just say, look, most scholars accept it, and I would just say it's in all the sources besides Paul, so it's probably historical. I would do something like that.
What do you think happened?
With the empty tomb?
Just in general with Jesus' death and the aftermath.
Well, I think Paul didn't even believe in a bodily resurrection. I think Paul believed in a spiritual resurrection, something like the soul left the body and then got a new body, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that seems pretty clear from his writings.
Me too. And I know there's a lot of debate about that. There's a lot of people that think that he couldn't have meant that, but to me, that seems like the most honest interpretation. And I think when he talks about Jesus appearing to him, he is literally just describing some kind of vision, hallucination, dream, something.
Mm-hmm.
Because he says Christ was revealed inside me. He brings the story up about being brought up to the third heaven and not knowing if it's inside or out of his body. He brings up the story where in the resurrection chapter where he says, what kind of body are we going to come in when we resurrect? And he says, he doesn't like say, it's just going to be a body, guys. Like he goes on to all this metaphor.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's almost like he's doing all that because he knows it's going to be tough to get this rhetoric through. That it's not just going to be a regular body where people can easily grasp what he's saying. And with all that, okay, I think what probably happened is a couple of the followers of Jesus had some kind of vision, right? That they were beforehand motivated to believe anyway, because I think this idea, they believed he was going to resurrect anyway, and this idea of seeing him was a vindication of that belief, because Paul says it was according to the scriptures, right? So I think some of them were already kind of expecting this.
And that's just like Pesher, like looking at the different scriptures and trying to read prophecy into them.
That could be going on too, but either way, I think the data can be explained with just a few of them having some kind of vision, dream, experience that they attributed to a resurrected Jesus. Someone's requesting up. Oh, it's Pruk. Okay. And then with that being the case, I think that them having that vision when they started telling the story to other people, some of them became convinced. Some of them may have had a similar experience, right? Maybe a dream or maybe they heard a voice, maybe they prayed and something came true.
I saw something in the clouds. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what kickstarted Christianity. I think we only need We need someone that was kind of like well respected within the community to have a vision,
Like
and we
Peter.
need Paul to have a vision.
Yeah.
And that's what convinced. That's all we need to kind of get things kickstarted here.
Yeah.
Perk, did you want to come up? Oh, I thought I
that's-
accepted you.
Isn't that kind of what
Oh,
we
it's because
see?
I can't bring you up because AR is away, Perk. You have to get AR back.
I mean, that's what we see with most of these kinds of religions.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, like even like, Mormonism, like the rise of Mormonism, I think is probably similar to what we see with Christianity.
Yeah, Islam.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think that's what I think probably happened. But I mean, I think even if that didn't happen, let's say a lot of them had a vision. Let's say that the 500 is a real historical event, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that different than like the what happened in
Fatima and all that stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. Why is that different? It seems to be similar to me.
Well, that's a good example because most of the people that we talk to are Protestant, and they're not going to want to see the Virgin Mary
Yeah.
as legitimate.
Yeah. So they don't accept that that as being historical, right? So why can't we use that? Why is that one? Why is the mere fact that there's a lot of people that saw it at the same time? Why does that not apply to Fatima, but it applies to the resurrected Jesus?
Mm-hmm. I was listening to someone, I think it was Camille Gregor.
Yeah, I like him.
And I love Camille. He's the one who actually convinced me that Richard Carey was using the wrong reference class.
Oh yeah, the thing that him and Chrissy did. Yeah, that was
he actually sent me a pre-publication of something that one of his friends was working on, where he went through this kind of reference class analysis, and that
really good
convinced me.
stuff. That's I'm waiting for, because I don't think Carrier's responded to that yet. I'm waiting because I think that's
Well, I corresponded with Carrier about Camille's objection. I didn't send him the paper because Camille asked me not to. But
what did he say?
I'd have to pull it up. I can send it to you. But he was basically just objecting that that's the proper reference class to use.
That would be a good thing to listen to them debate on. I think that would be really entertaining, but it might be too boring for anybody to care. But I would care.
Yeah, I would care too. I would want to hear them hash that out because the problem with Carrier is whenever I talk to him, I'm always like convinced at the end.
He's
I'm always like, yeah,
he's a smart guy.
Yeah, he is a smart guy, and then I go talk to like Camille, and then I'm like convinced by Camille, and then I go talk to someone else. And I think I'm just too easily convinced.
Yeah, a lot of people act like Carrier's like just terrible. Like he doesn't add anything to the field, and I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with.
I think it's been great.
Yeah, I don't agree with most of like the stuff he says, but I think he provides a lot of insight. And he catches things that I don't hear other people catch.
Yeah,
like
he's like a good gadfly,
Yeah, like a good what?
Gadfly.
What's that?
So like a fly that annoys a bull, right? He's just like attacking this argument, and in doing that, he gets the bull to do something, right? It's
Yeah,
like,
okay.
Good.
There you go. Yeah, like I mean, he like some of the stuff I've read that he's wrote, it's like I'm like that's so good. Like the stuff he wrote about Ignatius, in Irenaeus, where he's like Irenaeus is confused about John. I don't know if you've read that, and Ignatius didn't know John that thing.
Yeah. No, that's
I'm
really
like, that's
good.
the best write up I've ever heard on that.
Yeah. What was the other? He was talking to who's that guy who's like he's got a YouTube channel. He's like super boring. But he always has good. Yeah, Jacob.
Jacob is. I like Jacob though.
I like him too. I like him too.
But
It's
he
just
is.
it's like his video quality is like very grainy, and like it's always like these weird backgrounds.
Yeah, I feel like
Kind of low production.
I feel like I'm in like a class that I don't belong in when I watch that, but I do like
But his guests are good and his questions are good and all of that.
Yeah, and his format too, he just like asks a question and just lets
them go.
talk. And I like
Yeah.
that too, yeah.
I like that too. It was he had a debate between Carrier and James Valiant on
Oh, yes, about
Josephus.
Josephus. Yep.
Yeah, that was really good. I like that one.
I think he removed that from his channel because him and Valiant had like a huge falling out because Valiant believes in this like Roman provenance theory. And that gets tied a lot into anti-Semitism because they believe that like Romans created Christianity.
Yeah.
And a lot of like anti-Semites believe this too. And I
Like
think
guilt by
Jacob,
association kind of thing.
yeah, I think Jacob wanted to like distance himself from James Valiant because of that. So he like removed all the videos he has of them. So that video you're talking about was a good video, but I tried to find it the other day. I don't think it's up there anymore.
That's unfortunate. Because they were both, I mean, he was not giving up an inch. And so the discussion got really in the weeds in a good way.
Yeah.
And it just showed
Yeah,
that
I
they
think
both knew a lot, which
they
I
were.
just enjoy.
I'm trying to remember. They were primarily focused only on the Book 20 reference, right? The James the brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the part that's like, I think, less discussed. Like everybody focuses on the Testimonium Flavianum,
Yeah.
right? And so it's
Yep.
nice to hear like a real in-depth discussion about James the brother.
Do you know Aidan Adair?
I don't know. I'm not great with names, so
Okay. He's a scholar too, although I think his background is in something not directly related, but he's published in New Testament fields. But he thinks the Book 20 passage is interpolated as well, or he thinks it's a scribal error.
Mhm.
And so I don't know if you remember, you know who, I can't think of his name now. It's on the tip, Nate, the Gnostic informant guy.
yeah,
He
I know him.
he had this like beef with Carrier a couple years
Yeah,
ago.
he did. I heard about that, or I watched it, I guess.
Yeah, well, they have a long video where they talk about that too, that Book 20 reference.
Uh-huh.
Because Adair thinks it's interpolated, and he kind of went on there on Carrier's behalf, and they had a really interesting discussion about that as well. I think it's authentic. I also think there's an original reference in Book 18. So I'm like I take
Oh,
kind
like
of
there's some nugget of truth that was then
yeah.
added to. Yeah.
Yeah, and primarily the reason why I think about Book 18 is because we have different versions of what's there. And that makes a lot of sense to me if multiple people are interpolating the same verse.
Mm-hmm.
And then also the other thing that kind of makes me lean that way is Origen. When he talks about the stuff Josephus said,
Yeah.
he mentions the James the Baptist passage, and he mentions the Book 20 reference about James the brother of the Lord, or James the brother of Jesus. Sorry. And then in between mentioning those two, he says something along the lines of, and although Josephus didn't think Jesus was the Christ, okay? To me, that's an indirect reference to the Book 18 reference, and that what he's doing there is
I
going
see what you're
through
saying. Yeah.
going through the different mentions when responding to Celsus and saying,
Mhm.
look,
Oh,
Josephus
you're
didn't
saying
think
so Origen does believe that he's referencing that core,
I think so. And I
whatever that
think
core is.
I think if we have Origin referencing something, it's hard to argue
Right.
that it could be interpolated just because it's so early. Like the
Right.
Christians didn't have access,
A complete interpolation. Yeah. Yeah.
right? Christians didn't have access to interpolate stuff then. So
Yeah, because Carrier says that Origen doesn't mention it at all.
Right.
He could have, and he has multiple opportunities where it would have benefited his argument to just reference
Yes.
that, and he doesn't.
that yes, and he doesn't directly, right? I agree with him there, but I kind of think that why would he say Josephus doesn't think Jesus is Christ? Obviously, Josephus didn't think that. There's no reason to even say that.
Mhm.
But if
So you're saying-
Josephus specifically said he wasn't, then that would be a reason to reference that. And again, I mean, I'm not saying it's definitive. I'm less convinced on the
Yeah, I
18
know.
reference than the 20 reference. But that with the fact that we have multiple manuscripts of it, just kind of leads me in that direction that it was probably something that Christians didn't like, that they messed with later and added to. That's what I think probably happened.
Yeah, and I guess the problem for Carrie would be like if Josephus is mentioning it in, 90, even if he's obviously just getting it from what Christians at the time believe, is the argument that that wouldn't have been enough time for them to like historicize a celestial being?
Actually, okay, I'm going to read this after my debate because I don't want to get into the weeds about this right now in my mind, but there's a book that just came out and it's a free PDF book by Schmidt. This is a biblical scholar, and he's going to argue for an authentic core to the Book 18 reference, and he's also going to argue there's something in that core that indicates Josephus got it from someone very close to the events. So it's going to be free PDF. I have it. I just downloaded it. I'm going to read it after the debate though, because I want my mind to be. I don't want mine to get into that because then I'll start diving into a bunch of stuff because I'm really curious what he has to say.
What's the title of it? I guess I can just look up Schmidt.
I see.
Don't Google it saying that Digital Gnosis and James Fodor did a 9-hour video on the Shroud? How can you talk about the Shroud for 9 hours?
It's called Josephus and Jesus, the New Evidence for the One Called Christ.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely look that up.
Send you a link to. I don't know if you're on Discord, but I don't think I think I can send a link on here. Let me actually try that real.
Yeah, I'm on Discord.
See if I can click on your thing here.
Yeah, I got it. Cool.
There, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, there's so much to. I didn't realize how much there was to say about the Shroud. It's actually. This has been a huge controversy I wasn't even aware of because what happened was, so they had the carbon testing, the carbon dating in the 80s that confirmed it was medieval forgery, or that it was from the medieval time, right?
Yeah.
But since then, it's basically been 30 years of, what is that, 98, 08, 18, 35 years of apologists trying to come up with reasons why that dating's wrong.
Yeah, and they say it's from a repaired section. And
yeah, they say all kinds of stuff. So they have to go through, there's been like 20 theories as to why that's wrong. And they're all very, very like in-depth stuff you have to go into. So they have to go through and debunk each one of those. And then there's the resurrection stuff that you pointed out that gets attached to it, the radiation stuff and stuff like that you have to address. And then there's other stuff too, like the transmission history, like the fact that it doesn't pop up into existence until like the year 1400. And the first guy we have that talks about it says it was a forgery.
Right.
And then
like he
there's
found the priest who admitted to forging it or something like that.
Yeah, and then there's like all this other stuff you have to talk about, like the fact it was involved in a big fire. It's left like marks on it. And I think even as a historical artifact, it's really cool that we have this thing that we've had for so long.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Even if it is a forgery, it's still
cool.
Think, yeah, it's cool that we have something that's been in existence that long.
And it's beautiful, right? Like it's like as a forgery, as an art piece, as whatever. Like it's really cool.
Yeah,
it tries to capture the passion, all of that. It's one of those amazing things that people have done.
No, I haven't talked to Othniel Curtis. I don't know enough about the Shroud to I think challenge him. And on top of that, he's just such a nice guy that I don't want to argue with him.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked with him before. He's just hell bent on that one study that shows that those kind of marks could be made by a high intensity discharge.
Oh
And
yeah.
saying that that's the only thing that can explain it, and that
Hmm.
we're left with a scientific conundrum, something that science can't explain. Like no level of technology could do that.
Hmm.
I
And
don't
so
know.
unless you want to,
I find.
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. I've
I
been
wanted
talking
to
long
jump in here.
enough.
I was gonna say, I find it like very unconvincing, but as far as like the forgery thing goes, I'd find that pretty unconvincing because of, well, I haven't looked into this, right? And well, I have looked into it a little bit, but I don't know enough. But it seems like there are conclusions made by that team of like a lot of scientists, the STURP team, that said that that was a real body, and it wasn't some like forged painting, and they
Right.
totally eviscerated that dude's conclusion that it was just some like painting or something. So that's there, right? I mean, it might be,
Yeah.
it might very well be a real body that
Yeah, that's why
has
I like the
somehow the
idea.
same markings as we see in the biblical account.
Yeah, I like the idea of they had a body and they, painted it with some weak acid and wrapped the body, and that's how the image was transferred. As to like, how the markings got on there or whatever, I don't know. But I mean, it seems plausible that someone could do that.
Wasn't there? I think there's also an issue with where the markings are.
Yeah, how gravity would affect the blood flow and stuff like that.
Well, there's something to do with the extra points on the hand, where it's just not anatomically correct. He wouldn't be able to be held up that way. I don't know how.
Yeah, but then I heard some people say, well, sometimes they did do it that way. That normally it was done like through the wrist.
See, there's so much you have to eat. Every little
Yeah.
aspect of it.
Yeah, we have to defend it all.
That's why that's why it's a 9-hour video. There's so much to talk
Yeah, I
about,
guess so.
and it's just like this is like diving into the Bible, but it's just talking about one relic.
Right. Yeah, but this is the only one that they'll like hang their hat on. Have you noticed? Like they're not going to hang their hat on like the holy foreskin.
Yeah.
or look at all the nails and pieces of the cross that you could build a ship out of.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but I just want to get I don't know how much focus he's gonna have on that specifically. I feel like it is gonna be a central point to what he has to bring up. So I'm just gonna spend enough time on it to where I can sort of poke holes in the stuff he says and just point out that some of the issues there are with like saying this is an authentic.
Yeah, I mean, even if there's a low probability that any one particular method was used, that's going to be infinitely higher than to be able to overcome the prior probability of a resurrection.
Right, and we don't even that's the other thing. We don't even know if this is evidence for a resurrection because why
don't know
would
what that
expect,
means.
Why would we expect the resurrection to emit a bunch of like radiation?
Right. Yeah, it's supposed to be a supernatural event.
We don't know what it would do.
Yeah, so to say it's evidence, well, how?
Yeah.
That might
What
be
else did you want
too
to? What
subtle
else
a
did you want
point,
to
though.
say?
Who knows?
What else did you want to say, Proc? You've been trying to get up here for a while.
I was going to talk about the bodily resurrection. Like, what do you, like? I was going to ask you what your opinion is because you always like talk about like how it wasn't a bodily resurrection that Paul was talking about. It was some type of I don't know. You could say what you say.
Yeah. So
What you think.
there's kind of two theories about it. So, theory that you would probably be more open to, and the one that you would probably accept, is that what happened was Jesus, his current body that he was in when he was a human, transformed into like a sort of resurrected body, kind of like a metamorphosis, like it transformed into this new heavenly body. And that's kind of the theory that like conservative scholars take, as well as some critical scholars. The other theory is that the body that Jesus was in as a human was a temporary vessel for his spirit, and that when he died, his spirit left his earthly body and entered a new heavenly body that was waiting for him. And that's what's going to happen to us when we die.
Yeah,
So,
like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. There's a bunch of these resurrection bodies waiting for us.
yeah, so I think the latter theory is more likely what Paul believed than the former.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess, yeah. There's not enough to compel me one way or the other, I guess. Um, I would just go with the fact that he's talking about a body, just because in the Greek, like,
Yeah.
when he talks about it, he talks about some glorified body, and he's using the word body. So I don't know. I'm more
But
compelled to just take the fact.
why bother with so many words to say that though? If all he means is it's our body, why use all this rigmarole to explain that? It
Yeah.
seems to me like he's using that because he knows it's not going to be palatable to the people he's speaking to. Like he's really trying to get this complicated idea through. And
Well, what about Luke and Acts, right? Because I feel like in
Luke definitely believes in the kind of resurrection that you were thinking of, with like like the current body gets transformed. That's definitely what Luke believes, right?
Yeah.
And remember, my theory is that Luke acts as later, and you even think that too. You just don't think it's as late as me. But if Luke acts as later, there's enough time for this idea to develop around a bodily resurrection, and there's easy reasons to think of why that would be the case. I mean, if they were competing with Docetus,
Yeah.
they would
That's a
want to
great.
present this idea that Jesus was bodily resurrected.
Right, but even in Luke, it's not like I don't think it's that as explicit as you're kind of making it out to be either in Luke.
Yes, it is. In Luke's gospel, Jesus says when he resurrects, when he's having dinner with them, he says, "Look at me, I'm flesh and bone." It's very clear.
Right.
It's almost on
They
the
didn't
nose.
see a ghost. Yeah, they thought they saw a ghost. Yeah.
Yeah, but that
Which
would be
is
expected if it was a transformed body too. That would be expected under both. But the fact that he says, "Look at me, I'm flesh and bone," he's very clearly talking about having a body that's similar to what he had on earth. And the same with John. I mean, in John's gospel, there's scars that are left over. He has, when Doubting Thomas touches him, he's touching the scars on his hands, right? That John has this idea of a resurrected physical body that you're thinking of too. But Paul doesn't seem to have that idea. Paul seems to me to have this idea that the spirit is going to leave the body and put on new body, new clothes. Because like the one verse, 2 Corinthians 5, verses 1 through 5, he says that we have a tent here on earth and a heavenly tent that's waiting for us, that God built for us. You know, there's stuff like that. And then also, like you pointed out in 1 Corinthians 15, where he says the new Adam was from the dust, right? That's talking about, I think, an earthly physical body. Or the original Adam is from the dust, and the new Adam is from the spirit, right? And that's, I think, he's differentiating between having the human body and like the spiritual body.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's fair enough. I don't think there's enough to say one way or the other, I guess. So, I mean, I just take it like Acts, for example, does come earlier. I don't know. What would your opinion on the we passages be? When he says like the we passages like in Acts, like what's your take on that?
Yeah, it's just Luke is trying to mimic what other historicists did at the time. That's why he has a similar opener to what Josephus has. That's why he borrows a lot from Josephus and probably Suetonius. I think he probably borrows from Suetonius too. It's because he's trying to look like someone that's recording history. Luke has a different kind of goal than the writers of like Mark and Matthew. And the we passages are just kind of, he sees that in other historical works from like eyewitnesses.
Interesting.
I mean, you would really have to twist my arm for me to think that Luke was written in the first century by a physician that followed Paul around. I would need, if there's one thing I'm sure about in biblical studies, this would be close to the top of my list, that Luke Acts was not written by someone that followed around Paul in the first century. It was much later than that.
Yeah, I mean, this comes from like the Muratorian fragment or something, an early church tradition as well.
Well, there's a big date range on that. Some people date that out to the 4th century, I think, 4th or 5th century.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure they're like normal date range is like 200.
Date it. I can't remember the reason for the later dating. It's something to do with one of the bishops that's mentioned in it or something. But there's a disagreement about where to date that. But you are right to say that most people date it in the second century, late second century.
Yeah. Yeah. I would. Yeah. I mean, that's just how history is. We can't really come to anything like solid, but
Yeah.
that's fair enough, man.
And again,
I
like
think
I
that's okay.
agree. I've never doubted. There's almost universal, and again, with the caveats that I brought up before to you guys, there's almost universal agreement that those are the four that wrote the Gospels after Irenaeus or around that time. Like it's everyone agrees at that point, but all the people that agree seem to be aware of Irenaeus and against heresies. And Irenaeus seems to be getting, at least with Mark and Matthew, the tradition from Papias. And I don't think Papias is talking about our Gospels.
Mm. Yeah.
But you already conceded that Matthew wrote Matthew, sir.
I guess that link guy was blabbing about me on another live and said that I was floundering or something.
This is a strange one. Why did they call it the Gospel of Mark? Is it because of the tradition or like
Yeah,
why would they
I think
call
so.
it that? Okay.
Because of the tradition from Papias, yeah.
Yeah, because that'd be a very strange person
Yeah,
to put there. Yeah.
it's even stranger. Like, why is it not called the Gospel of Peter?
Yeah,
If it's Peter's testimony, why isn't it called the Gospel of Peter?
that's very strange. Yeah.
It's because they're not talking about they're not calling it by they're calling it by the tradition, right? Not what they would normally call it. It's coming from that tradition. And the tradition that Papias repeats about Mark. And there's other books that Papias could be talking about. We don't know what he's talking about. There's one theory I heard was this book called The Preachings of Peter. So there's this text called The Preachings of Peter that was lost. That's supposed to be sermons Peter gave. That was floating around in the church that other church fathers talk about.
That would be nice to have.
That sounds like something similar to what Papias is talking about.
Yeah.
Then there's like with Matthew, when he talks about it being in Hebrew, there's some theories there too. I mean, there's the gospel according to the Hebrews. It's interesting. Eusebius, when he quotes Papias, I don't know if you ever heard me talk about this, Brook, but Eusebius, when he quotes Papias about his tradition with Matthew, he says Papias talks about the sinful woman, which is also found in the gospel according to the Hebrews. Okay. Now, the sinful woman story, there's two examples in the New Testament. There's one in Luke, and there's one somewhere else. I can't remember where. But it's interesting that he thinks what Papias is talking about is what's in the Gospel of Hebrews. Why does he think that? Unless there's something that Papias says that hasn't been preserved that indicates he's confusing Matthew with the Gospel according to the Hebrews.
Mhm.
And maybe Eusebius just doesn't want to comment on that because he wants to provide attestation to these books.
Yeah.
And it's clear Eusebius isn't a fan of Papias. He calls him dumb.
Yeah.
He scours the earth to find people that attest to the authorship of the Gospels, and the only
And
person
that's all
he
he
can
finds.
find is someone he
This
doesn't
dumb
like.
guy. Maybe it's like even this dumb guy believes this.
Yeah, that's his point, maybe. Who knows?
That's I think the most frustrating thing is that because of this move towards a canonization and the emergence of this orthodoxy, that so little was preserved.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how much we actually have, honestly. But if we had the oracles that Papias wrote or Marcion's original Evangelion, that would solve a lot of confusion, I think. That would solve a lot of disagreements and us piecing together what happened.
I always thought it was odd that from its inception of Christianity, there were so many different views about who Jesus was.
Yeah, that is weird.
It's yeah. It's weird that and it's also weird that a lot of them have their own books. You know, like there's all these different books that supposedly came from a different apostle that they were kind of preaching and reading from. It's definitely a conundrum. It's a weird deal. I mean, there's so much to. I wonder if like other religions at the time were like that, and that we just don't have a lot of record of it because they didn't kind of survive.
Yeah.
Like I wonder if like, what's that? Dionysus is like that, where it has all these different like random cults that believe in Dionysus and has different stories about him.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that happened with Mithraism.
Yeah.
But again, we don't have a lot of information on it.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Yeah,
You're gonna say you're now an atheist.
Sir, what that verse, man, it has been troubling me where Paul prays to Jesus. That is weird. I actually talked to Carter about it, and I talked to another Unitarian on this app that's very good. And I think both of them just interpret the Lord there to be the Father. On first glance, that's what the guy did, and Carter also was going with that. And I asked Metaphysics Mike, and he said, okay, it seems to be talking about Jesus, but there's like a model where it's in the name of Christ, like we pray in the name of Christ or something weird. I'd have to pull that response up. But yeah, what do you think?
I'm not really sure. I don't.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm like, hold on.
You'd have to like read the verse out to me again.
Yeah, I'll read it. It's in when he was called to the third heaven. Hold up.
2 Corinthians 12 or whatever.
Yeah, 12:8. It says, 3 times I prayed to the Lord, here it's Kyrios, about this and asked him to take it away, but his answer was, my grace is all you need, for my power is greatest when you are weak. I am most happy then to be proud of my weakness, etc., etc. So, I mean, the full verse is, this is a weird verse. I don't know why
He's
there's
talking
not.
about Jesus because it doesn't say Theos.
Yes, it says Kyrios, yeah.
So you think he's praying to Jesus, and the thing that's giving you trouble there is
This is the only time where he
Why
would
is he-
call the Father Kyrios in the New Testament,
well.
in any of
Let's
his letters.
say he is praying to Jesus. Why is that an issue for you?
Well, it would be an issue to any Unitarian. No Unitarian prays to Jesus. You're not supposed to pray to Jesus as a Unitarian. If Paul is praying to Jesus here, then that's a problem. So that's why they initially said, when I was talking to them, that, yeah, Lord, here is the
Why
Father.
can't you guys
But
pray to Jesus? I'm confused.
no, we don't. Unitarians don't pray to Jesus.
Why though? What's the issue?
Because prayer is only reserved to God alone. And just Old Testament or Jewish understanding or anything, right? You wouldn't pray to an exalted person. I mean, he judges the world and prayer is like through him, but you know, you pray to the Father through Jesus or something, but you're not praying to Jesus, no.
Well, so like you take issue also with like when Catholics pray to saints and stuff.
I don't think they're really praying to saints. They're saying, I think they're saying they're communicating with the saints. And that's, I think, what the Unitarian might be trying to say here, that Paul is just communicating with Jesus. But it doesn't make sense because right after it says, my grace is all you need, for my power is greatest when you are weak. So that doesn't make sense.
Well, I think what I understand Catholics to be saying with the prayer thing is that they're praying to saints because the saints are the closest to God.
Yeah.
So it's almost like they're calling people that are really close to like the source they're trying to get to.
Yeah. I have to actually check that up, as obviously I'm not a Catholic.
Well,
Let me see, do Catholics
you have-
pray to saints?
As a Unitarian, though, would you have an issue with someone praying to the saints or praying to somebody to get a message to God?
No, I wouldn't. Under a Unitarian view, no. I don't think so.
Do you think that could be what Paul's doing?
It could be. It could be, but it's very hard to understand. It's very hard. It could be, but I mean, yeah, it could be. I just don't think that's probably the most straightforward reading of it. That's the problem I'm having. So this is one of the big verses. And then I would say the pre-existence versus like when it comes to Philippians 2 and 6, do you think like this whole like notion that he was in the status of God or something and
I think
he
that
yeah.
means image, like the image of God.
Mhm.
The same way that like Adam and Eve are created in God's image. That's what I think that means.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's tough too. And then
That's the toughest one, I think.
yeah. There's another one where it also says he was rich, but he became poor. I would also kind of see that as a pre-existence verse, but yeah.
But I think Paul maybe thinks, I don't know how you feel about it, but I think Paul maybe thinks Jesus pre-existed in some way.
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with pretty hard. Like in 2 Corinthians 8:9, he says, "For ye know that the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, that though he was rich, yet for your sakes he became poor, that ye through his poverty might be rich." Or that's kind of hard. "For you know the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, that though he was rich, yet for your sake he became poor." Yeah, like that type of thing seems like a pre-existence verse to me.
Yeah.
For sure.
But you don't want to accept that as Unitarian? Like that's
I'm undecided on it right now, but yeah, I
thought
mean,
Carter said
I
he's
don't
open to
understand how you can hold to pre-existence. I mean, J-Rob made a good point about it. I mean, you can, yeah, like pre-existence isn't really make sense with Unitarians. It's why Unitarians wouldn't
Why not though?
accept that.
What's like if God if
What is God? What is Jesus doing pre-existent? You know?
Yeah, maybe he's like just some kind of exalted being that existed. I mean, you could even say he existed forever. I don't see why that would be an issue.
Yeah.
I don't. That's. I don't understand. I don't understand the Unitarian thing. Like, I don't understand. I get you guys think the Father is the only God. Okay, I
Yeah.
understand that part of it, but I don't understand where Jesus fits into all this for you guys.
That's the problem I'm having too.
Well, but
He would
yeah,
be
you say you're a Unitarian. What is Jesus to you?
I under Unitarianism, under what I would think, he's an exalted man at the right hand of God that's going to judge us. Just very highly exalted, the most important
So
man ever.
he's just a man, right? The God chose to like be the person he's going to bring up to sort of judge people.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And why does he need to do this? Why not just come down and judge people himself?
Yeah, that's the thing. That again, that's a difficult. That's why I'm undecided right now. These things aren't connecting with me that much. I want to be careful because I was a Trinitarian for so long, so maybe it's not connecting with me because I was a Trinitarian for so long. But when you put it like that too, like from your perspective, you're also seeing that
Well,
some
what do
things
you
aren't
think
making
about
sense.
like heaven, hell? Like, what's your eschatology? Do you think that we like people get to go to heaven or?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And you think believing in the resurrection is the only way to get to heaven, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't get the point.
Yeah. Of what? Believing in the resurrection?
Yeah, I don't get why it matters. Like, I get like, I've kind of had trouble with all this stuff, like with like what anybody's saying about any of this, because it all just sounds like there's a bunch of people, these different ideas that everyone's trying to harmonize. So I just don't get how, okay, you got this human, he got, Dwight says you should read Enoch. I haven't read
Oh,
it.
I know why Enoch's important. I know for Unitarian, it's a very important book.
But wait, someone's trying to come up. Hold on. Oh, it's J-Rob. You have this like idea of like Jesus being a human that gets exalted, right? And you think it's this human that got exalted to judge people here on earth. That's the way to get into heaven. Is it just because like Jesus is the kind of the one who decides who gets into heaven? Is that what's going on there? You think?
I kind of. I guess so. Sure, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. I was also, yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
I think this is in line with Enoch. I think what you're saying.
Yeah, no, Enoch, like Jesus, not Jesus, the Son of Man is on the throne of glory and he's pre-existent. You can make an argument that he's pre-existent in Enoch. You could also make an argument that he's not pre-existent in Enoch. It's kind of the same thing we're seeing in like Paul's letters. Like you can make arguments that he's pre-existent or not, that he's highly, highly exalted. You see that very clearly in Enoch. So it seems like very similar in that respect.
Yeah, I think it makes big issues for Unitarianism if Jesus pre-existed, because in what way did he pre-exist? Like if he did pre-exist, because the scripture says he was involved in creation, and I think that makes a major problem, because if he was involved in creation, elsewhere in scripture it says that God was alone in creation. There was no one with him. It says, who was with me? You know what I'm saying? So if Jesus was there, then that means that Jesus would have to be God. Otherwise, there was another person there in creation.
Are you talking about? You're talking about John, right?
Not just strictly John. I'm just saying, yeah, I mean, you could talk about John. You could talk about Colossians. You can talk about Hebrews.
Where does it say in Hebrews that Jesus created anything?
Hebrews 1, 8 through 10 or 11?
Like, just summarize it for me, will you? You don't have to read it.
Well, actually, Hebrews 1, I think 2, it says, through whom he created all things. And then Hebrews 1 and 8, it says your throne, it says, the Father says to the Son, he says, your throne, O God, is forever and ever. And then it says that you, O Lord, laid down the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands.
What do you think about that Hebrew stuff?
Yeah. So like the all things there, like the your throne, O God, what people will say is it's referring to a psalm where it's talking about a king who is called God. The second thing is the all things there in the Greek is like extremely, extremely flexible. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean like physical creation. It could be other things like thrones, dominions, invisible things, other things. And then in Hebrews 1:10, there's like something, and it's not Jesus talking, it's like the Father talking or something like that, from what I remember.
J-Rob, what do you think of, I think it's Galatians 4:44. The one where Paul seems to, at least to me when I read the text, seems to be calling Jesus an angel.
Yeah, you have to read the text. I don't think it calls him an angel. I think I vaguely remember the text. It says like
Got hella wind, bro.
the Lord himself or something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of wind, a lot of background, J-Rob. Can't hear you.
Are you talking about the verse where it says like, you received me as if I was an angel?
Yep.
Or like as the Lord himself?
Yeah, you received me as something like you received me as Christ himself, like an angel or something like that. Let me pull it up here.
Yeah, I don't like, from what I recall, I don't think it necessarily is calling him an angel. But even if I were to agree with that interpretation, we do believe the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament is God.
It's 4:14, not 4:44. Yeah, so it basically says that you received me as an angel, as Christ Jesus. To me, it seems like it's saying that Jesus is on par with an angel, like that he's similar to an angel.
I'm saying, like, yeah, if I were to like accept that interpretation, um, we do believe the angel of Yahweh is God, so it wouldn't be an issue really.
I see.
There's also another one that's interesting, 1 Corinthians 8 and 6, where Trinitarians say that this is a reworking of the Shema. Yet for us there's one but God the Father, from whom all things came and from whom we live, and there's but one Lord, Jesus Christ. So that one's interesting. That one is really big to figure out what Paul is saying.
For them.
For everybody. I mean, like, there's Trinitarian scholars who interpret this as him reworking the Shema to include Jesus, and then there are the non-Trinitarian scholars who think that this is a clear identification that
I think
Jesus
if
is not God.
I think if I was Christian, though, I would just be a Trinitarian, just because the one thing you have going for you is all like the history and interpretation of this being the theology.
Not to mention, God doesn't make sense if he's not triune.
Well, I think he makes less sense being triune, honestly.
Well, no, because who was he loving before creation?
Yeah, but I kind of think this concept of God being three persons and one being, like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean,
Why not? I mean, you can conceptualize it with something like fire, right? You can know that the heat and the light from the fire are not the same thing, but they're still of the same essence.
Yeah, but if I take a fire, right, and you're saying, look, we have the heat from the fire, we have the light from the fire, blah, blah, blah. That's just a form of partialism. You're not saying that those things make up God. You're saying God is those things.
Yeah, he would be the entirety of the flame. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not analogous here, because you're saying Jesus is fully God. You're not saying the light beam is fully the flame. You're saying these things make up the flame.
Yeah. So no. So the light is the flame, and the heat is the flame. They're just different aspects of it, or distinct aspects of it.
That's not what you're saying about. That's not what you're saying about God, though.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, is the Father fully God?
Yes.
Is like numerically identical to God, right?
Yes.
Okay, and Jesus is numerically identical to God, right?
Yeah.
But Jesus is not numerically identical to the Father.
Wait, I don't think it's numerical, like, because that's a
The distinction in person isn't negating that they're the same essence.
No, the essence is numerically identical to God.
Right. Not the
Essence. What does that mean? The essence is numerically identical to God.
like we wouldn't say that Jesus' flesh is God.
Wait, we wouldn't say Jesus' flesh is God. What?
Like the flesh of Jesus is not God, but Jesus is God.
What do you mean by what are you saying when you're saying Jesus is God?
That he is of the same essence as the Father.
All right, we're back to not understanding what essence means, though. What is essence?
Like the being.
They're the same what?
The being?
Yeah, what the being is.
Why is that different than saying it's numerically identical to God?
Well, you said the person is numerically identical. When we're saying that the essence, the being itself is identical to the nature or the essence of God.
Okay. Let me try a different question. Is the Father someone I can actually pray to? Okay. When I pray to that thing, am I praying to God? Okay. So when I pray to Jesus, am I also praying to God?
Yes.
Okay, when I pray to Jesus, am I praying to the Father? Okay, then that's a contradiction. Yes, it is, because you're saying these things are this object, right? This object we call God.
It's like saying, hey, when I suck on ice, am I sucking on H2O? If I drink
No, it's not like that.
wait, hold on, let me finish. If I drink water, am I drinking H2O? Right? If I'm feeling steam, am I feeling H2O? Yes, you're feeling H2O, but when you
No.
drink the water, wait, hold on. When you drink the water, you're not sucking on ice.
No,
But
if
you are sucking or drinking on H2O.
No, it's not like that. It's like saying
Modal, J-Rob.
no. It's not.
Yep.
That's not what it's.
It's
being
exactly
said.
it's
No, it's listen.
completely analogous.
No, this is where the disconnect is. What you're really trying to say is that when I look at that ice cube on the table, that ice cube is God.
No, I'm saying that the ice cube is H2O, which is the essence. The essence is the H2O, right? So when you say, when I pray to the Father, am I praying to the Son? Like, no, you're praying to two different persons who have the same essence. So when you're sucking on the ice cube, you're not sucking on, liquid, right?
Is
But you are.
is Jesus the ice cube?
Sure. I mean, yeah.
Okay, and Jesus is a person, right?
Right.
Okay, so you're saying if I'm looking for Jesus, I look at the ice cube. That's Jesus.
Right.
But you're saying the same thing about God. You're saying God is the ice cube.
No, I'm saying that God is the H2O.
That makes up the ice cube?
Right.
That's still God is the ice cube, right?
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm saying that if we're talking about the essence, the being, right? The being is the H2O, right? But the ice cube is a distinction of the being, like with the being.
Like, sir, you, me, and J-Rob are all human beings, but we are
Yeah,
not the
but there's-
same human.
Yeah, but there's 3 humans here.
Right. But we're not the same human.
I know, but there's 3 of us.
But
That's
if we
the
were
same
all,
thing about-
but if we were, but we are one humanity, right? We are all human.
We're not humanity. We're part of humanity.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, we are what makes up humanity, right? So
Yeah,
you
but
can
that's not.
understand.
That's
you can
not.
understand things
That's
like
not what you guys are saying about God. That's where all the confusion is coming in, because you're saying this is what you guys are really saying. Now, just let me finish the analogy. What you're really saying is that the ice cube on the table is Jesus, the ice cube on the table is the Father, and the ice cube on the table is
No, that's not what we're saying.
Let me finish, please. I let you finish. Let me
All right,
finish.
go ahead.
But you're saying different parts of that ice cube, the different essences or whatever of the ice cube, are assigned to these different persons. So, for
No.
example,
no.
oh my
Bro,
God,
how can you miss it? I'm not saying, bro, I'm saying that the ice cube, let's say the ice cube is Jesus, right? The Father is the water, right? And then we have the steam, right? So all of these states of being share the same essence of H2O. So God is the nature, the essence, right? Which would be analogous to H2O. That's what God is H2O. And God, has distinctions, right? Which would be the persons. So the persons would be analogous to these states of being,
Like the same underlying substance.
yeah, none of this makes.
So
none of this that you're saying
liquid, solid, and gas are the distinct persons.
Can you point?
Rob, you're stressing me out. I hate the water analogy.
Can you point to something in the universe and say that's God?
No, what?
You can't.
Yes,
Wait,
goodness, love, justice, peace, mercy. Those things
No,
are.
that's not what I. That's not. I'm not asking. That's going to get more confused. I'm saying, can you point to something, some object, something with ontological status that you would call
Jesus.
God? And there's one God, right? There's one God you can point to.
Yes, one God.
J-Rob, you agree?
Right.
Okay. When you point to Jesus, you're pointing to that one thing.
When I'm pointing to Jesus, I'm pointing to a person who has the nature of that one thing.
That ontologically, though, when you point to Jesus, you're pointing to that one thing in the universe that's God.
The person isn't the
I'm not
essence.
asking about his personhood right now. I'm asking about the object that we call God.
Okay, sure.
It's that one object in the universe that's called God.
What do you mean by object?
Yeah, when you say object,
something with ontological status.
So when you're saying object, then we would say that there are three things that have the same nature of the one thing.
Okay, I'm not worried about that right now. I'm trying to point out where the concept is.
But when you say that there's one object,
is there one God or three?
There's one God.
Okay, so there's one object.
No, there's one object.
I'm not talking about persons. I'm talking about God.
No, okay, no, you're not getting what I'm saying. When we say that there are three things that are the one thing, right? So when you say that there's one object, like it depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about the object of personhood, then there are three things. There are three
Still talking
things.
about being.
If we're talking about being, then there's only one being.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now can we get back to answering my question?
So okay, but you're just saying object, like, and I'm saying, are you talking? All right, now you made it clear that you're talking about the being.
Jesus is the being called God, right?
No.
He's not.
No.
Jesus isn't God.
No, Jesus is God. He's not. He is not the being of God.
What? Wait.
So
What is that?
So Jesus
Wait.
with the Father
I need one
and with
at a
the Holy
time,
Spirit
one
is
at a
God.
You guys are both saying different things. Just
No,
one at a
because
time.
you're trying to separate Jesus. So like if the Holy Spirit and the Father aren't included into this is not God. Jesus by himself is not God. The Father by himself is not God, and the Holy Spirit by himself is not God.
Please, I can't have two conversations at once. J-Rob, what do you mean Jesus is not God?
Didn't say that.
Okay, is God a being?
Yes, God is a being.
Okay, is God a person?
God is not a person. God is three persons.
Okay, perfect. So Jesus, when you say Jesus is God, you're saying Jesus is the being called God.
No. Oh my God. I just said God is three. I said God is the being. The being of God is three persons.
And Jesus is that being God.
Oh my God. Bro, I don't know what you're
Person of that being.
The being is the
wait.
He's not getting it. Oh my gosh.
One person of that being. Now you're saying he's a part of God.
Oh my God. No, I said the being is the essence, the nature, the being, the like. Okay, you could have, I don't know, just the being is the essence. Okay.
The being
is the essence of God.
Whatever the Sam hell that means.
Yeah. So you know how an object can have being, right? But like for instance, an unalive person has being, like the body, it has being, right? But it doesn't have personhood.
Has being.
Right?
I have no idea what you're saying right now. Listen.
Oh my God.
Let's get back to the topic.
Yo, a object has being, but it can have either no persons, one person, or multiple persons.
Fine. I'm okay. Well,
but the persons aren't the being. The essence is the being. The essence of the thing.
J-Rob, God is a being, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Jesus is God.
Yes.
Okay. You're saying Jesus is the being called God.
No, you're intentionally just trying to miss it, bro. You gotta be intentional. You gotta be intentional. You gotta be intentional. So this is why I like the water ice thing, right? Because
you can try to confuse people with that, but I'm not being confused here.
No, because
that's why I'm trying to.
It shows like wait, hold on, because if I do the water ice things, it just shows how like you're If you miss it, it just shows how you're just trying to miss it. You're not trying to
No,
get it.
no, no, it does. No, I'm trying to elucidate to you what my confusion is, right? When you guys
No,
talk
no,
about it. And you're not
bro,
trying to understand it
we broke it down
because
100.
you're
We
not.
broke it down.
This is why I
No,
think you're not trying to understand it.
no, sir, I broke it
I
down like
think you
5 times to you.
I think you refuse and try to understand what's being said
No,
because you see the contradiction
no,
among the
no,
horizon.
no, no.
And
It's not a
you're putting
contradiction.
on
You're
your
just
running
you're
shoes.
presupposing some stuff.
You're
We
putting
broke
on
it
your
down.
running
We
shoes
broke.
and trying to run away from the contradiction.
No, no, I broke it down 5 times to you. I said God. I said Jesus is not the being of God, and then you ask me dumb questions and say, "See, he's a being." Like, bro, you're just not
You
trying to get it.
you
You're just
said
not
God
trying to
isn't
get
a person and God is a being, and you also said Jesus is God.
God is
The
3
entailment
persons.
the entailment there is that Jesus is the being called
it.
God.
No, Jesus has the essence of the being God.
Jesus is the essence of the being God. What does that mean?
He has the essence. He possesses the essence of the being God.
He possesses the essence. Yeah, you're saying he is God.
Oh my God. He possesses the nature of God. So going back to the analogy, because you clearly
Can you give me an example of something that has the essence of something but isn't that being?
yeah, when you say that he is that being, right? I have the nature, I have the essence of human, but I am not human, right? I'm not
You're
the
not?
only. No, I'm saying like I am not the only human. You get what I'm saying? Like I am not
Wait.
nature.
Oh, okay. All right. I get it.
I am not the
Okay,
nature.
here's where I'm losing you.
Hold on, sir.
No, I
Listen.
get you now. No, look, no,
Just
don't
real
let me
quick,
lose
just
my
real
train of
quick,
thought. Don't
real
let
quick.
me lose my train of thought.
Oh my God.
You're saying you're the essence of human. Okay, now I get what you're saying there. But when I'm talking about the being human, I'm talking about you, J. Rob, the human.
So I the self, I possess the human nature. I am not the human or whatever, however you want to try to say it, right? I myself, the person, the agent who possesses the human nature.
Yes, okay, I understand all that. I'm asking you, but I'm not asking you about what's the nature of Jesus, right? I'm asking you about the being God in the same way that I'm asking you about the being J. Rob.
Right, and I'm saying
Not the person, J. Rob.
I'm saying that the
The being
being,
J. Rob.
yeah, I'm saying that the being is the essence.
Okay. So Jesus is the being God, right? He has the essence of God.
No. He has the essence of God. Yes.
Okay, so then he's the being God.
With the Holy Spirit and the Father, yes.
Okay, but now you're saying, now that's some form of partialism. You're saying these three make up God, right? But that's not what you want to say.
No.
You want to say these three things are equally God.
We're not saying
You're the
that
same God.
we're not saying that they make up God. We're saying that they each possess the divine essence.
Is this the metaphysics of the Trinity?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, this is my favorite topic. Whenever, please, tag me in.
Bro, J-Rob, just give up, bro. You're confusing everybody and yourself.
Oh, please. Like, if this is just demonstrating J-Rob specifically doesn't know, or Sir's just testing J-Rob, that's fine. But, Sir, if you're actually interested in, like, how I parse this out, I love this topic so much.
Okay, so is Jesus the
Get
being
line,
God
Shark.
or not? Can you help J-Rob?
What'd you say, Granny?
Well, I would be interested to hear another perspective real quick if
Oh.
Shark wants to give it. But Shark, in the history, I've noticed that a lot of times you aren't serious in your conversation. So any hint of you being unserious, I'm just going to back out of the conversation. I'm just letting you know that ahead of time.
I don't know what that means. I'm serious in basically all conversations besides with Cage.
You're bordering on being unserious right now to even say that.
I
Just
don't
give him
know
a
what
chance.
this.
Let him help
I don't know what
J-Rob.
this
Sema, go
presupposition
ahead.
is. It
Can
just
you
seems
explain
like
how Jesus is God or not God? How?
that's a bold like accusation, sir. Sincerely.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Well, explain to me your concept of the Trinity, then I'll
Time
hear
out. Didn't you two have like a big argument about calling somebody racist?
No, I never talked to Shark about that.
No, that was Bart.
Yeah, that was Bart.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I pair like by the way, if you want to know how serious I am, you can just click the link under my bio and read all the papers. right? That's how serious I am. We can talk about literally any of those. So for the Trinity, I combine divine conceptualism with Trinitarian Neoplatonism because in order for us to understand literally anything, it's necessarily relational. So in order for anybody to make a claim about God, God is necessarily relational. We'll
Okay.
start there.
But I'm not any closer to understanding the problem. So let's.
Okay, so
God is relational. Like you're gonna have to tell me what that means.
no worries. So A equals A is an ontological claim, but it's just a naturalistic precept. And it's true that an apple is an apple, but that's just a tautology, right? If I ask you what's an apple afterward, you're just going to say it's an apple. This doesn't get us anywhere. An apple is a fruit with a stem. It's in relation, right?
Yeah.
And the apples are all going to have appleness, the same necessary properties that allow it to have the identity of an apple. And they're expressed in different forms and accidental properties, okay? Now, because God is outside of time, space, and matter, one ontology, it's necessarily the case for us to understand what God is, that God is relational, which is source, word, and spirit, or source, word, and helper. And those things are in perfect eternal communion.
Okay. All right.
That makes sense? Did I lose you?
Yeah, like I'm not tracking any of this, to be honest.
You've not said anything. You're just playing around.
Here, we'll
with
just
it, bro.
we'll
Say
start.
something concrete.
We'll just start with the apple thing. Okay. So, when you're saying an apple, let's say you have 3 apples in front of you. There's going to be 3 things that all have appleness, right?
Well, I don't think of apples that way, but I do understand what you're saying. You're saying that the thing that makes it an apple, we can't really point to it specifically. It's like sort of general qualities that we would associate with being an apple, but some other underlying thing that we can't point to is what I think you're saying.
Right. So it's one appleness, whatever we're calling the identity of an apple, expressed in 3 forms. Okay. And so everybody uses this kind of understanding within the universe, but because God is outside of time, space, and matter, we're not going to use words like parts or sets. That would be problematic.
Why?
Because parts and sets only exist within the universe.
Okay.
So those words would be problematic. So as it relates to Platonism with things inside of the universe, you understand that, right?
Well, no, I think that if you're saying that in a Platonic realm, like suggesting such a thing even existed, there couldn't be parts. I don't know if I agree with that.
What? The Platonic realm is necessarily not parts. It's just like the universal, because it's the realm of forms. It's universals having forms, and the forms are expressed through intentional will.
There could be all kinds of like parts floating around the realm.
What do you think parts are?
Parts are things that like make up an object.
Are things that make up an object?
Yeah.
Well, if you just mean like, does that require like a composite being as well? Like, okay, so like my finger is part of me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. But when we're analyzing, so when we're analyzing God, the Father is not a part. That's partialism.
I know that that's partialism, but we were talking about the Platonism thing there for a minute. I'm saying that like that's actually a good example with you, right? If there was some person that existed in the Platonic realm, they would still have fingers and things that make up that person.
No, because human, like the word for us is going to be like humanness or humanity, right? It's an unchanging universal that we necessitate. Without it, you can't make a claim that we're a human or that you're a human.
Can you say that? Say that last sentence again. I got momentarily distracted or else at my house. Say that one more time.
You're good. It would be impossible for you to claim that you or we or us are humans without humanity being an unchanging universal.
It would be impossible. One more time. Impossible for us to what?
It would be impossible for us to be humans if humanity wasn't an unchanging universal.
No, I don't agree with that at all. I don't even know.
Well,
Why would you even think that?
because humans rely on a necessary identity in order for us to actually be a human. But nobody knows. Yeah, nobody knows what actually is required to be a human.
Well, I mean, you could say that like when someone talks about human, there could be like some kind of like cluster concept going on there.
Okay. Is there going to be something that is necessary even as a cluster?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there has to be. No.
Okay, then what's a human?
Yeah, like the general idea, the concept we have of human could be like a bunch of concepts that when we like envision a human, those concepts coming together could be a human in one sense, but another set of concepts could overlap those and be human in another sense.
Yeah, but I'm interested in what a human actually is.
It's not that, but yeah, you're just presupposing there's a universal thing that's a human.
Then humans don't exist.
No, that's not. No, nope.
You're just saying that a human is whatever an individual perceives as a human. So if I perceive my dog as a human, is it a human?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then what's a human besides just a perception?
There could be a concept of human that we're both talking about, and there could be overlapping things that make that thing human.
Well, we're just having some kind of concept about what a human is, right? That's if we're stopping at epistemology and beliefs, and we're like, hey man, I think that humans require X, Y, Z, and you say I think humans require X, Y, M. Okay, cool. But do we agree that all humans
the word require?
Yeah, without X, then it would lack a property to actually be a human. It would just be me and you are just calling something a human.
Wait, so what is the X that is needed to be human then?
Humanity or humanness, either one.
What is that? What is that X? Like, what's the necessary property of being human?
The necessary property of being a human is humanness. It's the universal, unchanging, necessary thing.
Sorry, you're just begging the question. Like this is like.
No, this is literally just what
Platonism.
Platonism. No, this is what Platonism is.
Okay. All right. So I'm not picking up how any of this like gets us any closer, and I don't. It just seems like you're gibbering. Like I don't even know what you're saying.
Well, study Platonism, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so, how would you answer like the questions that I posed to J. Rob about Jesus being God? Like, would you say he's the being God?
Well, I don't know what you mean being there. I would say that the being is the essence. There's one being, three persons, or three substances, three relations. There's not three beings. The word is not a being.
By being, I mean the object that has ontological status.
Okay, that's just one thing. So the word, which is a person, took on flesh. So the flesh would be a being, but J-Rob doesn't worship the flesh.
Right, but you still would say that being is God, right?
The flesh? No, the flesh is not God. No.
Okay, but is the Father the being God?
No.
So the Father doesn't have the ontological status of God?
You're equivocating. Okay, so there's going to be essential properties, which is the divine isness, and then there's personal properties, which is the who-ness. Okay, so the isness is not identical to the who-ness.
I mean, does anyone else hear this and just go, "What the fuck is going on?"
You got to. I don't know what to tell you. Go
the non-Christians. Like,
you understand that
any non-Christian. Does any?
Well, I mean, wait, you're just saying you're just saying you don't understand, and I'm telling you go read. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. Sir, you know that who you are isn't what you are.
Any non-Christian, like, no offense to the Christians up here, any non-Christian, tell me if
it's crazy that like he literally explained it exactly how I explained it in great detail. Right. And
any non-Christian, please, anybody, any non-Christian, does anyone understand any of this?
What are you not getting, sir?
Paying attention, so.
Oh yeah,
I'm trying to understand this. And none of this makes any fucking sense.
I can explain it. Well, I mean, study Aquinas, study the Church Fathers, study Maximus the Confessor, study Neoplatonism, study Platonism. Like, I don't know, man. Like, here we can just do Jester. So Jester. A equals A is an ontological claim of identity, but it's just a presupposition. But A is necessarily A, whatever necessitates A.
You talking about universals?
Well, whatever A is, it could be a universal, it could be an identity. I don't really see a distinction. Right, but A equals A is just tautologically true. But something is required for A to be A, right? A has to be A.
Right. Okay, you're saying, okay, I'm following.
Okay, so when we're looking at the God model, we're just going to start with like A is the ontology of God, and that's the divine isness, right? It's what God is, okay? But then for us to understand, there has to be relations, because if I tell you an apple is an apple and I ask you what's an apple, what do you say?
Probably a definition of apple in reference to like its color or taste or
Relations.
perceptions. Yeah.
Right, relations. So you're saying an apple is what an apple is necessarily in relation to other things that it's participating with, okay? So God is one being in eternal relations with Father, Son, and Spirit, who are in constant communion, which allow there to be a knower knowing what is known, and that's the baseline for knowledge and truth. And you agree to this as well, because every single thing that you understand is necessarily relational.
So you're saying like Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and the Father are just a referent of God's isness?
Well, no, it's not a referent. It's three divine persons. The who's are distinct from the what, and the who's are in perfect communion, right? And they're eternally relating and relaying communication and expressing, and we're participating in that expression.
Okay, so they relate to each other with the what of God.
Yeah, they all fully possess the whatness of God. So the Father is truly fully God, the Son is fully truly God, and the Spirit is fully truly God, and they're in perfect union eternally.
Miss God is a title, just like engineer. If you say somebody is an engineer, there can be many engineers, right?
What?
That means there are many gods.
No, it wouldn't be three gods. It would be three persons, one God. We just went over this.
If we have three persons in a room, that means we have three human beings in a room, right? Three humans.
No, I don't
So
grant
why
that
is it
you're a
that
person.
we have
No,
three?
wait,
Wait,
you're
wait,
no,
wait, wait,
no,
wait,
you're
wait.
confused.
Listen to the question. Listen to the
No,
question.
that's a straw man.
Listen to the question. Listen to the question.
No,
If we
I
have
don't
three,
grant that you're a person.
just listen to the question first. If we
Okay.
have three persons in a room, that means we have three humans there. Why is it
I
that
don't
when we
grant
have
that.
three persons in
I
your
don't grant
God,
that.
why is it that it's not three gods?
Got you, because I don't think that you're a person.
So what am I?
I think you're a human being.
A person. I'm a person, bro.
No, I think that there's a symmetry breaker. I hold, in order to be linguistically consistent, that God is three persons, and there's a person inside you, and that person is God, but you are not that person.
No, there's nobody inside me.
Listen, man, that's fine, man. You can believe this. That's fine, but understand, if you're going to do an internal critique of my worldview, then you have to adopt my language system. If we're
No,
just
I think you
if you're gonna no,
changed
stop.
the word
If you're gonna
person.
hang on. If you're going to pretend that you're doing an internal critique, but then put your language system on me, it's no longer an internal critique.
No. You redefine the word person to mean something else other than what we already know. If there are three persons, we know there are three humans, right? So if there are three persons in your God, that means there are
I'm
three
not
gods.
interested in this. He's just straw manning.
Yeah. You started accusing me of strawmanning before you heard the question.
Because it's not an internal critique. You're not adopting my language system. So this is about your worldview now. I
I
don't
should
care.
adopt your language. There is already an English language. You can't just change the meaning of the words to your own taste and start using it to try and force
Do you
bully
think
people
that
into
words
your
have
thing.
multiple meanings, Bale?
Yeah, but none of them meant what he's referring to. He's trying to make us. He's trying to make us believe that three things are not three.
Who would know better what he meant, you or him?
This is literally
No,
orthodox.
he's trying to make us
Christianity.
believe that three things are not three things.
Oh my God, bro.
He said there are three, 1, 2, 3 persons in his God, and he says that his God is referring to these three people. That's three gods, bro.
Well, you just said something other than that. I think that you're not listening and you don't care what he means by
because
it.
Granny, they don't care enough about me. Like, I've been told up here that I'm not serious. I've been told that I believe in three gods, right?
Victim folks. Bro, you're not a
Don't
victim
care,
of that.
when people don't care about what you mean, they
You're not a
devalue your
victim
words,
of
right?
the.
And so they're just going to constantly put their words over your words and never try to understand you. So they're no longer critiquing you.
Joker, or Fester, whatever you go by now. So when Shark said, when you brought up the analogy in the chat that you think he's saying 3 programs, 1 computer, is Shark? Do you think is that what you're saying? 3 programs, 1 computer?
I didn't use those words, man.
No, I sent.
I know you didn't use those words, but is that analogous to what you're saying?
We haven't fleshed out the semantics. I'm not agreeing to anything that I didn't say. No.
Okay, so Joker, can you break down why you think that would be compatible with what he's saying?
Because he's saying like God is what, and then there's like 3 different relations of persons and being all relating with each other.
Okay, but I think this is all ignoring what the issue that's being raised is, like from the people that don't understand the Trinity.
Just to clarify, they wouldn't have the programs don't have the fullness of the computer.
The programs what?
Don't have the fullness of the computer.
If you took a program out, would there still be a computer?
What?
Right, and if you did that with one of the people of the Trinity, then you would not have God any longer.
If you took one of the programs out of the computer, would there still be a computer?
Oh, but that's the thing. They're not.
Yes,
they're
with the computer, yes, but not. That's not. It's not analogous because with God, if you take away the Father or the Son or the Holy Spirit, you're not talking about God any longer.
You're not. We believe God is triune and relational and personal.
Why it's not. It's why these kind of things are analogous. Like anything you come up with is not really addressing the contradiction.
Right. We agree to that. Right. Because there's nothing in this world like God.
It's unique.
Our language is always going to be limited, but God is not limited by language. We are limited by language.
So the contradiction that's generally raised is something like this: like, look, if God is identical to Jesus and God is identical to
He's not identical to Jesus.
Oh my God!
God is identical to the essence. Oh my God!
But Jesus and the Father aren't identical. It's literally a contradiction.
No, it's not.
No,
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
because you're still conflating the who and the what.
That's why all these
you-
analogies.
listen,
That's why
the-
all
the
these
rela-
analogies you give are either talking about partialism or some other
No.
form of Trinitarianism
No,
that you
I
don't accept.
mean, it's a straw man. That's what it is. Like,
No, you're okay.
Right. So when we try to explain the concept to you, it's not going to be a perfect analogy, but you can understand things like the difference between who and what.
Look, I don't need a personal analogy, but I need one that fits the Trinitarian
How
model.
do you
that isn't
how do you understand
contradictory.
something if it's not
And
personal?
you guys don't have one.
Literally every single
Any
thing you
analogy
understand
you
is
guys
personal.
give is either going to be heretical or it's going to be contradictory.
There's no contradictions unless you're equivocating the what and the who.
So that's the issue.
The issue is you're equivocating the what and the who. That's the issue.
You are equivocating with these examples because when you use these terms, you're
What are you
trying
talking
to
about? What example? What
you're
example do
trying-
you think I brought up?
he didn't even
Why
use
do you
an
always
example.
cut people off when they're trying to talk?
Because you're strawmanning constantly. It's like you can't help yourself.
What do you? Where did I strawman you?
With the computer, I haven't brought up an analogy.
I didn't say you did, dummy.
You
Where did I say
just
brought it up?
did.
You just did. You literally.
I
About
never
with
said
the-
you brought up the
With
computer
our
analogy.
analogies, J. Robin,
I
he
asked.
did Ice Cube, I did a flame.
No.
No, you
I
said that.
asked,
Shark.
I asked Joker if when he brought that up in the chat, if that represented what I asked you if that represented what you were saying. I didn't say you.
And
used
I
it.
said I'm not engaging with it because
So
it is
what?
not words that we've flushed out.
So it's not a straw man if I didn't say you said it, dummy.
But you did say that he used an analogy that doesn't work, and he didn't use any analogy.
I said all the analogies that are being used are either going to be contradictory or they're going to be some form of heretical
Okay,
model of Trinity.
I didn't use an analogy. I explained Platonism so that you can understand the. Oh, do you think that apples having a necessary property and being expressed in 3 different forms or modes is that a contradiction? There's 3 in 1.
Yeah, but there's 3 apples there.
What's an apple if it doesn't require anything necessary? You're making a universal.
You're going to call
claim
each one of
identity.
them an apple.
Yeah, you would have to say apple 1, apple 2, apple 3 but you're saying that the apple is what makes them equally an apple, but you're denying the fact that they're equally an apple.
There's three. Yeah, but there's three
That's a
apples.
contradiction. You're saying that these 3 apples are an apple and are not an apple.
No, there's 3 apples there. That's the issue. When you're
What's an
counting the
apple?
apples and pointing to the apples, there's 3 apples. I'm worried.
Okay, okay?
I'm
There's 3
worried
apples.
about the being of God, right? There's
Hang on.
one
Are the
being-
3
there's
are the
one
3 apples
being-
are the 3 apples actually equal at all?
Are the 3 apples equal?
Yeah.
Well, they probably share the same properties. I don't know if I would say they're equal.
Oh,
right. They
do
share
what
the
now?
same properties.
Some of the same properties, yeah.
Right. So something within the apple is necessary.
No.
No, what the hell? What are you talking about?
Kobe, you're late, man.
But necessary just means couldn't have failed to exist. And I
No,
think
necessary.
apples
No,
couldn't have failed to
necessary in
exist.
this context is saying that in order for them to actually be an apple, they are
They must meet
required
this?
to. They are, huh?
Oh, you're just saying it's like for X to be this, it must meet this requirement or something. right?
Yeah. In order for A to be A, it has to be A.
Yes. Wait. So for for an apple to be an apple, whatever.
It has
people who study
necessary.
fruit,
It has
those
a
things.
necessary property or universal.
I don't agree that an apple would have that.
Right. So an apple. So right. So then, how do you have 3 apples?
Because the concept of apple is there on the table.
What's an apple?
Well, an apple, like the concept I have of apple, I might not have a working definition, but when I think of an apple, I think of like a fruit. I think of like a thing with like a stem, seeds. It's red.
Right.
But
But
if I
it's
saw,
not
but if
actually
I
an
saw,
apple.
but I know that apples aren't always red. Sometimes they're green.
Right. But if you
know,
have
sometimes-
here, we'll do like okay, Kobe. If you have 3 apples, do all 3 of these apples have at least one necessary thing that has them share an identity?
Like in order to be an apple, let's just make this simple. Like let's say you must have the seeds that contain whatever the seeds that apples contain, right? You must have these seeds or whatever.
Right. And
like,
then those
each of
and
these
those,
apples meets that requirement, but one's a Granny Smith, one's
right,
Honey
and,
Crisp.
yeah, right. And those
one's a-
those
yeah.
seeds,
Like, they're still apples.
those seeds,
No.
and
No,
those
I
seeds
don't agree
and the
with that.
potential for it to actualize is appleness.
No, what if
The what?
what if someone created an apple without the seeds? A seedless apple, you would
I
still
don't.
call it an apple.
I may refer to that as something different.
Yeah, that wouldn't be an apple anymore.
Yeah. I take it apples have seeds. Some bastardization of that is no longer an apple. It's called
Right, like that's this is the whole point, and why like when I'm talking to people who don't study Platonism, obviously they're not going to understand the language because everything is just arbitrary to them.
So
They're
wait,
using.
I just want to be clear here.
Yeah.
Like the referent of the apple, the thing on the table, I agree that that referent has a necessary identity. When we're talking about the concept of apple, I don't think there's anything required
Oh, I
that's
agree with
necessary for something to be an apple.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so that's what's important here because he's saying there's some necessary requirement for
There is.
things to be things.
They have to be apples.
Right,
Does
that's
it
what I'm
obtain to
disagreeing with.
appleness?
And I'm saying that the necessary, Kobe, I'm saying what is necessary for the apples, I'm just calling appleness. And he's saying that he's saying he can say that there's 3 apples even if appleness doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, wait. This
What-
is
what
really
appleness is a
confusing
concept.
because with what
No,
Serge
appleness is a concrete universal.
wait. If we take what Serge just said with the whole, he believes the referent has some qualities that are going to be necessary for it to be that thing, but he doesn't believe that's true of the linguistic system. Like I'd agree with that. So what are you saying to that, Shark?
Well, I'm not really, listen, I'm not limiting it to the language system. The language system
Or
is-
concepts, my fault.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to be understanding that we are using concepts for things that we believe is. For something to actually be with the property of is, then it has to be knowable or foundational. Okay.
I don't know about knowable. Like we don't know certain regions of space, but I don't think that.
Yeah, but we wouldn't.
It's just
yeah,
to say that everybody is capable of trying apples.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Like anything that we're talking about necessarily has the property of knowability, right? If it doesn't have knowability, then it's irrational and illogical for us to be talking about it.
Rational, logical. Okay, if we can't know what we're talking about, you're
Right.
just saying there's no point in talking about it. Like, okay, yeah, I agree.
I'm not really interested. I'm more interested in epistemology than ontology because ontology is just precept. I'm not interested in that, but I am interested in just like a baseline. We need A equals A, which is the identity, which requires a universal. Then we talk about the epistemology. If we can't even get past A equals A, we can't talk about all of the relations afterward.
you know. I don't even know. Like, Kofi, do you see like this is just word salad to me?
Oh my god.
I'm trying to track. I heard I came up because I heard like some LPT stuff and I got an argument for that. But with what? So Shark, repeat the last thing you just said. You said if A equals A.
I don't know. I can just try to explain it again. It's
Yeah.
true that A equals A, but A equals A is just a tautological presupposition of identity. Okay? It doesn't tell you anything. So if I tell you an apple is an apple, and then I ask you, hey Kobe, what's an apple? What do you say?
Wait, the presupposition part I'm going to disagree with because for A to equal A, I don't see any implicit like presuppositions I have to make, right?
Identity. Yeah. Necessary identities. Like A, in order for A to be A, it's necessarily the case that A is A.
Wait, I don't. So when you're using when you're using
You're presupposing that A actually exists.
no. When you're
Oh my
using
God,
presupposition
no.
here,
You don't
are
have
you
to presuppose
saying something you
anything.
just take as fact with no investigation? Something you just are assuming to be the case?
What?
Like, what are you using the word presupposition in there? Like we're
Yeah,
presupposing the law.
I think that yeah. Would you agree that A equals A is axiomatic?
Axiomatic just means self-evident or some value theory. Are you using it in like self-evident or something like that?
Yeah, I hold that.
Okay, so wait. Let me
Yeah,
hold
there's
you there.
there's not going
because-
to be a real distinction or a meaningful distinction between axiomatic and presup.
No. Wait. Okay, hold on, Shark. Hold on. In my linguistics, you may disagree with my linguistics here, but
That's
the way
fine.
I use the word axiomatic means either value or something that's self-evident. The way I use presupposition is something that is assumed without investigation or something like that. That's a presupposition. Like
Yeah, and that's fine. I think that if we were to dive into the self-evident, right, and ask it, because it doesn't require justification, right? It's self-evident without justification. That's an axiom.
It's self-evidence is it wouldn't require justification because it's self-evident. But I don't see that being the same thing as a presupposition. I'm confused there.
Well, okay, so let's just go. We can do this, or we can go back. It's fine. Do you want to do this? Do you want to stay here?
No, I'm just saying the word presupposition and the word axiom under my linguistics, like they do not mean the same thing, even though you're saying
That's fine. Anything that I need to clarify, that's fine. That burden is on me. So if I express a word and there appears to be an equivocation or something's unclear, I grant that it's my responsibility. Okay.
I guess the reason I'm pointing this out is because continuing the dialectic, if you're going to use the word presupposition, but you're just meaning self-evident truth, that's going to give me it's going to make my headspace a little shaky, because when you're saying it's self-evidently true that the law of identity is true, that's something I may agree with. But when you say it's some presupposition, I'm taking to say that A equals A, I'm going to disagree with that.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. No. What the presup is making the claim about what A is. Like A is.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
So the presupposition, the thing I'm assuming is about what A is. So is A, if A is this oak tree in front of me, you're saying I'm assuming.
Yeah, you're
What?
assuming that that's a tree, because then I'm gonna ask
Wait,
you.
no,
What
I'm not. No, I'm not. Why am I? I wouldn't be assuming that because I've been
what's a
taught
tree?
what trees are, and
What's a
that's
tree?
why I call that a tree.
Here, what's a tree?
If it was called a coconut, I'd call it a coconut. If I was taught to
What's-
call it a coconut, and be like, what are you talking about?
What's
I
a
don't
tree?
assume it's a tree.
What's a tree?
A tree is going to be some woody structure that grows, out of the ground. Like,
Yeah, but Pando violates that.
you say what?
Pando violates that.
Pando?
Pando, Pando.
What is that?
Google it real quick.
Pando. Just tell me.
It's a colony tree, and so it is one organism, one root system that expresses itself through thousands upon thousands of shoots. So
Wait, but did
when you're
is it not a
analyzing
woody
when you're
structure
analyzing
that grows out of the ground?
well, no, okay, so with Pando though, if you were to go and cut down one of the shoots, it would be wrong to say you cut down a tree. Your language system crumbles.
No, but we could. That's an easy tweak, like Shark. I don't get that. If you understand what the pando is, you could easily tweak that from a tree to a piece of a tree. Like what?
Oh, no, but hang on, wait, no. That's the point. When somebody is making a claim of identity, I'm interested in what that thing is to the highest standard of accuracy. But if in one breath you say, I get to cut down this wooden thing and it's a tree, no problem. Then you walk into Pando and you cut down this wooden tree, and now your language system has to say, I did not cut down a tree, right? That means that something within your language system is faulty. You're not actually demonstrating what the tree is, because the tree is not the shoot.
No, this is confused. Wait. So if I cut down an oak, given that it's not a pando and has many shoots, so when I cut down the oak and I say I've cut down a tree, you're saying something's failing to track in my linguistics when I go to the Pando, cut down one of the shoots and say I cut down a piece of a tree? Like, I'm confused.
Yeah, because now your language system is no longer clarifying what is a tree.
No, Shark. To say it's not clarifying means you don't understand when I say when I go to the Pando and cut down a piece of it. But you understand that.
Yeah, because when you're cutting down the oak tree, you're still cutting down a piece of the tree. The language system would remain the same. It wouldn't change.
Okay, well, when you're cutting, what are you talking about? When you cut down an oak tree?
The oak tree is not limited to solely the shoot. Okay, it also includes the root system. Okay, and that's the whole point of Pando. That Pando.
No, you're wait, Shark. You're just being confused because when we refer to cutting down trees, we have another. We have another word when we take up the whole.
Can I ask you respectfully to stop that?
That's uprooting a tree.
Can I ask you respectfully?
We don't take the roots.
Can I ask you respectfully to stop that?
No, wait. What are you like? You're confusing me really badly here. Like,
okay, that's fine.
You're saying when we cut down trees because we don't take the roots, there's some sort of identity failure, like in our linguistics, and I don't.
Yes.
That's like wholly unclear.
Okay, because you're just using it colloquially, saying a tree is just going to be the specific context, but I'm never going to actually clarify what a tree is, right? But in these kind of conversations, when you're talking about God or the Trinity or identity, and people are serious about it, and they're going, what is this thing? They dive deeper to the necessary properties, but we can't actually know what the necessary properties are 99% of the time, right? We just understand them relationally. And that's what J-Rob has been trying to tell you all for years. That's what the Christians have been saying. You understand God through a personal relation of honest truth.
I'm disagreeing with that because I don't think when I go to figure out what makes a tree, I need to contrast it with anything. I think given the tree itself, I can discover what a tree is. Right? I don't need to have a tree, a metal fence, and an ocean to figure out a tree's a tree. Like I don't need.
Okay, a tree is a tree. Do we agree is just tautologically true?
Yeah, it's going to be it's tautology.
Okay, cool. And then we're going to agree that something about trees, if trees actually exist, share a property, and that property we can just call treeness.
I guess like trees. There's probably some actual property, but yeah, just for sake of convo.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we're just going to call it treeness. Okay. And then you understand treeness as they are expressed through the forms of what we call trees through their relations with other things.
That's where I'm nope. Yeah, I just
tell me what a tree is. Okay. Tell me what a tree is without tautology and relations. Go.
Wait, I'm working with your words. I'm just removing relation. You gave a good definition there. I'd say the trees are expressing this property of treeness in a modicum of ways, but I don't need to relate them to anything outside of trees. Like I don't need to go, okay, the tree has this.
Wait, that's fine. Wait, no, hang on. Even that's fine. Wait, I can work with that. Wait, no, I can work with that too. That's fine. So let's say that only the tree exists. Okay. Either it's the case you're just going to say a tree is a tree because a tree is a tree, or you're going to look inside the tree, the intrinsic properties, and you're going to see how the tree is relating to itself, right?
But that's still, the self-relation still satisfactory with A equals A, right? I'm not going outside of it with what you're doing.
I agree. Yeah, I'm not denying A equals A. I'm saying that to understand what the tree is beyond tautology. Huh?
Yeah, you can just look at the tree. That's what I'm saying. With what you just said, to understand what a tree is,
relationally, though,
look at the tree.
That's the Trinity. The Trinity is telling you.
No, you're saying to understand the Trinity, you got to look at the relations. That's what you're saying. That's why you want to inject relations.
The relations are intrinsic to God.
Yes. Okay, that's what you want to say. When I'm looking at identity, I don't need that. I don't need to introduce relations to get identity claims.
No. Hang on. When I say relations, I'm saying the same thing that you are right now. It's intrinsic, right?
Okay. So it's not a relation in the sense of something else, but it's a self relation.
No, the Father is truly God, the Son is truly God, the Spirit is truly God, and this is intrinsic with God.
Oh, so let me lay down my argument real quick. Let me see if I can remember it. So it's gonna be let me double check my
Did you understand?
when you switch this to self, because remember, I thought you were using relation when we were speaking about the tree.
I
You were
know.
saying
Wait, I
other
understand, and I want
things.
to. I
You know
want
what
to
I'm
pause.
saying?
I want to give
So
you. I want to give you time to actually analyze what I just said. Right?
no, I picked that up. Yeah, I picked it. But like when you said it was a self relation, that's when I agreed because that's what I was doing with the tree, and that's why it was cleared up because I would be just self relating to the tree to get tree equals tree, and that's what you're saying. I thought because remember I thought you were saying you're using
Yeah, it's
other
self.
things in reality
Yeah,
to
God.
relate to the
You're,
tree to get the identity of the tree.
but in
Remember, I
order,
thought
but
that's
in
what you're
order
saying.
for in order for us to understand the tree, right? The tree is necessarily relational
To itself, though.
That's fine. Wait, well, it would have to reveal itself.
No, okay. If it's relational, you're saying relational to itself, though, or are you saying
Yeah,
relational
let's
to
just start.
something
Let's
else?
just start with the metaphysics of the Trinity itself, and then we can go into creation afterward. Like, let's just do God is relational, intrinsically, eternally.
Oh, well, okay. Hold on. Let me just give this argument real quick. See what y'all think. Hold on.
Hey, J. Rob, what you think, man? I've been studying, man. I've been studying the word. You see it? You see it? I know you see it. I know you feel it.
To get the premise given.
How many premises is
Okay.
it, man? If you say
Look,
more than
look.
4, man.
If there exists any.
No, how many premises?
Okay, hold on.
If you say more.
Oh, it's 6. I will say it
No.
fast. Just chill.
No.
Look, it's
because-
quick. It's quick. I promise.
Dude.
That 6 premises for this one?
You like Kobe. I say this sincerely. I
Bro,
want to look,
if you
Kobe,
okay, no, Shark, I'll let you off the
I
hook.
wanna-
You just,
I
no,
wanna
no, I'll
look
let
it
you off
over,
the
but I
hook.
have
You just
to
have to say
analyze
you have
all
no,
of the
like
semantics.
no brain span, like because if you can't listen to 6 premises and give me what you think about it, that's just crazy, bro. Come on, because you're
I'm
gonna
willing-
go take more time on Discord to read through it. Make sure like all you're still gonna spend the time. I don't get why me reading them here is some sort of problem. If you just don't want to, that's completely fine.
I
But,
just
like,
want to
Tell us
go.
what you got.
That's fine. We're just have to go over the semantics.
yeah, I'll explain. Just use your semantics.
No, we can't. It's your argument. No. This is only your semantics.
If we may argue about that because I believe I can have some construal of some argument and be able to inject other people's semantics into it. Like I don't think there's any problem with that.
Only if it's a formalized system or if you understand what the semantics are. Like, no, I'm not. I'm only going to be using your language system for this
Okay.
argument.
Now, hey, then it's gonna work. Then it's gonna work. Okay. So if there exists exactly one x such that why do they want to pipe up when I need to say my argument? Like y'all go somewhere.
But by the way, if it's straw man's Christianity, then it would be contradicting the formal
but so
system.
I can't. That's like, bro, Shark. I just said let's
That's why I
use
said
your
formal
term, so
system.
I'm
That's
not
why I
straw
said
manning, and then you
formal
say
system,
no,
right?
it's your argument. We're gonna use your term.
Oh,
And then
did
you
I
say
say formal
don't straw
system?
man me. Like, come on.
Did I say formal systems?
No, you just told me to not straw man you by using my own semantics. But how can I straw man you if I'm using my own? Like, okay, I'm just gonna give the argument.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, if there exists exactly one x such that x is God, and y is going to be identical, and y. Let me see. This is what I'm gonna. If there exists exactly one x and x is God and God is triune, any y for any y that we have, if y is God, then y is triune. Do we accept P1?
No.
You don't accept that for if we have one
Well, 'cause
x
I already
and x
see-
is God.
well,
Wait. If we have one x and x is God, and God
I
is
already know.
triune,
I
for
just
any
under-
y, if y is God, then y is triune. You don't accept that?
No, because I know the conclusion, and it's a category error. You're doing what Sir did, and you do what everyone else does, and you're equivocating the what with the who. So no.
What
I
are you
reject
talking?
your
What are you
argument.
talking about? The who is the what? What are you talking about?
No, it's not.
So God. So Jesus isn't God, because God
Oh my-
is the what, and Jesus would be the
Jesus,
who. But you would say
Jesus.
Jesus is God. So the who is the
Jesus,
what?
Jesus is truly God. Jesus has the
That doesn't.
fullness
The truly
of God.
shit doesn't matter. It's Jesus God.
Yes, it
Yes or
does.
no?
Yes, it does. It does matter.
No.
Who
Okay.
you are
So
is
you
not
just
what
no.
you
No.
are,
I
Kobe.
hate this shit with
Kobe,
Christians, bro.
you're
If I'm
conflating
listening to what
categories.
specifically comes out of your mouth, your utterances.
Oh, no,
when you,
Kobe,
no.
remember-
When you say God is the what, and Jesus the Father
Yeah.
and the Trinity are the who, and I say Father
Yeah.
and the Trinity are the who, and I say
Jesus
you
is
would
not
say
the Father,
who
Kobe.
is the what,
This is,
then you're
No,
gonna say no,
you
but
you
he
don't
Jesus
even
is
know
not
how
the
to
Father.
steel man our position.
No, would you guys not say Jesus is God? If you guys won't say that,
You just
I'll
said
drop
Jesus
the
is the
argument.
Father. We
I'll
don't
drop the
think that
argument.
Jesus is the Father.
No, stop. If you guys won't say that,
You just
I'll
said
drop the
Jesus is the
argument.
Father. We
I'll
don't
drop the
think that
argument.
Jesus is the Father.
No, stop. Do Christians affirm Jesus is God? Yes or no? Simple.
Yes.
The language is yes, but
Yeah. Okay.
With
Yes.
the Holy
so y'all
Spirit
affirm that.
and
Like,
the
no,
Father.
but
I don't like. I
no,
no.
Kobe. Listen, man. You have the ability to understand the language system, or you can just misconstrue it.
How am I
Okay. So, like, think of
misconstruing it?
because here I can show you. I can show you. Okay.
Being part of the Godhead.
Jesus, hang on,
does not
watch. Because Jesus is God and Jesus is the Word, right?
Okay. I'm only worried with the former. Jesus is God. You affirm that? Yes.
Okay, but you have to be able to separate the categorical distinctions.
Categorical distinctions. What are we separating when we say Jesus is God? Give me
Yeah,
what's being
the who
separated.
and the what.
The who and the
Yeah.
what, man. We've gone over this five
You're
times now.
Okay, stop right here. You're separating the who and the what by
There
saying
is a
the
distinction
wait, stop.
between the who and the
You're
what.
separating who and the what by saying
There is a
the
distinction
wait, stop.
between the who and the
You're
what.
separating
How we're
the
using
who
is
from
changing.
the is what, correct?
No,
Here.
the who is not
Bro,
a
so
who is
nobody
not
wants to fucking
necessarily a
engage
what.
in my words.
Wait,
I'm done.
Kobe, please. A who is not necessarily a what. A what is a state of existence.
When
A
I
who.
engage in
Wait,
these
Kobe,
definitions, bro, no,
because you're
I'm not even gonna
making
start with you. I
a
didn't even finish with my bro
categorical
Shark.
error.
I'm sorry. You're way less
Apologies,
important to me than
sir.
Shark. I'm gonna just mute you. You're way important to me than Shark. Anyways,
Don't
if you want to finish Shark, we
apologies.
can. But bro, you gotta
Yeah.
address what I'm saying. Like I hate this shit where you're
Yeah, no, it's
going
fine.
around
Listen,
what
man.
I'm
This is
saying,
why.
bro.
Listen, man. I think that it's.
I'm saying like I hate this shit where you're
Yeah, no, it's
going
fine.
around
Listen,
what
man.
I'm
This is
saying,
why.
bro.
Listen, man. I think that it's more productive. When I text, I just mean like the typed words. And ensure that we're not straw manning,
Okay,
right?
wait, stop. If by God we mean what do you mean by God? Let's just get the definitions right here. What do you mean by God, and what do you mean by Jesus, and what do you mean by triune? Those are the three words in the first premise. Go ahead.
Yeah, so God is going to be the divine isness with the perfect who-ness in eternal communion.
So God equals the divine isness with divine who-ness?
Yeah, that's going to encompass everything, like all the categories that we can flush out. But when you're talking about the persons, like the Word, okay, the Word is fully the divine isness, okay. But
Yeah,
it's
this
not
is just
like when I say
mumbo
isness, when I
jumbo.
say
I'm trying to get a definition
No,
for
it's
God.
not.
I have on the table God is equal to the divine isness and divine who-ness. And I don't know what you're saying now about the
said divine
word is the
isness
word
with the
is
perfect
what like
person.
what do you mean by the
word? What do you mean by the
no,
word?
I stop, guys. Stop. I'm trying to get through this with my boy Shark. Please, like, stop. I'm like, so you're
So remember,
I'm actually trying to
Kobe,
palate down what you're
the
saying.
word
Shark. You're
is
saying
not.
God
Listen,
is the divine isness and divine
the word
who-ness,
is
right?
not the essence. Write that down.
I don't need the word hasn't been introduced. We haven't
What?
even been talking about the word.
Yes, I have.
Wait, we're talking about God.
The word is the Son.
Oh shit. Jesus? Okay. So definition of God is the divine who-ness, isness, and the word.
No. The word is one of the persons.
Wait, but I'm just asking for God. The definition of God. You don't have a definition of God?
Can I try to give you a definition?
Can we go back to the tree?
No. Wait. Oh, you can't give me a definition of God.
Can I try?
Okay. Wait. Hang on. Would you say a leaf is a tree?
No, a leaf is a part of a tree.
Right, and God is outside.
Wait, stop. This should clear it up. Trees have leaves. So that should tell you that a leaf is not a tree.
Right, but when we're talking about God, God is outside of time, space, and matter. I'm really trying to work with your language system.
No, I'm asking for your linguistics. Why are you trying to work with mine when I've asked you what do you mean, Shark? You're really good at this semantics.
Essentially,
you should be able
if
to
you
give me
say
what
a
you
tree
mean.
has leaves, or no paradigm will mean God is a person.
If you asked me what I meant by God, I could give a definition. I could.
Can I give you a definition?
Yes, somebody give me a working definition for
the
the
divine
for
state
God.
of existence.
Say that one more time.
God is the divine or the perfect state of existence. The person
Okay, so
the divine state. That's
divine state of existence. So God equals divine state of existence. Okay, so how would you define triune?
Triune just means the unification of three being one. That's the linguistic definition of triune.
So triune equals three being one. Okay, so when we say God,
three and one. No. Apologies. Let me just
or
clarify.
three being one. No, I didn't mean to say
three.
Three being
three in one way, one in another.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. So okay, triune equals that. We got God equaling the
The
perfect
divine.
divine isness. So would you say that God is triune? Would we say that the perfect divine isness is is triune?
Yes, because when we're saying he is one God, we're counting his state of existence or his ontology, which is the divine being. But now you can count his ontology. You can
To, to be completely fair, you're injecting the answer. Okay, so we got that he would affirm that God is
apologies. I just
triune. Yeah, you would affirm God is triune. Okay, boom, boom.
yes, but
Is Jesus God? Is Jesus God?
It's contextual, Kobe.
Oh my fucking God.
apologies. I keep getting a call. Just say it again,
Kobe,
Kobe.
I know you're not doing
When
it.
when I utter the proposition Jesus is God, is that proposition true or false?
Yeah, it is true
It,
because
it depends.
he
It
is the
depends
divine
on
being.
listen. It depends on the context of what you mean by God, there, man.
We just no, Shark. It does not
Wait,
depend on the context because we just defined God.
No,
We
no,
just
because
defined God.
it will be
stop,
true
And
in
even though it's
proposition to
defined, you're
his
trying to
essence.
conflate it as
no,
something
because
different.
Kobe, because hang on, Kobe. Under this language system that you're using, then it's a requirement that the Son is the Father, and we don't believe that. That's what you're. In order for us to accept your proposition or your argument, then the Son has to be the Father.
But
Wait, no, wait, wait. I don't know what you're saying right now. I'm just working with this dude.
according
Wait,
to
I'm
lay
just
it
working
down,
with
yeah.
what this dude
So
gave me for God
really,
and triune. And I
really,
asked him a simple question like Jesus is God, and now Shark's saying something about context, something
Yes,
that I'm trying to
Jesus is.
imply with this question.
hold
Wait,
on,
with this,
hold on,
like,
Wait,
what is
let me
going on?
deal with Kobe one
He
hold
just
on,
said,
real
wait,
quick,
stop,
Kobe.
stop. He just said
wait,
what
wait,
God is. He just said what it means to be triune. Okay,
wait, Kobe,
boom. I asked him, is Jesus God?
Jesus is
wait,
God
wait,
in
wait,
the
wait,
category of his essence or his
I've been
ontology.
quiet, bro. Just chill.
Bro, can I get a yes
Let
or
me
a
say something.
no?
Let me say something.
No,
Like
Kobe,
the
that's
problem. Wait,
disingenuous, man.
hold on. The problem is when you say Jesus is God, that isness. Are you asking is a isness of predication or isness of identity? That's the problem.
Identity. It doesn't
Okay.
matter. It can be predication or identity. It can
Yeah,
be either.
That literally matters the most in this conversation right now.
No, because if you predicate it, my argument's still gonna work if you predicate it of him or if it's identical to him. It's not gonna matter. I guarantee you, and you'll see.
It
You'll see why.
does.
it does matter.
No, so pick one. Pick one. Is it?
For predication.
In,
Which one? Because I can use identity. Let's go with identity. It's an is
No,
of
I
identity.
said
Is Jesus
predication.
God?
I didn't say identity.
in
I'm picking it. No, no,
predication.
no. Since I'll pick it. I'll
I
pick it.
said
Okay, it's my.
predication,
I'll pick
bro.
it. No, answer my question. Is Jesus of identity God? The is of identity.
No.
Okay, so Jesus is not God.
No, that's a logical
Oh my,
fallacy.
see,
That's a
You just
logical
said
fallacy.
no.
not
You
by
just said
identity.
no.
Yeah,
J-Rob,
because in
J-Rob,
You
logical
just
Jesus
said
fallacy.
is
no.
God. Jesus is God by
hang on. This
predication.
is why.
Bro,
Please
I
stop.
can't
Please
do
stop.
this
Word,
shit.
word.
I
No,
can't.
Kobe. This is why. No, Kobe. No matter. Listen, man. I don't know who you've been hanging out with, right? But
No one.
you require. Well, maybe that's the problem. You agree that the context matters, right?
Well, it's funny you point out me hanging out with no one's a problem, but you seem to you're just gibberating, Shark. Like,
Do
come
you
on.
agree the context matters?
You know, if I was skirting around y'all's questions, y'all would be on my fucking ass. Answer
You're
the
doing it
question.
right now. Does
No,
context matter?
Shark. You first of all, you got into some bullshit about semantics. I just used a Christian's definitions of the fucking words, and you're
Yeah,
talking
you
about
didn't let me finish, my guy.
no, but didn't you offer definitions for triune and God? And I used those. And then I asked a question,
Yeah,
and y'all
and
started freaking out about context. It's a
your
simple fucking question.
question.
It
Wait,
is either true or it
apologies.
is false. Do you deny
Stop
that?
crashing out. Apologies. 1 sec. Stop crashing out. You're making a
I
categorical
don't
error.
know who the fuck you think you are, buddy. But you don't tell me what the fuck I can do and not do, buddy. You can get the fuck off the live. If I want to crash out, I'll crash out. Like, what are you talking about? Anyways, can anybody answer my fucking question?
Yeah,
Can
Kobe.
anybody answer my
context,
question?
yeah.
Wait, real quick. So Kobe, yes, Jesus would still be God, but notice what you did though. You said, "Is Jesus God?" Right, by identity, and I said no, and then you said, "Oh, therefore Jesus isn't God." No, that doesn't follow. Jesus is God by predication.
And wait. What do you mean by predication there? Because you should know this. What do you mean by predication there?
Yeah, by predication, meaning these the qualities of being God Jesus has.
Thank you. Okay, so this is why I said it didn't matter which context you wanted to use, whether it was identity or predication. Because when you say predication, you say there's God, there are properties that are that make up or constitute God, and you're saying when you predicate God of Jesus, he meets those fucking properties, right? So for him to be the identity thing is just saying he's identical to that, those essential properties. So that's why I said it didn't matter. Do you see now? Because you're still saying
Having
the
those
same thing.
properties
You're
doesn't
still
make.
saying Jesus is
Wait, no,
God.
having those
Whether God is a
properties.
set of properties that
Wait,
he meets
wait,
and satisfies all of them,
wait.
or
Having,
Yeah, and
wait,
in
wait.
that instance, you're not negating the spirit
like
of
what
the
the, like
Father.
Wait, hold on. Having those properties don't make you identical to God, right? Just like meeting, just like having the qualities of being orange doesn't make you orangeness, right?
wait,
You
first
have
of
the
all, I don't think orangeness is something you can be, right? So that's like you wouldn't want to say that same thing with God here. You wouldn't want to say Godness isn't something you can be, right?
Well,
Because
he
that's a
would have
failure,
to. The
right?
funny
You
thing
can't
is what
you can't. Oh, my fault, Carter. But you
he would
can't be
actually.
orangeness.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say like he'd have to be saying. So
like
he'd
if
have
I
to be
say
saying something like that, or he'd have to be like equivocated on the word God in some interesting way. I just want to say that for the record.
well, like if I say that my car is orange, I'm not saying that my car is a fruit, right? So
You
the
could eat
orangeness,
it? Can I eat your car?
the orangeness can be predicated to many different objects.
Yeah.
But
So like
but that
orange
but
is
just because it has the properties of being orange doesn't mean that it's identical to orange.
exactly because orange there is a universal, right? So like if you were to say that that a given thing is God by predication, then what you're doing there is you're treating God as universal. But then like you'd lose out other things you want to say about God, namely that God is like a concrete object and God causes stuff to happen. So you'd have to be equivocating on the word God. There has to be some other way you use the word that's not the way you're using it here, you know?
How would
I
you
don't.
lose out? Wait,
Yeah, I
what?
don't. Yeah.
Because universals don't, yeah, so universals are abstract objects, right? They don't cause things to happen. Like God is a concrete object, universals are abstract objects.
I mean,
That's how they did it.
yeah, I'm not sure like how you're saying that. I'm calling him a abstract object.
Yeah, because
I
you're
mean,
saying,
God isn't physical, so
yeah, but you're saying that Jesus is God, and he is there is of predication. So Jesus is God in an analogous way that like Covey is human, and so God there is being used as a universal, which is an abstracta. God is not being there. God there is not a concrete object because universals are abstract objects.
No, it's a reference to a very specific,
No, I mean
like,
he's right though. Like so, like say you call like a ball red, right? The universal redness would be the universal. Then there's a particular red that the ball has, right? But that's just like simple Platonism. That's exactly what it entails. He's right. You can't
So
use the word though.
there are people who I've heard this view before. So usually what I've been told is that like, okay, God, there are like two different notions of God. One is like the universal God, and then the other is like a concrete entity. It's like kind of a weird thing people say, but yeah. So there'd have to be some kind of equivocation, or otherwise I'm not even sure how to make sense of the view.
in what way would we be equivocating?
You're using
The equivocation would be like when you say Jesus is God, that God there means something different than when you say I believe God exists. Like the God in both statements would mean different things somehow.
I disagree.
I don't see.
How we say like
Granny, you don't even understand the point to like disagree.
J-Rob, you know how we say like God is love, God is knowledge. From their point of view, then we would have to say knowledge is triune, love is triune, et cetera, et cetera. So instead of having like divine conceptualism paired with the Trinity and allowing us to have epistemic access, they don't care about the context.
Are they conflating attributes with persons?
Yeah, they just want it to mean one thing, even though this is literally not how they use epistemology ever with anything. It's constantly relational.
With anything else.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so Granny and Shark are just confused. Shark's probably being dishonest. Granny just doesn't know what she's talking about, so I would just ignore what they're saying. But yeah, here's the point simply made. Okay, so you're saying that Jesus is God with predication. Okay, so when you say Jesus is God there, right, that couldn't mean the same. God there couldn't presumably mean the same thing as you saying, I believe God exists. When you say, I believe God exists, you're saying there is an object, a concrete object, namely God, and that object exists.
But when you say Jesus is God, you're talking about a universal of godness, like analogous to redness. And so you'd have to be
How are
equivocating.
you telling us what we mean by things?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so I'm making inferences on what you'd have to be saying in order to have a coherent view based on what you said so far.
yeah, I mean, so when I say Jesus God by predication, I'm saying that yeah, God, like I say, hey, God is the essence, is the nature, the being, right? And then Jesus is a person who possesses that same uh essence. So the person um is predicated the essence, the divine nature.
Yeah. So,
So
so yeah, if you're, so it seems like they're still using God as universal. It's not going to escape any of the problems I just mentioned. There's also
yeah,
even
I'm not
there's also even like an additional problem, which is like there's a counting problem. So, for example, if I have a universal human and I say you, I, and Covey are humans, then there are going to be three humans because the extension of the universal human is going to contain at least three objects. And so if you think each of the persons are God by predication, then you're going to count three gods in the same manner. So like there's the
Yeah, but
point about
humans are
like the
finite by
equivocate. So there's the
definition.
point. So there's the point about the equivocation. Then there's
no,
the point about like this counting problem that will also come about.
there's no counting problem here because when we say God, we're just talking about the essence. So
Let's just go step by step. So let's just start with the universals. So when you say Jesus is God, you agree there that God is being used as a universal, right?
I mean, when you say universal, I don't know. I guess yeah,
Like a property. Like so you're saying Jesus has the property of being God.
right.
Yeah, and it's analogous to saying like a box is red, where it
You
would
could
be
you could interchange God with creator.
well, it's not is of identity, it's is of predication, right? If I say a box is red, it would make no sense to say the box is identical to redness because redness there is just a universal. And
Okay,
in the same way, when you say Jesus is God, you're using God there as a universal, and it wouldn't make any sense to say that he's identical to God in that same way, right?
right.
Okay, so if you're using it that way, that's a different way that, or that it's different from how you'd use the term when you say God exists. Here's why it has to be different, because when you say God exists, you're talking about a concrete object.
I'm
But when
talking
you
about
say
the essence.
Jesus, hold on, wait a second. When you say God exists, do you think God means the same thing as when you say Jesus is God?
Obviously, it doesn't mean the same thing. No.
Yeah, so okay, exactly, equivocation. There you go.
Wait, no. I'm saying they're two different statements that mean. If I say Jesus is God, if I say God exists, and I say Jesus, is God, I'm saying that God that exists, right? Um, the person of Jesus possesses that nature.
No,
God
no,
is just a property.
but real quick, are you saying is God being used the same way in both cases?
Is God being used in the same way in both cases?
Yeah, when you say one, God exists, and two, Jesus is God.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, okay, so if God is being used in the same way in both cases,
Hmm.
then you need to make sense of this part because when you say Jesus is God, you're using the is of predication. You're not
Uh-huh.
using the is of identity, and so God is not being used as a singular term there, right? God is being
I
used as
believe
a
there is a
where
creator.
Wait, wait,
where
wait,
Jesus is the
wait, wait,
creator.
wait. Hold on, Mason. So when I say orange exists, I say this fruit is orange. How am I not? How am I doing anything different?
you can do that. The problem is that like when you say orange exists in the same way I might say redness exists, I'm saying the universal of redness exists. And the reason why that's not going to work with God is because universals have certain properties. So for example, universals are acausal. They're causally inert, but you don't think God is causally inert. So you could say something like this. You could say I'm using God as like a property like redness, and then when I say Jesus is God, I'm saying Jesus has this property of being God in the same way a box might be red. And you could also say God exists or Godness exists in the same way you could say redness exists. But the problem is that universals are causally inert, right? Properties, relations, propositions, they don't cause anything to happen. But like you think God is a concrete object that does cause things to happen. got to wear sunscreen. You know, like wearing sunscreen daily will reduce your risk of getting certain cancers by like 50%, like melanoma, etc.
What?
Yeah, you have to wear it. You have to. It's like I'm like, why? I mean, I'm just like thinking about how hot it is right where I am. It's like scorching here. Anyway, yes. So back to the issue here. So yeah, so universals, they aren't causally inert. It seems like you have a few options here. One option is just to like say no. Universals like can cause things to happen. Like properties like redness like are can cause things to happen, and they're like concrete things. I don't even I'm not even gonna understand what you're saying at that point. But if you do accept the idea that universals are causally inert, which is a very standard idea, then it seems like you're in a bad position here. He's literally not here anymore? What the fuck?
Yeah, but I mean, Evan. I mean, how do you say your name? Evan?
Yeah.
Evan. Yeah. So like, I think like there's like Neoplatonists though, and also divine conceptualists who mix both things together, and that's how they use that word in their worldview. Whereas like God's essence is one thing, right? And Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Father, they share that essence, and the essence is one thing.
Yeah, but when they start saying stuff like the essence is like not causally inert, I'm not gonna understand what they're saying.
I mean, yeah, but I'm talking about Neoplatonism, right? That have different entailments. Like these views have different entailments. You could hold some. I don't know because I'm not a Neoplatonist, right? But I have heard it said that is the case under the worldview where, you know, there's this universal thing of God or God.
I don't care. Like I don't care what they say. If they say that abstracta are not causally inert, that's going to be the problem for me.
Yeah. Why is everyone dropping?
I don't know, but like, by the way, this granny person is like extremely stupid. I don't even know why they're up here.
Hey, come on now. Summer is very intelligent.
What are you talking about?
Projecting.
She's just you know, it's about to be summer. Like she only gets intelligence whenever it becomes summer. And
Do you genuinely think, honestly, that Summer is like at all intelligent?
No, I mean she's smart with like theology or something. I don't fucking know. I don't call people stupid, dude.
Oh my god!
I'm not even here to call people stupid, man. I'm just here to listen to people, bro.
Well, I'm gonna head off.
Alright, deuces, bro. Deuces, bro. AR, where are you?
What happened? What happened?
Was you sleeping?
A lot.
Nothing. Evan
No,
came in
no.
here and called everyone stupid like he usually does, and then everyone left, I guess.
Oh.
People, come on, join up. I'm gonna invite people now.
Dead in here now. I mean, it's unalived in here now.
There's 50 people watching, but no one wants to come up. Sorry?
Apostate, why do you keep calling him
I
Evan?
don't fucking know. I asked him what his name was. He said it was Evan, so I said, okay, I'm calling you Evan. Also, my name is no longer Apostate.
No, he
My
said
name
Evan.
is now. My name is now.
I don't know how to
Basically,
pronounce
what
that
it
shit.
says is it's not the case that G exists. Okay, so that's my name from now on. If you can say the whole thing every
G
time.
doesn't exist as your name.
What? Sorry.
So G doesn't exist as your where you're calling yourself now.
What did you say? I can't even hear what you said.
I said G doesn't exist. That's what we're calling you.
No, I'm just joking. I mean, that. I just call me G, but that's what the thing is saying, yo. Actually, it's just saying it's not the case that a G exists. I'm just fucking around. I was bored. I was like, let me make my name short. Because to be fair, my other name looked like a prostate exam, and then my other name looked like Jesus. So now people can't confuse me with anything.
Yeah, but now we don't know what to call you.
Just call me G.
3G.
Just call me G.
I mean, that's why I always had like a short name.
Exactly, just G, bro. Just call me G. or just negation of G's existence, or it is not the case that G exists,
So
or it is not
I
existence.
actually have a question. I have a question.
What's up?
All right. So this goes to the Christians, right? If God is God all happy, is he perfectly content?
Joy. Joy is the word you're looking for.
Yeah. Is he
Eternally.
100%? Is he 100% joy?
Is eternal joy.
Okay, great. So he can't get any happier, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
He can't get any happier. He's fully happy.
Well, happiness is like a fleeting thing. It comes and goes. So what you're asking kind of doesn't make sense, but joy is the lasting
God is
effect. Like,
okay, but do you think God is fully satisfied? He's 100% content. He doesn't need anything, right?
no, he's not like dependent on anything, if that's what you're asking.
No, well, he doesn't need anything, right? Like he doesn't.
Yeah,
In order to
yeah,
be
he doesn't
satisfied, he doesn't
need.
need to be satisfied, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know what you mean by satisfied when you're referring to God. I don't.
Well,
It doesn't make sense.
content. Like, does he have any type of desires?
No, I don't think that there's desires in the way that we would perceive them, like as a human.
Okay, all right. So, when it came to God creating, right? Do you think that creating humans brings him joy?
I mean,
Do you
he
think
did say it
having a
was
relationship
good,
with humans brings him
but at
joy?
the same time, I don't. You kind of have to like elaborate on what you mean.
Yeah, like when you give a gift to somebody you love, right? Does that bring you joy?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that God having relationships with humans brings him joy?
Yeah, I think he's like
It
pleased by
brings
that.
because it brings him joy, right? 'Cause
How
that
can it
means
bring
that
him
there
joy
was
if
a
he
point
is
in
joy?
time by which he felt like he was lacking.
It's more to say like it fulfills joy to be in relationship with him.
Not sure what that means.
Yeah, so like it's like the true way to get happiness, or the true
So yeah,
way
he wasn't
or
fully happy, right? He wasn't fully
no,
happy.
no, for us.
But was he fully happy?
What do you mean by fully happy? Like that, like I said, happiness is like
Content. Like when somebody's fully content, they don't need anything, right? They don't desire anything because they're fully content, right?
right with himself, yeah, but with his creation, what they're choosing to do, not necessarily, right?
But no,
So he's
no,
not going to be
content.
content with your
You
going
mean
against
with
him.
yourself, right? Like that means there are areas by which he wasn't content.
What do you mean?
Is he always fully satisfied, or there was areas where he felt like he was lacking?
No, what?
Is there any part of God that feels as though he needs more? At
More
any
what?
moment in time.
I don't get what you're asking, AR.
I'm asking you, right? Is if you believe that he ever lacked anything. Let's just go with that.
No.
Okay, he never lacked anything, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't need anything. He doesn't lack anything. So he's fully content, right? To be fully content is to not need anything, to not desire.
Yeah, he is
because
complete.
You're fully,
I
yeah,
don't-
you're full, okay, great. That's my point, right? So God is fully content. But then you're saying at the same time, in the same breath, that having a relationship with humans brings him joy, right?
Our external joy.
Are your external joy? Does it bring him joy?
Yes, our external joy. We're his creation.
Okay, so that means that he was lacking something prior to humans then.
No.
He lacked a certain. Okay, let's go back. When you're saying that when you're saying that God in his relationship with humans, right? And you're saying that brings him joy. That means there was a state by which he was less than satisfied.
No, you could say he gives them joy. I don't.
No. The humans give. Does the relationship between humans and God give him joy?
No, it gives them joy. Well,
No.
It is the
Them.
fulfillment of
Who's
joy.
them? Who's them when you say them?
The people who are in relationship with him.
I'm asking you whether or not a relationship with God and his relationship with humans, does it bring God joy?
No,
No.
that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make wait. So why would God want to create?
Because when you're saying like bring God joy, right? It doesn't make like that's not coherent to me.
Does it satisfy God? Does it please God for him to have a relationship
My mommy called me.
with mankind?
Yes, it does, but
It does.
that's
Okay,
not the
great. So
same
that means
type
that
of joy
that
that
means
is like the subsistence of himself,
so
right?
listen to what you just said, right? That means there was a point in time by which God was less than content.
It's not how that works.
Okay. For you to be happier than you were prior, that means you weren't fully happy. If you get
No,
joy
happier
out of
than
having
you
a
were
relationship,
prior. No, you're acting like happiness is like a vial of something that you're just like filling up, and that's not how.
Oh wait, somebody asked me this yesterday, and the term that came up was blessed is the most appropriate word. Orthodox. I don't know what your denomination is, Granny, but you might like the word blessed better.
so God is blessed. Who blessed God?
God is blessed.
Yeah, so who blessed God?
Nope. Category error.
You're saying God is blessed, right?
Correct.
Blessed. Okay. And you're saying that he's predicated, right? That's a predicate.
I don't know what that means.
It means to describe. It's a description of him. It's a property.
I don't know about property. The perfect union of Father, Son, Spirit is blessed. Yeah.
Well, what I'm asking really is that was God fully content, fully satisfied prior to the universe?
I think that the universe. I think that's another category error because I think that God is always
Prior.
expressing. Yeah, but I think that like okay, so to convey a message about the universe it becomes problematic because now we're equivocating something eternal with time itself, which is change. So I can say that God has the theory of time of eternalism, but within the universe, it's going to be presentism or growing block theory.
Let me
So
ask
God
it this way.
is so
Let me
God
ask it-
is eternally expressing.
Let me
right?
ask it this way.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to because all right. Is God does God lack anything?
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Does
God
have
is.
desires?
So here's
Does
gonna be the
God-
problem.
does God have
no.
desires?
Here's gonna be the problem already, right? God is the divine isness. Okay. So God is. If you speak in the negation, you're no longer talking about God. Anything
I'm
that
asking-
is in the negation, not God.
Okay, so if you're gonna say like, does God have any? Are you saying that God doesn't have any emotions? Does God have emotions?
I don't know what that means. What's an emotion?
Feelings.
What's a feeling?
Like jealousy.
What do you mean by
Yeah.
jealousy?
We're talking about like sadness,
humans.
happiness.
Here, you guys, listen, man. The problem is you guys are just gonna keep giving me like these filler words, and most people are going to give you like more leeway and just like pretend like these words are clear. And I'm not willing to do that with you.
Say, Matt, if you don't know what feelings are, I mean, you need to get a dictionary. It's pretty.
Oh, if you
clear
don't know
what
what
a feeling
God is, you need to get a dictionary. It's like
Yeah.
we're trying to tell
What
you
is
what
a
we mean
God?
by things.
Well, no, hang on.
Guys,
what is
guys,
God
hold on.
according
No,
to
don't
you?
pivot. Don't let him pivot. So just
It's
to
really
clarify.
hold on. Wait.
Yeah, we're still on feelings and jealous.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, we're still on what feelings are. We're not
Yeah,
moving.
yeah, feelings.
Does God
right?
have them?
Emotions. It's
I don't know what
primitive.
you mean by
There's
that.
no.
What do you mean
Yeah,
by that?
it's semantically primitive. Like either you know what feelings are, right? Like the
Oh,
feelings are something that you, yeah, like I can't. Like, there's no. It's primitive semantics there, right? Like it's semantically primitive.
oh, then I can't.
To
Then
say
I can't
feelings,
give you
like, you can't break
clarification
it
on the
down
answer because
further.
it lacks context.
I
How
can't
about
break it down any
desires?
further than that, right?
Yeah, does God want anything from you?
Can you define desires, please?
Yeah, like want anything.
What do you mean by want?
Lacking and desiring, the feeling of longing,
Yeah,
right?
notice you went
Yeah,
back
it
to
give
saying.
it might
Notice
give
you
you
went back.
rules and tell
Sorry.
you what to do. Like,
Notice you went back to saying the word feeling, which is just primitive in your language system.
Yeah, feelings are literally just emotion.
Yeah, but okay, all right. Can feelings exist absent a brain or a central nervous system? Do plants feel?
no,
AR?
Do plants feel emotions? No.
No, don't equivocate. Do plants feel?
Feelings. No.
Yes.
Wait, listen, right? I'm talking about emotions. I'm talking about sadness.
No, but you
happiness,
said,
jealousy.
hey, but then, no. AR, this is the problem. You said emotions are feelings. This is what I was trying to tell Covey, and this is why I don't talk.
No, I
to linguistic
understand,
terrorists.
but there's two
because
different types of
you guys, listen, man, I mean, you don't do this, so I don't want to put you in this category. But in these conversations, even accidentally, you guys are so flimsy and clumsy with the words that come out of your mouth.
That's why I'm
I
trying to tell
disagree.
you. That's why.
I think
That's why I'm trying to. I know that words have more than one meaning, right?
I think he's subbing you,
And that's
AR.
why. And that's why I'm going with the emotions and feelings to get to the idea of what I'm talking about, so that I don't. I know
But
that
that's
it's
fine. But I'm
probably
trying to
listed
give you.
enough.
I'm trying to give you analogies that, like, if by feeling you mean something with a central nervous system, well then no. If
No.
something that
No.
Right.
I
It's
mean,
like
the
you're trying
qualia,
to
right? Like, I mean,
insist
like,
on a certain thing without saying
I'm
that
talking
certain
about.
thing when we're
I'm
telling
talking
you
about
that God has no
sensation.
negations.
Yeah, I'm
Grass
talking about.
has
I'm talking about.
sensation.
I'm talking about like a sensation within
Gra-
yourself, right?
Grass
Like
has two of the
you know,
five
but
senses.
again, AR, we're gonna run into the same problem. But okay, by sensation, do you mean eternal relation?
an emotional type, right? Like
You're not telling me what emotional means. What's an emotion?
Like when you cut grass and it cries, it's just not at a decibel we could hear.
Do you guys think God
Yeah,
has
it's a chemical reaction.
Do you guys think
It's
God
like
has
emotion is usually a chemical
experiences?
reaction by your nervous system, right? So we can agree that, to your definition, if God is just isness, there is no chemical reaction, right? So there's no feelings.
I mean, that's just a reductionist view. We don't hold that.
What the
Not
hell?
every religion would hold that emotion.
If I heard that right, and you say God is isness, it's just is, right? So there is
He
nothing else other than
specified.
isness.
He specified the type of isness, right?
What is the type of business? I missed them.
Isn't
Hang on,
this? It's the
are we,
first time
hang
I
on, are we
heard of
moving?
that.
Wait, we're moving away from AR's language system again.
What I mean,
Damn, AR, why he keeps
we've been
subbing?
stuck on the
I,
feelings
I
for a
love
while.
AR is one of my
Should
favorite
move that.
people.
Nah, I'm joking, man.
No, like this is the problem, right? When AR says feelings, he means X. When Danny says feelings, he means Y. When Karen
We're
says
talking about the
feelings,
same thing. I think, Sam,
no,
you're
you're
the
not.
only
No,
one who
no, you
doesn't
don't. No, you
understand
don't. No, you
feelings.
don't. No, you don't. You don't mean the same thing, and I'm sick of you guys pretending
No,
that you are.
how was
Let me-
AR and my definition of feelings and emotions different?
maybe I just could do this. Maybe does God have certain states of emotions such as happiness, sadness, jealousy? Does he get
They already
mad?
said it can't.
Do you mean in the sense of like
They said no.
what he is, or in his character? Because if you're talking about like
I'm not talking about what he is.
how
I'm talking
he
about,
is,
I'm talking about no. I'm talking about can he emotionally have these type of feelings? Can he feel like? Does he have the ability?
He is a
to-
living
he
God.
incarnated
no.
and felt
Mad.
everything that humans can feel.
Incarnated. What
Only
the
the
heck is that?
incarnation,
Don't
right?
blaspheme God like that.
But I'm asking you. Does he have the ability? Is it logically possible, or is it metaphysically possible for God to feel emotions as a spiritual God, the Father? I'm talking
I
about
don't
the
know.
Father.
I don't know what you mean.
Yes.
Feel this word is misplaced.
Yes.
But not
You-
human
like,
feelings.
Yes, you
by
do.
feel
I'm
by
talking
feel.
about.
Do you just mean by feeling? Do you just mean has awareness of?
I'm just talking about
No.
being happy,
The
sad,
quality, like, listen, the
mad,
qualia of feeling
No,
sad.
but then
qualia. Yeah.
that
Okay,
means
no. Is your
Yes.
question, does God have
Yes.
awareness of
It's
happiness?
personal.
Does God have awareness of jealousy? Does God have awareness of things that exist? Yes.
It doesn't have anything.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm
What
not talking
does
about
it
the awareness
have?
of it. I'm not asking whether or not God has emotional intelligence. I'm talking about the actual emotions themselves of whether or not God can feel happy, can
What does
feel
that What
sad.
does that mean?
Yeah,
Hey,
bro.
I
Besides,
just want to
Jesus
add.
wept.
I just want to say, if
I'm not talking
anybody
about
answers
Jesus. I'm
this,
talking
yeah,
about
gotta.
he's not talking about the
Jesus
flesh.
is God.
I'm
So
not
Bro,
talking
you
about
should
the
just
incarnation. I'm talking about the spiritual. I'm talking about prior to the universe being created.
Yeah, he's
Listen,
talking.
I don't think
listen.
anybody here should be
yes,
answering this. These are
Exodus
very.
34, 6 through
AR, I
7.
think you should be asking if God has qualia, like some qualia or some sort of actual experience. Or,
Qualia is just self-awareness, and if God exists and God is aware
isn't
that
just
God exists, therefore
isn't
God has qualia.
qualia isn't just
Ew.
self-awareness. Qualia is like some
That's not.
subjective first-person experience.
Yeah, it is. I see what you're saying, but
But that's distinct
see,
from feeling.
Don't
That's
you need
not
a
what
that's a
nervous
lot.
He's
That's a
system
lot
to have
more.
awareness
relatable.
and a
He's just not
consciousness, though?
fallible.
That's a lot more baggage, right? Like to say qualia is like a lot more baggage there.
I know, but like
Because
if it's not going to grant
qualia,
you like some simple definition of feelings,
gee,
emotions, or anything. Then just...
the only problem with qualia
And
is
whatever
that, oh my
you
God,
call
Daniel,
it,
I'm
where
trying
does
to
it
talk,
have it?
bro. Give me a second, please. When we're talking about qualia, right? Those are subjective experiences, and they could probably reject that outright because they don't think God has subjective experiences.
Well, that's not true. Well, no, that's not true. Subjective, if you just mean mind dependent, right? God is the eternal mind. So no, if you mean objective, meaning mind independent, I reject that usage of terms.
How could someone have an experience and it not be subjective, AR?
Well, it wouldn't be God, right? Like you wouldn't say unless they
Any experience would be stance dependent, bro. That's
I'm
impossible.
talking about okay, great. So let me just ask them: do you believe that God has stance dependent experiences?
I don't know what you mean by stance. If by stance you mean mind, then yes.
Seymour,
So he has
Does he have experiences that depend on his attitudes, bro?
Huh?
Does he have experiences, right, that depend on his perception and his perspective?
Like
and his
you're
stance,
asking me, is a mind dependent?
Yeah, I know. That's why I was telling AR that's stupid to ask if it's objective or not. But
Oh, okay, yeah. Like, listen, AR, I use objective to mean concrete or foundational. And if we're talking about things within the universe, most of the time, objective just means physical.
That's fine.
AR, have you read any philosophy books? Because you asking a bunch of people on TikTok that are not qualified to answer these questions.
I'm qualified according to
Sharp
what?
definitely knows more about philosophy than you, bro. Relax.
Okay, so does God act in time?
Yeah,
What do you mean
listen,
by act?
He's atemporal. He's pure act.
What does that mean? So you're telling me you always existed in his mind?
I hold that God is pure act and pure potency.
So-
It kind of
so-
sounds heretical, but I can work around it.
So can you say that God is sustaining the universe right
I
now?
reject that.
You would reject that?
Hold on, but
This is what Christians.
I reject.
could you
that it's
answer this
correct.
question real quick? Do you think God is sustaining the universe right now, currently in the present?
Is that for AR? AR doesn't believe in God.
No, I'm talking to you, Seema. And
Oh, you're talking to me.
and G,
Hang on.
because G thinks everybody here, knows more than me. So I'm just saying.
Oh.
It's Sema, but okay.
It's same. You're good though.
Yeah, I just don't like when people come in here and act like as if like when they're
Oh
just
no, it's
one
fine.
concept.
I'll give him the benefit of the
and then
doubt.
act arrogant, bro. Like
It's a
relax,
pleasure to
bro.
meet
We
you.
all
I've been
we all
coming in.
need. We all
Yeah,
need-
I'll just give him.
we all-
I'll give him the
we all-
benefit of the doubt. I'll have a sincere conversation with him, and then if he's not sincere, then I can just
No,
give him.
of course I'm sincere. AR knows me, but I made a simple statement. These are books. There's books that cover this that's way more qualified to answer than us. If
Yeah,
you
yeah. I have
disagree
no
with that, then I
problem
don't know
saying.
what
Yeah,
you're-
God is sustaining the universe right now. Yep.
Okay, so then you believe he acts in time.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean acts?
That means you're saying he's sustaining the universe right now in the present, which means he's acting in time right now.
Okay, if by acting within time you mean that God's hand is on everything, then that's fine.
No, I mean I only see time as a concept, as a measurement of change. So I don't think he created time.
Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, let's just clarify. If you mean that God is able to change, well then no, right?
So was there
Like,
a point in time
when I'm
before?
when
My fault. Was there a point in time before the universe where he was creating, or was he?
Well, no, or we can flesh out your semantics about what you think the universe is after this. But the universe, as far as I'm aware, is just a set of time, space, and matter, and time is, like you said, change, right? So it's going to be a category error to conflate something that is necessarily changing with something that is unchanging, right? So
Yeah, I
God is
understand that.
hang on, God is eternally acting, okay? But things are changing every single moment in ways we can't even see.
No, of course, but I guess let me reword my question. Right? Do
Right.
you
So
think that
hang on.
before?
Hang on. Wait. Hang on. Just to
Okay.
clarify, would you agree that the universe is eternally changing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah. So then that's going to be the pure act. God sustains eternal change outside of Himself.
Okay, so my question to you would be: is before he created this universe and us?
I don't know what that
was
means
he-
before. I don't know
was
what that
he-
means before. I don't know what that means before.
What do you mean? You just said he's sustaining the universe right now, and now you don't know what before means.
Yeah, no, yeah, because
Was
we
there a
agree.
point?
Hang on, yeah, because there's not going to be a point where I say that it's before change, right? There's just going to be different standards of something that is unchanging, sustaining eternal change. So when you say before that, it's a category error. Something is sustaining change. Something is allowing change to occur, which you agree with.
Yeah,
You just call it.
no, I agree with that, but I guess my argument is not coming out straight. What
Not
I'm trying to
necessarily.
say, was there a point? One second. Was there a point in time where God wasn't creating and then He created?
I already answered this.
It wouldn't be in time. What do
I already
you
answered
mean?
this.
My point is that if there was a time when He wasn't creating and then He created us, He changed. Yes, that's changing. He wasn't acting on His
Do you
will
mean
of
something?
creation, but then He created.
Do you mean
That's a
something
change.
like time as we know it versus like eternality?
Whenever God acts, it's gonna be in time because I only see time as a concept. So my question is, if there was a time where He wasn't creating, and then
Hang on. You think that time is solely a concept? So the words that are coming out of my mouth right now, right? Are they changing, or is that just a concept that they're changing?
No, they're changing. But when we're talking about time, I'm
Right. So
saying that.
then time is not limited to a concept because time is actually occurring right now. We are actually changing.
So you think God follows 24-hour days like us?
Oh my. Okay, I'll give you strike one for that.
What are you?
I'll give you strike one for that.
No, I'm just not understanding what you're saying.
You can get two more after that.
See, I think that
Sounds
you
like
are.
one of y'all are
You're
talking about B theory versus A theory. You're looking at time.
Yeah,
very
I hold that God is going to exist under eternalism, and that we're participating under presentism or growing block theory. That when you're talking about theories of time, you're not talking about the same theory of time for God and the universe. If you're doing that, that's disingenuous.
Okay, so the relationship between you specifically and God, right? Only you two. Was that always existing?
I don't know. I'm not eternal. The idea of me is
Okay,
but
so then
I'm
one
distinct
second.
from my
So
idea.
there was a time. One second, I'm almost done. So there was a time where the relationship between you and God didn't exist, and then it existed. That's a change.
No, you're confused.
That-
So
What do you mean?
So the idea of me, right, exists eternally, but the actualization of me is only within time.
Okay, but I'm saying not just you specifically. The relationship as a, let's say you're a Christian. I don't know, but let's say it's a father-son relationship, like the Christians believe. That father-son relationship didn't exist until you were created. Is my point.
No, I existed as an idea.
Okay, so you're
I
eternal,
hold-
is what you're saying.
No, the idea of me is eternal.
Okay, so you're calling yourself eternal, essentially.
No,
How
I'm
is that
distinct
not
from
calling
the
yourself
idea
eternal,
because
bro?
there's a distinction
What does
between
that
the
have to
idea.
do with what you were asking?
He understands.
Yeah, there's clearly a distinction between the idea of me and the actualization of me.
Okay, but if you were in his ideas the whole time, that means you were always existing in a certain way,
Oh my
right or
goodness,
wrong?
I can't. That's strike two. I cannot stand talking
Okay,
to people
strike
who don't
strike
care about
two
context.
because your beliefs is shattering right now, bro.
No.
You told me God doesn't change, right?
Individuals
You told me
who
God doesn't
don't
change, right?
value individuals who don't value context. It's impossible to reason with you.
Bro, you told me God doesn't change, right or wrong?
Yeah,
That's what
God's
you
not
said.
the thing. Yeah, God's not the thing that's changing. God is the Word.
Okay, so there was a time when the father-son relationship between you and him didn't exist, and then now it exists because you were actualized, correct?
No, but that's not God changing. That's me
Okay.
emerging in time.
Okay. You see, then he's gonna
Do
say
you
it's
think
strike three for
that
me.
I'm promoting that the idea of me is God?
Ooh.
Like it's so
Did he leave?
it's
Did
genuine.
he get kicked?
Yeah,
Did he leave?
I think he left.
I mean, you
I
could have
don't
just
know.
said to. I mean, Shark. You could have just said that there's like two different modalities to existence, and you're saying that the possibility of you has always existed, but your actuality, as in your like actual ontology, is.
Well, yeah, I tried. It didn't matter, man. Somebody, listen, man. When somebody has a desire to misunderstand, they will accomplish their goal.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I just don't like when people
This is
join these lives and they're like,
on these spaces, I'm really trying to get better about only talking to people who have a desire to understand each other. Like me and Matthew, we didn't start off on the greatest first foot, right? But we have grown and desire to understand each other, and we don't always agree on the terminology, but our understanding with each other strengthens, and this strengthens us. But those people who don't have a worldview or lack a worldview, I
Okay,
don't
so
want to
I'm
talk to that.
understanding that there's a difference
Quran.
between the idea of you and the actualization of you. But I'm disagreeing with the fact that you say that doesn't mean you existed eternally. He didn't act on your creation. I'm not saying that you existed physically, but you're telling me you were in his mind eternally, which means you're calling yourself eternal, bro, which means you think the universe is eternal. And then you're telling me I'm not making sense. I could disagree with you.
The existence would be things that are realized, right?
Like if you really just want to get clear on what he means, it's just going to be equated to eternally potential, which like really just doesn't mean much.
Quran, he's essentially saying that like there's modalities to existence, right? The possibility of him is eternal, right? But the actualization of him is finite. That's what he's saying.
So
That's literally what I'm saying.
is God contingent on the creation of him? Was he always supposed to
No.
exist?
No, we are contingent on whatever is necessary. Then what is necessary is something. Okay. I told you earlier, we're going to go over your standard of the universe. Okay. We're going to do this after this. So I hold that there is something independent and eternal that is relating to itself intrinsically, that is allowing change to eternally be. Okay. Your turn. What's the universe?
The universe is created as a creation, obviously, by God. And when it was created, right, time itself was already existing in other creations. Whenever God acts, he's acting in time. You
Wait, hang
told
on.
me,
Hang on. Do you believe in God?
yes, I do.
Which God?
Allah.
Understand? Okay. So I want to run the logical problem of knowledge on you, but we'll just go over the universe.
Go
Let's
ahead,
be clear. Okay, so when you say it's a creation, right? So the universe is identical to creation?
The universe is a creation.
No, sorry. Let's just clarify. How many universes do you believe in?
This universe.
No, how many universes do you believe in? How many universes exist?
Right now, the one that I am in right now, I know for sure, and I know God was creating before.
Okay, so you believe in
created before.
So you
I
believe
can't
in
speak
multiple
on that.
universes. You
Did
hang
you
on,
say
do you
something? My
believe
fault.
do you believe in multiple universes?
I believe in multiple creations. Yes. Who knows what else God created?
Okay, so there might be multiple universes. Are you in all of them?
I wouldn't say no.
Okay, so you're not in all of them. And are these things contingent on God?
No.
Then what is God eternally knowing?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so this is called the logical problem of knowledge. I know the creator. I made it up. It's called, if God is all-knowing, then God is eternally relational. Would you agree to that?
So you're basically disagreeing with what I said about you being eternal by existing in his.
Dude, oh my lord, Quran,
No.
do you understand that there's different
We're going back.
modalities to existence, bro? Like this is
Bro,
just simple
I
I
literally
eternally
just
exist as a
rephrased the
potential
question.
state. Hang on. I eternally exist as a potential state within the divine mind of God who knows everything that is. Do you disagree with that?
Repeat that one more time.
I eternally exist as a potential state within the divine concept and mind and awareness of a God who knows everything that is.
No.
You disagree with that?
Yeah, because that'd be me saying that I'm eternal.
That doesn't even
Wait,
make sense, Karam. Karam, do you not understand there's different modalities to
wait,
exist?
hang on.
Like say
Wait,
you
do
believe
you
in
think
God.
that
I
God
understand there's different
wait,
modalities,
does
but
God
what
know
he's
your
telling
potential?
me, he's
Does
telling
God
me,
know your potential?
yes.
Okay, when did your potential start?
I don't know. Be more specific.
At what point did God's mind change to become aware of your potential?
Probably when he actualized me.
Got you. So God can change.
Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you this whole time. There was a
You're a
point in
pan.
time where he doesn't create and then he created. That's a change. The relationship between father and son didn't exist and then it existed. That's what I'm saying.
So you're a pantheist.
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Bro, you were over here telling us that we're like low tiers and then you don't know what the fuck pantheism is?
So
Bro,
when I said that
so much,
we,
You
how do you
think
not
God
understand
can
this?
change?
no, because now he's being rude. I said
Wait,
we are less qualified than the philosopher books that he can read, and Seema agreed with me. So don't try
I'm
to
not.
be rude over here. I never
I
said I
didn't
was
do
smarter
that.
than anybody
Yeah, Seema
here.
didn't say anything about that, bro. You just came in here hot and
Bro,
talking
what
about
is you
we
talking
don't know what we're
about?
talking about. That's what you said.
Okay. It's
So just to
cool.
clarify, hang on. What's gonna be the symmetry breaker between the universe and God if both are changing?
The actualization.
Is God not actual?
I'm not saying the actualization of God, the actualization of his power of creation, of creating.
Actualization. What? Do you
God
think
is the
God is
creator.
time? Hang on.
God
Wait.
is
Do you
the
have a thing?
create. Wait. God is the creator, but he's not always creating. So I'm saying when he first started creating, that's the actualization of his attribute, of his power to be able to create. So before, when he wasn't creating, that's a change. When now he's creating.
What caused God to change?
What do you mean, bro?
You think God can change. What causes God to change?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I grant that.
I'm gonna say it one more time. Right?
No. For the first time, what is causing God to change?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Because you understand that
that's a
change.
weird question.
You understand that change is a causal relation, right?
Okay.
If God changes, something causes God to change.
Okay, but the thing that I'm talking about changes specifically would be, for example, the father-son relationship that didn't exist and then it exists. That's what I'm talking
You don't believe this is not your theology.
about.
We're talking about your worldview. In your worldview, with your beliefs, what is causing God to change?
Him acting on a change, or him acting whatever act that he's about to act.
What? Him acting whatever he's about to act?
I'm making my point very clear.
I don't grant that.
The change that I'm talking about is when there is for example, for me, is a slave and then a master relationship, right? So
What?
that relationship didn't exist until I was created. But me being in his mental, in his ideas, as you said, I don't believe that, because that would mean that I'm eternally in his ideas, that I've always existed and I will always exist.
Your potential God is aware of eternally. If not, then God is not eternally all aware. Your God lacks knowledge.
No, I disagree. I don't think we're
What is-
understanding.
okay, what-
I don't think we're understanding each other here. I'm probably saying something wrong, to be honest.
Yeah, you are. I mean, okay, so do you think God is omniscient?
What do you mean omniscient? Like he knows everything?
He knows everything
eternally
that
all-knowing.
is, that everything he knows everything that is, will be, and was.
Yeah.
Okay, so you heard the will be there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so at some point you weren't, and then you would, right? So would he know that you would have been?
Yes.
There you go. Now you agree.
There you go. Then you just agreed with what Shark is saying, bro.
I don't think so, because
That's
Okay,
literally what I'm
I
saying.
just explained to you in the most simplest terms possible. He knew that you would be, right? He knew of your actualization. He had an
okay, but
idea.
you're assuming that he's just thinking about it 24/7. Like
No, I'm
he's
not.
thinking about it
Why we're talking
24/7,
of anything
24/7.
24/7?
I don't even know what that means. He's just aware. You're using time.
The
What,
the Quran
24/7? What
specifically
does that mean?
says that there was a time when God wasn't even thinking about the humans. Do
You
you agree with that?
There was a time that God wasn't thinking about the humans. Then
Yeah, that
Adam's
we,
going,
we weren't even a fault for him.
What
oh, well,
moved
then
him to
if,
randomly start thinking about it?
What do you mean? No,
Like,
you see, that's what I'm saying, bro. You guys are
so
asking
No, I'm just
you
asking
only
what
know
moved
weird questions, bro.
This version
What?
of God is illogical.
How is that a weird question?
yeah, Kason, stop asking weird questions, please.
That's so silly. What is he talking about? I'm not even religious, and that's just stupid.
No, Tawhid has a hella big problem of knowledge. There's no escape. Because knowledge, like to know, is necessarily relational. It's a knower knowing what is known, but Allah is not knowledge, so it's not himself that he's eternally knowing. So what is he eternally knowing? Creation. Therefore, creation is eternal.
Who dropped him?
He probably dropped himself.
Maybe.
And like, man, I don't like those conversations. I really don't, right? I like the fruitful conversations. I like when they're honest. I like when people are sincere about their beliefs and they say, hey man, I believe this, I could be wrong. And I go, hey man, I believe this and I could be wrong. And then we just analyze.
Yeah,
I can't
you use
stand
bad faith
that
liberally,
I'm right,
but-
you're wrong. What?
You use bad faith pretty liberally, but yeah, that was definitely bad faith, 100%.
Yeah, I don't know.
I use bad faith literally?
He was using your logic to show you that that's what you're implying, bro.
Me or who?
Ram, you're confused again. I'm saying with Tawheed, the universe is eternal. And when you're analyzing what the universe is, it is going to be eternal change. Or infinite change, if you want that better. Yeah, infinite would probably be better. Infinite change.
I mean,
But
Obama.
that's going to be distinct from God, who is unchanging necessarily.
Come back up.
I agree with the point you're making. I mean, it makes sense intuitively. I don't know what he was talking about. But I just think it's the commitments he's making as a Muslim wouldn't allow him to say that it's true. Just, I guess. But
Oh yeah, no. I've been trying to talk to good faith Muslims about the logical problem of knowledge and asking them, what does God eternally know, without turning the universe into something eternal.
What up, folks?
What's up, Jim?
Justify that atheism.
Joe, is that what just in his name stands for? Justifiable Jim?
It's
Yes.
it's short for Justice Jiminy.
Wow.
Jim, what's your motivations or justification for your name? Why is it just Jim and not something else?
There's a long lore behind it.
Yeah, so that's not an answer, but yeah, just keep on dodging.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So, my name was different before, and then I had changed it because there was a Jim that kept on coming onto the panels. So I changed it to Steve, which is my middle name, and then people were just like getting confused who I was. So I put Jim Steve. And
Hey,
people
Jimmy
didn't like it.
Steve. Have you seen Shameless?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And so people didn't like it, so I went back to just Jim.
Okay.
Yeah. And then it was Samurai Jim for a bit after I won the first tournament.
called
Oh
out.
yeah,
No,
it was Justice Jim for a while also, because I remember I had my name Just Jim, and there was this guy that was on the panel that kept on calling me Justice Jim.
Jim, I don't know why I feel like you told me this before. Are you a Platonist?
No.
Okay.
Wait, are you a naturalist, Jim?
Yes.
You stinky.
Why is that bad?
I don't know. I'm a naturalist too.
Okay. Why do you hold to naturalism?
Because I feel like it better explains what we see.
What do you mean by better?
It provides more evidence.
Mm-hmm. In what way?
Why do you hold naturalism, Jim?
I like the burden shift. I appreciate that. Is that a concession?
That's not a concession. We both agree. I'm just asking you.
Is that a concession you can't justify your?
I'm just wondering why.
Well, can I know? Like, I want to know what you mean when you say it explains more.
I guess under some like empiricist view, it better explains the phenomenon around the universe.
Empiricist view?
Why should we hold to empiricism?
I thought you said naturalism.
Well, yeah, I know naturalism. I'm saying we're just taking evidence under some the evidence better explains, the phenomena around us.
The
Better than
evidence
what?
better explains the phenomena around us? Like what
Yeah.
phenomena?
Nature, biology, cosmology.
I thought you were trying to support naturalism, not those hypotheses.
Yeah, I'm saying that's the evidence that supports naturalism. That all things are just natural.
Like when you said it, like better explains stuff. I was like, and what,
So
like, what
hold on,
other, what
let me make
opposing
a
view did
long-winded.
you have?
I'm about to make a long-winded explanation of why I believe in naturalism. Ready? Just hold on. Okay, let me just bring.
Like what I'm curious about.
Yeah. So hold on. 1, 2.
Wow, that's what they do, folks. Just
You're,
ran. It's crazy. Wow. This is like.
So why
this-
are
these,
you
like,
into naturalism, Jim?
These new atheists nowadays, they're just philosophically bankrupt. It's crazy.
Yeah. Guys, hold on, bro. I'm a little faded, bro. Amber.
Yo, what up?
Wait, who do you guys have winning the Europa final? You can say Tottenham or Manchester United. Okay, anything, just answer. Virgin.
You're talking about basketball?
No, this is soccer.
Oh.
What about soccer?
Who's gonna win the Europa League final? Tell me right now.
Nobody cares about soccer.
Oh, look, it's oh Jesus, it's Whitney too. Double whammy on this panel. My God.
Dude,
this just got worse and worse.
Hi,
Wow.
Amber and Wit.
Look, it's actually the trinity of white women. Look, it's the trinity of white women on the panel.
Oh my goodness.
This is like Karen cubed over here.
I used to have that haircut, but I didn't call it the Karen. It was called that after I had the haircut.
Oh. So you were ahead of the game, I see.
I was following Posh Spice, but it got deemed the Karen.
All right, Amber, tell us all of your philosophical views. Go.
Nothing exists. I don't know if we're here or not. It's all meaningless.
EU. Catholicism. I don't know. What do you mean by nothing exists?
Nothing. How do you know you actually are here and exist?
You tell me, man. You're the solipsist. Why do you think otherwise?
Do you think purpose exists? Do you think there's some sort of intrinsic purpose that's tied to our natures?
No.
Telos. You.
Well, I know I'm for
Oh yeah.
sure not a
Why do you
robot.
think it's ew?
I don't. I'm high as fuck right now. Just listening to people talk about philosophy. I don't take anything I'm saying seriously.
You know, as long as I've been like on these panels for almost 2 years, and I still barely know shit about philosophy.
You gotta read. These panels aren't gonna help you. You're gonna have to read.
No, they're not.
I'll save you the work.
Philosophy.
Literally
Don't do
no
it.
one here can help you. Like,
I know that.
not a thing.
All you're gonna hear on these panels are just people disagreeing with each other,
Yeah, they're just gibberators.
You got to read some books
or like generators.
and papers.
Just go straight for the continental philosophy. Skip
Yeah.
the
No, don't
analytic
do that.
stuff. It's
Yeah.
pointless.
Yeah, analytical philosophy sucks ass.
Analytic philosophy will just keep you stuck with existential anxiety for the rest of
Right.
your life.
Forever.
Or you
And
could
then
just
I'll-
accept that. You could just accept the void and embrace it.
Yeah.
Pull through.
It'll just turn you into a nihilist.
Until you
your own
realize you are the
subjective-
void.
Give your own meaning.
Wait, Jim.
despite
Since
the
I gave
fact
an
that
extensive
it's
account
not
as to why I hold the position of naturalism, could you do the same, please?
Listen, my views are pretty private. What gives you the right? I mean, like,
Oh,
it's
so you're
pretty
dodging.
presumptuous of you.
Dodge number one. Blunder number one.
Like he didn't even ask for consent. He just like wants me to like
Wow. What's your problem?
Are you hey God doesn't exist. Do you just like hate consent? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Let me just rephrase. Okay.
Oh, clipped. He
Jim.
hates consent.
Jim.
He said,
No.
yeah.
Jim,
Wow,
could you
that's
please
crazy.
consensually?
Look, everybody, I want
say
all
and
44
expound your
people on this
position
panel
after
to
this?
hear how he is sus is pro-grape.
That's not my name, so it doesn't matter anymore. No proof.
You're still he is sus because, you know...
That's who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
bro.
I was wondering why he sounded familiar. I
That's what
didn't-
everyone says, bro. Every time
What
I talk
is-
to someone, they realize who I am. They're like, no wonder he sounds so familiar. I'm like,
Why does Kaysen sound like Steven right now?
Like Stephen Mathematics.
Steven.
Yeah, you kind of did for a sec.
You don't
No.
know.
I would
But-
love.
I don't
I
hear it.
wish.
But also too,
You wish.
I'm like weaning down
No.
off my antidepressants, so I can't tell you how well cognitively I'm functioning right now.
Probably not well.
No.
I could affirm that it's very low.
It's just like more of like the
Well,
real
let's just hear
authentic
it.
me is coming out. And I'm worried for people around me.
What is that? Like a real bitch?
that's your name, right? That's
Wow.
That is
mean,
my name. Is
She's
real.
not wrong.
Fucking slurms. I just want to
Wait,
sound
Amber, are you
like-
really a
Wait.
solipsist though?
No,
Which
I'm
says
not.
the quiet things that aren't supposed to be said.
That's true, I do.
I'm starting to say the things that should be kept quiet, but
Look, everybody was afraid to, tell AR that we don't need Hatim or Angel to be a fucking mod. But I'm the one that said it.
no,
what's wrong
I
with the
did.
team?
I said that. When did you say that? Because I said that.
I said it, I don't know, like a week ago. I don't know.
What's wrong with the team? What did
Okay,
it
you
do?
might have beat me.
Oh, don't get me started.
Oh hell yeah, BoJack is here.
Oh, God.
Oh, necessarily non-existent God. Debate. BoJack.
Yeah, debate
What?
him.
Why?
Just do it.
BoJack, what's your
Hello.
justification for your existence exactly?
What's my what?
What's the justification behind your existence?
Yeah, bro.
Justification
Can you
for
justify
my-
that one, bro?
Yeah, exactly. Could you justify that for me, please?
No, someone is talking over. I don't know what you're talking about. What is my justification for my existence?
Yeah, what is it?
Well, am I my own God?
No. Like, why? How do you know you exist?
I don't understand your question. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's a tracking error again. So how do you justify that you exist?
It's tracking me. Am I a pest or?
Are you?
I
do
don't
you
know.
believe-
Which I haven't heard you or spoken to you for a while, so I'm just saying hi. I know I remember wheat from everyone here, but no.
believe in
Again,
God?
what am I attracted to? Myself?
Do you believe-
I
wait,
don't
so
really get
hold
what
on,
you're
let me
saying.
rephrase-
Can you ask
let
a
me
question
rephrase
that is
that.
coherent, please?
Okay, do you believe you exist?
Yes.
What's your justification for that?
Well, just like, do you know Wittgenstein?
Yeah, that's not an answer. Again, what's your
Well,
justification for
well,
that?
if you know Wittgenstein philosophy, that is the answer.
Yeah, that's not an
Do
answer.
you know
You're
what
ask-
I'm
you're asking me a
referring to, or
question.
not really?
You're asking me a question. Can you expound on your understanding?
Well,
of
if
Wittgenstein?
I'm the only. Well, okay, again. What are you trying to ask me?
Okay, you believe you exist. What's your justification for that? That's all I'm asking. Can you give me? I mean, if you're saying that you're leaning on some
Again,
philosophy,
I'm towards
expound
the
on it.
philosophy of the philosophers of that are smarter than you and me, which is
Yeah, so just expound on
probably-
that.
I'm the only one that exists, and you're just a figment of my imagination. But that's not my philosophy.
You're a
That's-
solipsist.
Well, or maybe not. I don't know. What do you think?
You don't know if you're a solipsist or not.
I don't
How do
know.
you
There is
understand
no
that?
certain. I'm not sure of anything 100%. Are you?
Yeah, that's not what solipsism means.
Are you sure of anything 100%?
Yeah, it's like soft solipsism.
Like what?
Soft solipsism.
Are you sure of it 100%?
Again, that's not an answer to my question. You
No,
answered.
it's
you
my
believe you
question
exist.
to you. Are
Yeah.
you?
So who started the questions?
I don't know.
Are you
Is it
certain
a
that you're not
rule
certain
that
of
I cannot
anything?
ask you a questions back? Is it a rule
Yeah,
of this
BoJack,
life
are you?
that I cannot
That's a
ask
good
you
point.
questions?
That's the
Is it
Q
the
top.
rule?
That's a Q top ask, bro. Granny, you've been listening to
Okay,
Q top.
so who can ask who questions? What are the rules?
Yeah, so I answered the
It's
question
not
first.
gonna
I
work.
asked the question first.
So
and
you
now
you are the
give
only
me an
one who
answer.
can ask questions. That's the rule.
Fuck.
I don't know what are the rules here.
Amber for getting this going.
So Bojack, again, I asked the
Welcome.
question first, and all
Okay,
you've been
so
doing is
let's-
asking me questions, right?
Go
So
ahead.
like, let's be genuine here, and
Let's be genuine, please. Please, let's be genuine.
to be genuine would be to answer my question honestly, not just obfuscate and dodge.
Yes, I will be genuine. I promise. Ask a question.
Yeah. So again, you believe you exist. What's your justification for that?
I believe as much as I can experience.
So your experiences are justification for your existence.
Yeah, just as Wittgenstein would say. Yes.
Can you not doubt your experiences?
I couldn't doubt my own experience because my experience is sort of it's a circular reasoning that I have in my own mind. So yeah, I do
So
not
you don't
doubt
think
my.
that your mind can trick you?
Of course it can, but then it's Boltzmann brain is also an idea that you must be familiar about, right? So,
Yeah, so I'm gonna
you
tell you
asking
exactly
this
how I can
question,
justify
if you're
existence.
either you're ignorant about the very basis of philosophy, or you're just trying to ridicule me
Well,
for
I mean,
no
I'd
reason
ask
just to
that.
get
I'd say
likes.
that you're
So
ignorant.
I don't know what your
Expound.
purpose is for asking these questions. But
I'd say that because you can't expound on the. Very
well, I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant because you're asking me a question about, well, how am I ignorant in this scenario?
Yes, you're not
Like,
answering the
explain to
question.
me,
You're
how
just
am I
obfuscating and
ignorant?
liberating, obfuscating, and dodging. This
So
is what they do, folks.
what answer do you expect to this question? What is the correct answer to this question that you asked? What would you answer if I asked you, do you exist? What would you answer? Go ahead. Give me the correct answer. If you are so smart, give me the correct answer to this question.
Ooh, he called you out. You're just gonna
Running and
gonna let
dodging.
Because it's so good to just be smart about this stuff, but if it's like backfire at you, well, you're no longer that smart, right?
I'm about to offer an exhaustive account exactly how
Yeah,
I
now you're
justify my
not so
existence.
smart
Ready?
after all, right?
Yeah, just be quiet for 2 seconds. I'll do it. Ready? So 1.
You a long time to type it into ChatGPT to get the answer, right? But ChatGPT is not that quick, so now, well, let's hear the answer from the AI. Let's hear the answer from the AI.
He's gone, Bojack.
Okay, well, he can rejoin as someone else. And...
He ran for now.
That's crazy.
Well, I'm not surprised that he ran. But...
That's 2-0 already that ESS has lost.
No, guys, seriously, I'm it's
just
just silly.
faded.
Yeah, I mean,
Faded
honestly,
messing
I
around.
feel like he.
I'm not trying to
I feel like he.
debate against any idea or anyone.
I feel like he handled you pretty well, Bojack. I think you lost that debate.
Okay, that's fine. I'm fine admitting that I lost, but at least I'm honest to my beliefs. And if you say I lost, I lost. That's fine.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but
I love you, Bojack.
I was genuine to what I believe in, and
Hell yeah.
Never lose with that mentality.
Like, I mean, I don't mind him leaving. Like, I think like if you're just dealing with a dishonest interlocutor, then
no.
you
But
should probably
why
leave.
do you think I was dishonest with?
Not you.
Oh, he okay. Oh,
No, I meant him.
Welcome to the stage, No Degree.
I don't know what. Wit is always against me, so I'm just used to it.
Bojack, I'm not against you.
No matter how well I do, Wit
You are my
is
friend.
always going to be against me. It's
You
just-
are my friend.
It's the nature of the game.
It is the nature of the game. You
But
are.
I like you still. I like you a lot still.
I
You are
like
my
you
buddy.
too, Bojack.
Yeah, yeah.
We are best friends.
Yeah, we
BFFs.
go way back. And
Way
we,
back.
we had really good conversations, and yeah, I respect you a lot. So
Thank you. No Degree. What's up, bud?
I'm not doing so well, but
Oh
I'm
wait.
good.
Oh, it's okay, Bojack. Thank
No,
you. I was
no,
just talking
I'm
to
good.
to the
No.
guy below me. It's okay though.
Oh fuck. Okay. Then.
It's okay.
I shouldn't have said that. No, I'm just kidding. I will mute myself then. No, I'm kidding, guys. Whatever.
It's okay. So no degree. What's up, buddy?
Going.
Great.
I'm just here to answer the question, is there God? The answer is yes.
Oh, well, I agree with you. Deal with all the other people who don't.
Oh, buddy.
Okay.
You're up for
Why
a discussion.
why do you hold the false belief that God exists?
Well, I definitely obviously don't think it's a false belief, but there's never been a time in my life where I didn't have this idea of a higher power as long as I could remember. And then at one point in my life, someone shared the gospel with me in a way that I understood it, and I accepted it. The rest is history.
Blammo. Okay, so let me be maybe a little bit more clear. Do you have a justification for holding to the belief that God exists?
Yes, I think the transformation, the powerful transformation of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
So,
And
can I
how
ask
it
you a
kind of
question?
transformed my life.
Do you think
Absolutely.
if someone presented you with a superior
What happened?
Superior